should die before I wake. I pray the Lord my soul to take.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you come in. I'm just here in the club, chilling with my fabulous and beautiful friends. Come on, join us. Huh? What's that? You'd rather have a brand new, hours-long video essay instead? And you want it to be about the Silent Hill 2 remake? Are you really sure you know what you're asking for? Well, look at this, eh? Back again. And of course, it's about Silent fucking Hill again. I'd like to start by thanking everyone who watched my previous video on the first 4 Silent Hill games. I really, truly appreciate all the views and likes and subscriptions, and especially all your wonderful comments and kind words. It really did mean a lot to me to see that video get such a lovely reaction. I really wanted to put my all into that video and explore a side of those games that I think has been a little bit overlooked over the years. And so it was really, really great to see so many people connect with it and get so much out of it. So truly, thank you all so much for that. Now, obviously, Silent Hill 2 is going to be the focus of today's video, but for the sake of brevity, I'm obviously not going to be going into exhaustive detail in regards to the original Team Silent game, as I have already talked an ungodly amount of shite about that Silent Hill 2 at this point. So if you'd like to hear all of my thoughts on that game, please do just refer to my previous video. There is more than enough there to tide you over, I'm sure. And while you're at it, why not check out our Patreon and our bookstores online if you feel like supporting the channel. Oh, and also, obviously, massive spoiler warning for all of the Silent Hill 2s. If it wasn't clear by this point, allow me to say it plainly, I will be spoiling near enough everything about the original game and the Bloober Team remake. So, be warned. I'm also not blind to the fact that discussions around this game have already brought out a lot of the worst in some people, and so in the interest of trying to stay out of that particular gutter, I am hoping to avoid being an opinionated, condescending prick about all of this as much as I possibly can, which for me will probably prove a near impossible task, so please, I beg you to bear with me. That particular discourse debacle is now blessedly ice cold at this point, so you won't be getting any hot takes here, thank God. But obviously I can't really just completely ignore all that madness. Suffice it to say that I will try not to spend too much time addressing the concerns of literal troglodytes, and instead I hope to touch on some far more serious and meaty topics. Really, I'd like to use this game as a jumping off point to discuss the whole phenomenon of remakes, retellings and adaptations, dive into the recent industry obsession with remastering the past, and then look at the ways in which these works sometimes succeed as well as the ways in which they often fail. Ultimately, I'm hoping I might just explain to you in as calm a fashion as possible why so many of us were extremely skeptical of this particular developer helming this particular remake, and sadly why there are plenty of us who, yes, even after playing this largely incredibly well-received reimagining, still just aren't really that convinced by it. Now, as a brief aside, I do just want to give you all a quick warning here and say, if you are one of this game's many fans and you really don't want to hear someone nitpick and complain about it for 1100 hours, then I genuinely will not mind at all if here is where you leave us and you just click off this video entirely. Originally, I was actually going to string you all along on this carefully crafted and no doubt hilarious narrative implying that I started out skeptical, grumpy and complaining about everything, but then slowly over the course of the game I began to see flashes of brilliance, moments of excellence, until finally something truly special happened. And this would have been the part of the video where you were all supposed to believe I was about to reveal that I love this remake before I pulled the rug out from under you and declared it the worst thing since the Black Death. Now, while I still think that might have been kind of funny, I obviously don't think this game is worse than crotch buboes, and I honestly just wouldn't feel good tricking people and potentially upsetting someone for no good reason like that. I'm not here to shit on anyone's preferences or berate anyone for enjoying something I kind of didn't. I just feel that there is some merit in discussing the ways in which this game failed for many of us, especially in light of the glowing praise that has been showered upon it and some of what I see to be a little bit of a whitewashing of Bloober's past in light of their biggest hit to date. I also think that the broader cultural trends that see projects like this materialise in the first place deserve to be interrogated a little before they become too set in stone. Now, I know that this is YouTube and this video, in one way or another, is destined to be just another part of the toxic hate orgy that is internet culture, but I seriously do hope you believe me when I say I mean no ill will towards anyone who connected emotionally with this remake, and I genuinely hope that our conversations in the comments below remain as thoughtful and respectful as they have been so far, for the most part. However, while we're on the subject, I would just like to take this opportunity to give an explicit fuck you to an increasingly loud subset of what can only be described as fandom grifters who always latch onto these sorts of discussions to push their own regressive, violent political ideologies. Let's be honest, if it hadn't been complaining about teenage victims of child sex abuse not being sexy enough in a video game for them, it was going to be some other inane nonsense they wasted all our time with for a fortnight before getting bored and moving on to complaining about DEI chins or literally just a black person existing. Like I say, while I will be veering perilously close to the storm of takes around this game's release, I think we should primarily limit ourselves only to conversations actually worth having rather than entertaining the ideas of people who have made shit-smeared sewers of themselves. Of course, I talk about this behaviour in the past tense, but it has continued unabated during the entire production of this video. While that specific Silent Hill 2 remake discourse has all but completely died out at this point, it has already been replaced and been replaced and been replaced about 300 times over in just the last week alone. Unlike me, these absolute tourists don't have to wait and say, oh, I don't know, actually play these games. No. If they did that, the algorithm might leave them in the dust, right? Much better instead to simply churn out hours and hours of content every day to top up the rage levels of an increasingly deranged and delusional audience for clicks and money. We've even reached the stage in this public humiliation fetish Ouroboros where some of these guys are starting to ask themselves in all seriousness, why weren't the female protagonists of yesteryear considered woke and DEI-jawed and forced diversity and sweet baby ink-brained? Because they haven't actually noticed yet how far down the rabbit hole they've fallen. The simple truth is that without a cottage industry of half-hourly updates from stultifyingly ignorant perverts like these clowns, you simply wouldn't find yourself whipped up into a frenzy every 6 minutes and end up believing that the sky is falling because a woman in a video game has a face. The truth is that gay people, trans people, non-white people, and even, dare I say, women, have been a part of all creative endeavours since some weird ape first thought it was clever to put its hand against a rock with a mouthful of pigment and blow. Sadly, for the longest time, the contributions of people deemed outsiders have been stymied, stigmatised, and stolen in untold numbers. And while thankfully, yes, we have reached a moment in time where perhaps more than ever, we're able to actually acknowledge those people and they are able to put their names and faces to their own work and be praised in equal measure, sadly, as with all revolutionary moments, it is tarnished by the efforts of the counter-revolutionaries. But don't worry, there is a time-honoured way of drowning out those nefarious voices of violent regression. We just have to believe in ourselves, and then put them all up against a wall and fucking shoot the cunts. As you may have already noticed, I do have strong feelings about this remake and the value of pursuing such an endeavour in the first place, but I hope you will take my thoughts in the way they are intended, which is in the spirit of constructive criticism. I want games to be better, and I want the games industry to be better too. Sadly, I don't think that any transformation of this scale can be entirely painless, and similarly, I might be a bit harsh at times in this video. These really aren't the kinds of videos I would like to make going forward, but it is what it is. Today, I'd like to present you with a comparative look at two different journeys through two different Silent Hill 2s, diving into the wins and losses, the ups and downs, while also diving a little into how I think this retelling might have fully realised its potential, even if I do feel that such an undertaking is ultimately unnecessary to begin with. Which is all just a very long-winded way of saying I'm going to very slowly tell you all the ways in which I personally believe Bloober Team simply weren't able to reach the heights of the original. Okay, I am desperate to make this video considerably shorter than my last Silent Hill video, so without any more waffling from me, I invite you all to join me on this comparative analysis of Silent Hill 2 and 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 Silent Hill 2.
Here we go!
Right, so let's get started. By which I, of course, mean let's actually dive into a whole bunch of games, none of which are Silent Hill 2. Or are they? Let's find out. First things first, I think it's only fair to you and to Bloober themselves to fully contextualise this game and the debate around it by going all the way back through their back catalogue and playing through all of their modern games before capping it all off with the Silent Hill 2 remake. Now, I know I've covered this before, but it's worth mentioning again. This video is a personal stroll through the endlessly looping halls of Bloober Team's modern oeuvre, so please, this is not a Silent Hill 2 explained pogface video, nor is it me telling you what was going through the minds of the developers when they made these games, or even how you should feel about these games. I am merely explaining to you how these games made me feel as I played them and the emotional responses they evoked in me after a period of, frankly, unhealthy contemplation. And for those of you who didn't like the inclusion of my politics in the last video, well, all I can really say to that is...
Take another look, Sonny! It's gonna happen again!
I know I could just not make these videos if I wanted a peaceful life, but where's the fun in that?
I don't want peace. I want problems, always!
So, with all of that out of the way, for the second time, and knowing, just as I did the first time, that it won't make a blind bit of difference to some people, let's begin. Founded by Piotr Babieno and Piotr Bielatovich, Bloober Team gained their formal independence as a development team in 2008, after existing for a few years as part of now-defunct game developer Nebris. For more insight into their earlier efforts, I'd recommend BobVid's excellent video, Bloober Team Bites, which dives into the various, arguably not quite legally distinct enough projects that the studio worked on pre-2016. The short version is basically that during this period of their history, Bloober were primarily involved in making deliberate derivatives or outright rip-offs of already existing games, some of which they may or may not have even had the rights to. And while Bloober Team's leadership have essentially disavowed their past behaviour, I think it is worth mentioning it here just to drive home the fact that the team did not enjoy the most stellar reputation heading into this remake project, and that starts long before we even get to their modern horror titles. Suffice it to say, put a pin in this point, because this is not the last time we're going to be discussing ideas around imitation, inspiration, and the slippery slope into outright plagiarism. So, as I say, that particular phase of Bloober's development was all consigned to the shady past of pre-2016. So, what exactly happened to change all that? Why did Bloober Team go from this to this? And what happened in 2016 to cause that shift? Well, so before we dive into the Silent Hill 2 remake, I thought it would be worth it just to take a quick stroll along memory lane in an attempt to get to the bottom of just why Bloober Team ended up being the ones given the task of remaking one of the most well-regarded games of all time, and why there was such a vocal backlash against this choice. Now, as I say, while it was far from their first game, for the sake of staying at least slightly on topic, we'll be starting with Bloober's first proper stab at the horror genre, Layers of Fear. Or to be more accurate in this case, the 2023 re-release remaster that came bundled with all its DLC and the sequel, Layers of Fear 2, Layers of Fear. Originally titled Layers of Fears, but renamed to avoid confusion, or at least to create a different kind of confusion. Honestly, we've already spent too much time on this, so let's dive right in. By which I mean, of course, let's talk about a game that is not, in fact, Layers of Fear. I swear, that's the last time I'm going to do that joke. We've reached diversion inception at this point, I think. We're having flashbacks inside of flashbacks. In 2014, a demo was released onto the PlayStation Store, developed by the unknown 7780s studio, and labelled PT, a so-called playable teaser for an initially untitled and previously unannounced game. The obvious qualities of the demo and its mysterious origins were enough to create a surge of interest around it. A surge that would only grow as more and more people began to play it and experience its bizarre and horrifying atmosphere for themselves. The gameplay and narrative of PT focused on our unnamed protagonist slowly making his way through a seemingly endless loop of corridors within a dark and foreboding family home, while uncovering and sometimes encountering the terrors that seem to have taken hold there. The game is filled with odd events, hard-to-fathom puzzles, and ghostly happenings that masterfully kept players on edge while still drawing them ever onward into the labyrinth, desperate to understand just what it was that they were experiencing here. Of course, it didn't take long for people to begin decoding some of the more meta elements contained within the demo, and indeed within the marketing material provided with it. None of the supposed developers could be identified, and 7780's studio seemingly didn't exist at all. Following this breadcrumb trail of clues, a number of theories arose in the hours following PT's release, and with this all occurring during the similarly bizarre marketing push for the upcoming Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, it wasn't too long before people started suspecting the involvement of legendary game developer and notorious shitposter extraordinaire Hideo Kojima. Far from the week or so that was intended, players solved PT in a matter of hours, revealing just what it was a playable teaser for: Silent Hills.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Hideo Kojima! What? Oh my gosh! This is brilliant! This is fucking crazy. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It is! It's Silent Hill! Christ almighty! That was fucking mental. That was insane. That was insane. That was crazy. I'm just in a bit of like shock right now.
Good job.
Fuck me.
A completely new entry in the beloved and beleaguered franchise helmed by an unholy triumvirate of Hideo Kojima, Guillermo del Toro and Junji Ito, and starring none other than Norman Reedus. The reveal was essentially the trailer equivalent of being slammed repeatedly over the head with a cricket bat in the best possible way. And honestly, PT itself is just filled with these bizarre, incredible and haunting moments. It was all too good to be true, and yet here it was. For a fandom that had resigned itself to an endless heartache, remembering only the ghost of yesteryear, we now had something real to cling to, something filled with promise and yet still utterly unfathomable. It was the perfect dream, and then of course, we woke up. The curse of Silent Hill claimed another victim and the project fell apart. While the full story may never be entirely known, it is alleged that Kojima made the entirety of PT on company time while he was supposed to be working on MGS5 without Konami's knowledge, and with the company having already signalled its desire to shift focus away from typical game releases, this was more than enough to seal even Kojima's fate. MGS5 itself was left essentially unfinished before it was shunted out the door, and the hearts of every Silent Hill fan simultaneously broke all over again, as even what little we had of whatever Silent Hills was supposed to be, this now mythical playable teaser, was scrubbed from the PlayStation Store, never to be seen officially ever again, to the extent that PS4s with PT pre-installed are still being sold on at predictably insane prices. And thus, a cottage industry was born. With the playable teaser now no longer playable for most people, a glut of fan remakes and desperate derivatives exploded onto the scene as indie devs scrambled to recreate that which had been so tragically lost, and savvy business people saw a sudden gap in the market. And into this gap stepped Bloober Team. Layers of Fear was released in 2016 and features an unnamed protagonist slowly making his way through a seemingly endless loop of corridors within a dark and foreboding family home, while uncovering and sometimes encountering the terrors that seem to have taken hold there. The influence is plain, and that, of course, is very deliberate. As I say, we'll be starting with the 2023 re-release of Layers of Fear, which was not only bundled with its sequel and all of the available DLC, but also featured a brand new framing narrative that very loosely ties all of those disparate stories together. And it is here where we begin to see some of the more overt influences of not only PT specifically, but the Silent Hill franchise as a whole. We start off pretty strong in this vein, with the framing narrative putting us in the shoes of the writer. In fact, each game in the series will have us assuming the role of a professional creative and dealing with the sometimes arduous process the act of creation can become. This is actually quite interesting, as there are times while playing that we almost get the impression that this is an expression of frustration from Bloober themselves. We soon learn that this writer's retreat is actually a reward for a piece of writing we submitted, dealing with the life of another, far more accomplished artist, an artist now tragically lost to us. In our context, it's hard not to see that as an obvious allusion to Team Silent, really. And do remember that this section of the game is in fact the most recent piece of wholly original writing that Bloober Team has released. And what with the development and writing of this re-release no doubt at least somewhat overlapping with their work on the Silent Hill 2 remake, it's hard to know just how much of this stuff is deliberate and how much of it is just inherited from other works. Either way, I thought it was pretty funny nonetheless. In fact, the writer's so-called reward will ultimately end with them becoming trapped within a desolate and haunted lighthouse. Again, a pretty on-point metaphor for the position Bloober Team now find themselves in. All eyes drawn to them, everyone expecting great things, all while stranded adrift amidst the swells of Konami's ever-shifting motivations and machinations. We are even locked into a contract with and then forced to create by a faceless, disembodied voice on a phone that seems to care not one bit for us. Throughout the series, each of the creatives we inhabit is haunted by a demonic figure known as the Rat Queen, who promises them boundless creativity and cultural immortality through their work. Unsurprisingly, these Faustian bargains aren't exactly known for ending well. This narrative naturally carries with it implications of meddlesome powers from beyond interfering with the creative process and preying on the insecurities of sensitive artistic types. Themes that may well have some relevance to Bloober now, but which are by no means specific to the Layers of Fear games, of course. As many people have pointed out, the narrative in PT, which tells the story of a mentally detached father annihilating his own family, when viewed through the lens of Hideo Kojima's rocky relationship with Konami at the time of its creation, starts to make sense as more than just a violent tale of an unhinged family man. And the sense that Kojima felt trapped within an endlessly looping cycle of drab and vaguely violent repetition is almost palpable in PT's design. In this sense, I find it genuinely fascinating to consider the possibility that Bloober Team took these thematic elements essentially by accident when assuming the role of PT cloners, but by the time we catch up with them here in 2023, they now find themselves in precisely the same position Kojima was in back in 2014, adding a certain air of authenticity to this new material perhaps. The writer now finds themselves trapped within the shell of another person's work. Each of them artists who are never truly credited for their work, known only by their job titles. Their names are always scratched out and erased. The writer, the painter, the musician, the actor, and so on. As you can probably tell already, the games have a less than rose-tinted take on the act of creation. The artistic process tends to be one of pain, misery, social isolation, and familial abuse. It's undeniable that all of these things can be found in pretty much all industries, and notably the video games industry at this very moment, although these games seem to go a step further in that regard, tying the pain of creation very specifically to the quality of the work that is produced in the midst of that suffering. Artistic expression demands sacrifice of one kind or another in these games, which honestly feels less like an exploration of a warped psychology and a lot more like a justification of it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, there's plenty more where that came from. So, after arriving at the spooky lighthouse and settling in for our solitary writer's retreat, we dive into the first game proper. Put simply, the plot of Layers of Fear 1 follows the painter, a man returning to his old home in order to finally complete his masterpiece, all while exploring the impossible and ever-shifting geometry of this otherworldly house and uncovering the tragedies and domestic tensions that destroyed his family. Through this journey, we uncover the terrible accident that scarred his wife and robbed her of her musical passion, the painter's own single-minded focus on his artistic legacy at the expense of all else, and the effect that all this trauma had on the couple's young daughter. Ultimately, the house is a site of familial abuse and generational trauma, scarred by a fiery accident and parental neglect, where the mental anguish that has been experienced here is reflected back at us in the environment, which probably sounds pretty familiar at this point. In fact, the parallels are sometimes so on the nose that it can get a little silly, to be honest. But so far, so what? Of course that's what these games are like. It's psychological horror, right? Well, no, not really. What quickly becomes apparent is that while the game is clearly inspired by some of the more influential horror games, it isn't quite able to match up to any of them in terms of its execution. It's basically PT, a few splashes of every single Silent Hill game ever made, and Amnesia: The Dark Descent with its sprinkling of Lovecraft, all mixed up in a bowl with, oh, I don't know, The Picture of Dorian Gray. That one's just a guess though, you know. Sadly, while it clearly models itself on the heights of psychological horror, it simply lacks the craft and subtlety required for such an undertaking. I think of how James's alcoholism is hinted at in Silent Hill 2 with an easily missable piece of text when examining some bottles in Heaven's Night, compared to here where we take precisely 2 steps into the first room and immediately pick up an empty bottle of whiskey, just one of literally dozens that litter the house. Suffice it to say that your brain is not exactly required for this journey, and without that sense of participation participation in the themes of this game, it really just leaves the experience feeling hollow and disconnected from the very start. And so we move slowly from room to room, reading notes and examining items with very little in the way of an atmosphere and even less in the way of scares. Not that the game is ever shy of just screaming at you or jumping out from behind a corner and saying boo. Sadly, if you don't consider either of those things to be particularly scary, then this really isn't the game for you. Much like the games it is inspired by, Layers of Fear also tries to tackle some pretty heavy topics and is sadly equally ill-equipped to do so. Without a sensitive approach, handling these subjects can often feel heavy-handed and exploitative rather than sympathetic or even just genuinely upsetting in a horror context. Unfortunately, this is an issue that will continue to be a problem with Bloober's games. Just as with The Empty Bottle, it can be very hard not to scoff at certain moments, and this obviously isn't the intended reaction, nor should it be the reaction of any audience to a story about self-destructive obsession and domestic violence. None of this is helped by an inconsistent tone and anachronistic language that hurt any sense of believability that might otherwise have helped soften some of the rougher edges and often leave you simply confused and not in a good way. Honestly, Bloober Team games can all be a little confusing for a number of reasons, in part because of the writing, but also because of the gameplay at times. The Layers of Fear games in particular have a tendency to simply lead you onward into a dead end and then just open up a new path somewhere behind you. This is on purpose and obviously part of the team's desire to create a sense of being trapped in this impossible maze, but in practice it just means constantly walking into locked doors and then shrugging before turning around and stumbling back the way you just came. This is also an issue that chafes with the way the game handles its multiple endings. These pathways and choices can honestly be very hard to spot or differentiate from each other, and so often you'll find yourself in the middle of trying to solve a puzzle and just stumble onto a different path and then realise 20 minutes later that you never did solve that puzzle and you're never going to see it again. It's a game of constant stops and starts, which I guess fits with the primary focus of the game, which actually isn't horror at all, but is instead looking at a bunch of endlessly looping hallways, which is going to become something of a theme in this video. And it goes far beyond mere environmental design. We endlessly loop, not only in a gameplay sense, but in a narrative sense too. You may well have already heard a lot about the so-called loop theory in regards to Bloober's Silent Hill 2 remake, a theory that was already being posited before the game even released. But this obsession with Mobius strip narratives dates all the way back to 2016 and is in fact no doubt just a resurfacing of the old fan theory tied to the original Silent Hill 2. A perfect narrative Ouroboros of regurgitation. A looping house. Family troubles. The domestic invaded by horror. The domestic invaded by horror. It's like a record that keeps skipping and skipping and skipping and skipping. What little almost interesting imagery exists within the game is instantly interrupted by jump scares. Some of the spooky painting effects are well executed, if not in any way scary, of course. One point that stands out is a moment where a swarm of rats surges around us, clearly running from something, leaving the question in our mind of just what it is that would make these creatures flee like this, only to be immediately undercut when we see a scary man with a knife drawn in crayon that looks completely ridiculous. The house itself comes to serve as quite an effective metaphor for the game at large. A cheap house of horrors that garbs itself with the art of masters long gone in the hopes that it might yet bask in some of their reflected glory. Public domain art and classical music is used liberally by Bloober in what I can only assume is an attempt to add a little class to the proceedings, like a man on the train who hides his Tom Clancy book inside a Dostoevsky dust cover. As I say, the heart of the story of this game revolves around the painter seeking to complete his magnum opus, and as such we wander the serpentine halls collecting materials with which to do so. Canvas, brush, undercoat and paint, all of which are suggested to in fact be pieces of his now deceased wife. Skin, hair and blood fashioned into a grotesque recreation of his now lost love. Again, I'm sure you can already see where I'm going with this. The parallels with James and Mary and James and Maria are pretty obvious here, but I will say the game overall seems to have far less sympathy for both characters. Although I do feel that out of the two, the wife is certainly portrayed as somehow more villainous. Despite being rendered disabled by a fire, this is largely used as a catalyst to expose her mental instability and to present her physical disfiguration as a signifier of her spiritual wickedness. I know that without playing this game for yourself, it might be hard to appreciate the tone of all this material, but honestly it just feels like an unreasonable amount of time is given to notes detailing how the painter is more of a victim of his wife's life-changing disability than she is, and how inconvenient her mental health issues are to his artistic process. It's basically just suffering artist shite, and it it really does make you wonder just why we're being asked to view being rendered disabled by a fire that leaves you unable to continue your successful and fulfilling music career and being an abusive arsehole as like two sides of the same coin. And if anything, she needs to understand how much I've been put out by all this her being maimed business. And if you think I'm being unfair to the story here, just wait, because it gets worse. Put frankly, it's not a moral quandary if one side is clearly in the wrong, and it's not an exploration of abuse if all you do is make excuses for the perpetrator and shit all over the victim. Through the lens of Silent Hill 2, it feels like the writer is trying to emulate the complexity of James and Mary's relationship and the effect her terminal illness had on both of them, but in a far less understanding context. The strain of dealing with her inevitable decline towards death, bringing out the worst in both James and Mary, makes complete sense. Whereas in this case, the wife just needs the painter to support her, and he simply will not do that. And this is presented as somehow an understandable position for some reason. I should stress at this point I'm referring to the wife simply as the wife, because that is literally the only name she is given. A hilarious and, I suspect, unintentionally perfect display of how little she means as a person to this story.
Homer, I'm not sure it's wise to go out right now. I was thinking of a quiet evening at home with the, wife. Oh, I get it. You're worried about those mobsters, aren't you? No, I truly do want to stay home with the wife.
The painter, like virtually all the characters in this game, is also far too exaggerated to ever feel real. While the characters in Silent Hill 2 are presented in a stylised fashion to go along with that game's Lynchian atmosphere, I feel that the sensitivity with which it approaches their respective traumas does a lot to ground them and make them feel real despite the hyper-reality of their surroundings. In many ways, I actually think the surreal can speak to the truth much more clearly than stark realism can, and yet neither is achieved here. We come to the end and find that essentially the best ending we can receive involves embracing selfishness and ignoring the suffering we have and will continue to cause to our family. An endorsement of the great art requires being an insufferable cunt lie told invariably by insufferable cunts. Now, obviously, David Lynch has already been mentioned a number of times in this video, and I think he stands as a perfect counterpoint to this bizarre notion. So, especially in light of his tragic passing at the beginning of the year, I'd like to explore this idea with a quote from him. People might bring up Vincent van Gogh as an example of a painter who did great work in spite of, or because of, his suffering. I like to think that Van Gogh would have been even more prolific and even greater if he wasn't so restricted by the things tormenting him. I don't think it was pain that made him so great. I think his painting brought him whatever happiness he had. David encouraged us to look at the donut and not the hole, and in the spirit of that sentiment, I'd just like to say how genuinely wonderful it was to see such a universal outpouring of love for someone. His death was not only tragic because we lost someone who made some of the greatest pieces of art ever put to film, but also because he managed to do all of that without ever losing sight of the humanity in every person he encountered along the way. I know Bloober Team couldn't have foreseen this, but playing a game like this, at a time like this, just made this sort of nonsense all the more offensive to me. Don't let anyone convince you that bad behaviour is just part of the creative process. We all get flustered and frustrated, and we're all capable of being short with people when things aren't going how we need them to, especially, I imagine, on a big project like a movie, but that doesn't excuse patterns of abusive behaviour. So yeah, don't be like Bloober, be like Dave.
Would you like some pie?
Massive quantities and a glass of water, sweetheart. My socks are on fire.
Honestly, I'm a little unsure exactly how to sum this game up. It really is just quite an odd feeling game to play, and while I would chalk that up at least somewhat to this being Bloober's first game of this kind, I do need to stress that this is of course their 2023 remaster, so it could be a little of both of those things sort of colliding in an odd way. Regardless, none of its narrative themes or scares feel organically introduced, and much of its runtime is spent feeling lost and confused, but never in an engaging way. Sadly, the DLC expansions seek only to compound the base game's issues by essentially taking all of the worst implications of the plot and simply doubling down on them, while honestly layering in even more direct liftings from the Silent Hill series. The two new stories follow the painter's daughter and wife respectively, and delve into the effect that his abuse had on both of them. This is explored initially with a retelling of the Big Bad Wolf story, which features the wolf as the hero and the little girl as the villain, and goes on to essentially explain that escaping the traumas of one's childhood is simply beyond us. The painter's daughter even goes so far as to make a number of excuses for his behaviour over the course of the the game, even as we experience abstracted versions of the abuse he inflicted upon her firsthand. Now, don't get me wrong, this is not actually an unrealistic portrayal of abuse victims, but when tied into what the rest of the game says, it comes across far less as some sort of nuanced exploration of the self-policing effect abusers can impart onto their victims, and far more as simply an endorsement of that abuse. And for the avoidance of any doubt, this time through with the 2023 re-release, Bloober helpfully included a character literally called The Writer, who explicitly tells us that this is indeed the correct interpretation of the events of the game. Pretty bold, I'm sure you'll agree. See, I told you it got worse. It always gets worse. The wife is once again portrayed as an unhinged monster who ultimately goes insane from being disabled and takes her own life, or finally accepts that she is a useless burden to everyone around her, and then the game ends. The daughter's endings are arguably even worse, as we are presented with the choices to either quite rightly reject the notion that your abusive father painting a nice picture of you makes up for an annihilated childhood, which naturally sees you rewarded for finally standing up for yourself by immediately accidentally burning yourself to death in an obvious attempt to suggest that holding on to resentment for your abuser is somehow worse and more destructive than that abuse itself was. Embrace the curse of hereditary madness and become an insane monster like he was, or of course you can absolve him entirely of his sins, forgive him his trespasses, and then also become an insane monster like he was. Simply put, at almost every turn, this game utterly defies seemingly any kind of unified critical reading of its narrative, with the admittedly genius trick of being utterly fucking incomprehensible. The best it is ever able to achieve in eliciting an emotional response is giving us representations of child abuse, disability, and mental health issues so stultifyingly irresponsible that we can't help but cry out at the screen in abject horror. Not exactly the kind of cries of terror this game was hoping to inspire, I'm sure, but there we are. The first-person, horror-themed wander-abouter is not exactly a small genre anymore, with a number of high-profile releases from indies all the way up to AAA releases. One of the more recent examples of a similar game that comes to mind would be something like Still Wakes the Deep, which, yes, is similarly simplistic in its design, but it makes up for that by having a compelling premise. What if The Thing, but on a 1970s North Sea oil rig? And then filling that story with grounded, funny, believable characters.
Remember, Jesus loves you, Kaz. Everyone else thinks you're a god now.
Right, pal.
Sadly, Layers of Fear has none of those things, and I ultimately spent the entire game waiting for the now legendary Germa baby bounce bit to happen, only to find that the absolute cowards had removed it for this updated version.
This is supposed to be a scary game. Is that gonna happen again? I swear to God if that happens again. Oh my God, hold on a second, hold on. It's gonna happen again. I can't take it. It was even better the second time. How did I do that again? No shit, go back, I wanna do it again. I think I'm gonna die on camera. I think I'm gonna die on camera. I can't even fucking think. I gotta get like 5 to come out at the same time. I feel like the asset is loading right here. You know what I mean? I can't even fucking imagine why you would have to do this. I can't even process why you would have that.
In summary, Layers of Fear is an entirely one-note experience which, put frankly, simply isn't scary. It relies almost entirely on imagery and themes lifted from other, considerably more accomplished games, and fails to utilise them in fresh, interesting, or compelling ways. And with its DLC epilogues, its already somewhat questionable depictions of mental illness are catapulted into truly outrageous levels of tactless boneheadedness in precisely the same way we are going to see Bloober Team replicate again and again throughout their upcoming work. Back in the lighthouse, we once again fall into the role of the writer, and we learn that over the years, as her career has failed to truly take off, she has herself now chanced to encounter, and of course do a deal with, the Rat Queen, a character only really hinted at in Layers of Fear 1, but who becomes far more prominent in its sequel. The writer has been blessed with creativity, but now the Rat Queen has come to collect on the debt owed for such good fortune. The writer's own son is now seemingly taken in exchange, and she vows to undo the pact, free her son, and finally put an end to the Rat Queen's predatory machinations. And so we return to the typewriter, and Layers of Fear 2 begins. This time we take on the role of the actor, a less well-defined and far more mysterious character than the painter, but we'll get to that. We awake in the dilapidated halls of a cruise ship, which will serve both as a glimpse of the actor's childhood as well as a representation of the film set we are due to start working on. It doesn't take long for us to encounter the Rat Queen, in person this time, and she once again draws our attention to the loop we have fallen into. Again, this will manifest in both the literal looping of the environment as well as the narrative. We will be faced with a number of choices over the course of this game, and it would seem that this is not the first time we have failed to choose wisely, finding ourselves trapped once again in the Rat Queen's psychological maze, being endlessly tormented until we finally understand why it is we are here. A feeling I'm beginning to relate to, actually. Again, the horror of the game is entirely undercut by its presentation and complete reliance on jump scares over any kind of atmospheric or psychological component. Although I will say one shining light this time through was the inclusion of Tony Todd in the voice cast, so there was that at least.
I'll see you soon.
Ultimately, the endless looping has already come to feel less like something we the players are forced to contend with and more something that Bloober themselves have found themselves creatively trapped within. This time through, the largely thoughtless inclusion of public domain artworks has been replaced with the largely thoughtless wholesale copying of certain movie scenes and designs that really add nothing and again feel like little more than vague gesturing towards a more established art form in a sort of half-embarrassed attempt to compensate for video games' imagined lack of legitimacy. And I really cannot stress enough the almost random nature of these movie references. They range from the period-appropriate Wizard of Oz to the wildly out-of-place Dogville, The Shining, and Seven references. The last of which is, and I am not making this up, an uninterrupted 20 to 30 minute section in which we explore shameless recreations of literally every single murder scene from that movie. It is an utterly baffling experience, and I still can't quite believe that it's in here. There is also a reference to either the Aphex Twin Rubber Johnny music video or perhaps maybe Big Brain from the Hills Have Eyes remake. I genuinely can't tell which would be more nonsensical and inappropriate, honestly. Either way, the creature appears to be some sort of representation of the actor's war-wounded father, which again only serves to reinforce the game's negative attitudes towards the mentally ill and disabled, which ironically feel perfectly in line with those that did indeed destroy the lives of many real injured World War I soldiers. So I guess Bloober were just going for historical accuracy, right? Our father's fractured psyche is used once again as something of an explanation as to why we ourselves are experiencing the horrors we must now endure, as it would seem that we have somehow inherited his insanity, leaving both games to essentially argue that it is irresponsible to have children if you are mentally ill, as they are destined to be subjected to the same suffering as you, despite these particular traumas explicitly having their roots in the trenches of World War I. It becomes increasingly clear that the irony is entirely lost on Bloober, that perhaps if mental illness were not so stigmatised as it is being here, then this suffering would be lessened substantially and the afflicted would stand a much better chance of healing, and indeed any risk they might present to their own children would likewise be reduced. Gameplay-wise, little has changed, although I certainly experienced a lot more bugged puzzles this time through, and the inclusion of more instant-fail pseudo-stealth sections did a lot to diminish what little tension might otherwise have emerged. I'd go so far as to say that even more imagery has been lifted from the Silent Hill games this time through. We have red squares, bloody sheets, fleshy rooms, and mannequins. The protagonist's name is also James, but I'll have more to say on that in a moment. Again, I say all of this not to imply that being inspired by Silent Hill, or indeed anything else for that matter, is inherently bad in any way. It is simply the manner in which that inspiration manifests within the game that I have an issue with. While Silent Hill was able to synthesize its inspirations into something new, sometimes even taking whole scenes but recontextualizing them and using that iconography to explore similar themes and topics in its own way, here Bloober Team seems to simply drop scenes from already existing media into the game and then just call it a day, which only leaves the entire experience feeling disjointed and lacking in any real intentionality. It all starts to engender a lack of trust and creates an air of skepticism in the player, which honestly just becomes the death of any possible engagement with these games. Once again though, the worst aspects of this game are expressed through its story. We learn over the course of the game that as a child, James and his sister Lily stowed away aboard an ocean liner to escape from their troubled upbringing. Trying to remain hidden throughout the journey, the two were forced to steal food and sleep in whatever secluded spots they could find, with the older and more resilient Lily being able to protect James in part through elaborate make-believe games they would escape into. These games appear to have taken on a less innocent tone, however, after Lily received a head injury, following which she seemed to inhabit her role as a pirate captain a bit too completely. It doesn't take long for the two to become unnoticed, however, forcing them deeper into the bowels of the ship and leaving them far less able to secure food and other supplies, with Lily venturing out on so-called pirate raids to secure what they need, leaving James alone in the safety of their hideout. During one such excursion, Lily is caught and assaulted in some fashion. While never confirmed, it is implied that she has been sexually abused in some way, and this is the point at which the Rat Queen emerges. Now, as I've said, Bloober stories aren't always the easiest to discern, and they often contain large amounts of extraneous, unnecessary detail which kinda just goes nowhere, but it appears that the Rat Queen reaches out to Lily and, as usual, begins to foster her creative abilities, her innate talent when it comes to playing different roles, in other words, to act. Essentially, the fact that she was assaulted has allowed a demonic entity to take root inside her mind and enhanced her ability to pretend to be something she isn't. An old-school representation of mental illness, if we're being generous. However, a fire soon breaks out on board the ship and Lily is killed while saving James. And what comes next is where things get a little strange. The implication is that the connection between James and Lily is so strong that when combined with the Rat Queen's desire not to let go of Lily, this all results in Lily's soul being preserved and then passed into James. Thus, they become two people trying to inhabit the same body. The choices the game confronts us with this time are essentially choices between who we wish to be. Will we remain as James, or fully transform into a resurrected Lily? Now, I don't think it takes too much to see the very obvious parallels within this story to the real-world experiences of transgender people. However, when packaged up with all the notions and implications that this story inevitably bundles in with the subject, it also doesn't take too much to, yet again, start seeing some very unfortunate implications. And yes, I'm being very generous there. When viewed through the lens of a story about the silver screen, the acting profession, mental illness, childhood trauma, sexual abuse, and demonic possession, the suggestion becomes quite unsettling. The narrative is essentially pathologizing trans people as being mentally unstable actors, deceiving others, and hiding behind make-believe masks of comforting fiction to protect their shattered minds from the hideous truth. A frighteningly similar perspective to several real-life murderers. And with the Rat Queen thrown into the mix, we are essentially being told that the abuse Lily suffered broke her mind, allowed a demon to take control of her, and that the act of James absorbing her female soul and thus beginning to question his own gender is explicitly the act of a demon attempting possession of your body. Throughout the game, we see artists struggling with their roles, becoming too absorbed in fiction and losing their grip on reality, having to fight off the feeling that they are mere imposters in a field of real actors, something they will never be. This naturally does very little to dampen these accusatory implications. As I say, the name James might be read as a reference to Silent Hill's protagonist, but I do think it bears mentioning that James and Lily are also the names of Harry Potter's parents, which, if deliberate, is just another nail in the coffin, really, isn't it? Maybe I'm just shooting at shadows here, but if that is supposed to be a tip of the hat to the Lady of the Mold, I almost feel like I might as well just stop here, you know? I guess what I mistook for references to Resident Evil 7 were actually just references to J.K. Rowling after all. Now, as you can probably tell, I am a little hesitant to outright accuse the writers of intending this reading of the story, in part because I genuinely wondered while playing this just how much they truly understood of any of what they have put into these games. I'm torn because for me the "they're not evil, just dumb" excuse feels too much like a convenient get out of jail free card here, and put simply, I just do not know how else to look at this game. I cannot believe that these subjects, characters and plot elements were chosen without any consideration of what they mean, and the entirely abominable picture they end up painting. Couple this with the general disregard for how their messaging towards the mentally ill might fall on those who actually suffer from those conditions, and I find my generosity towards Bloober Team already flagging significantly. And sadly, this isn't going to change anytime soon. So maybe now you're getting a bit more of an idea why so many of us were not exactly excited about this remake. The loop ending of this game essentially is not an ending, and it simply concludes with the game just stopping. It also only comes about if you pick an equal number of male-coded choices and female-coded choices, so I guess it's technically the reinforcing the gender binary ending. The other endings are no less unsatisfying, even if they do feature slightly more of an actual narrative, with James or Lily fully manifesting and seemingly continuing their acting career, and then getting attacked by a haunted crate or something. Ultimately, these endings do very little to shed any light at all on what the events of the game are supposed to represent, and while it would appear that settling on a single identity rather than living between two leads to a good outcome, that is completely undercut by the fact that both James and Lily are then immediately punished for this choice. Really, the only interpretation that you can take from all of this is that transitioning your gender is an unholy act of demonic resurrection, and somehow that is supposed to be a bad thing. With that, we return to the writer back at the lighthouse, where she attempts to destroy the Rat Queen and free all of those lost souls who have been claimed by her over the years, and promptly fails, and the Rat Queen wins, and that's that. And I have no idea why I wasted several hours playing these games. Honestly, they should make the protagonist of the third game the content creator and have them haunted by an endlessly looping algorithm that can never be placated. All this random imagery and hopelessness might at least feel appropriate in that context. And so that's where we leave it. The Rat Queen is an ephemeral muse, giving inspiration to artists, promising them a legacy and even immortality through their art. Then she makes them go mad and be horrible. Her promises are, of course, always a deception, and the price paid in return for them is invariably more than anyone could have ever reasonably bargained for. Ultimately, if you even try and fight her, you will simply always lose. Okay, fine. Thank you for that. In the end, it all just sounds like more of a justification for bad behaviour within the creative industries and a soapbox from which to condemn transgender people and the mentally ill. Also, why anyone would ever trust this goofy-looking motherfucker who is literally called the Rat Queen is absolutely fucking beyond me. But hey, I guess that's the tragic allure of fame. Am I right, guys? Yeah. Makes you think, right? There is a DLC for Layers of Fear 2, actually, which centres around a movie director, and I honestly couldn't tell you a thing that happens in it. I didn't even take any notes while playing it, so I give it an 8 out of 10. Completely forgettable, and therefore the best Bloober Team game so far. For the next outing, Bloober Team would tackle things a little differently, taking us from the recent past to the distant future, as we step into the shoes of Blade Runner's own Rutger Hauer, who stars as a Polish police officer who specialises in transhumanistic cyber interrogation in a bleak post-plague, post-war 2084. We start the game with an ominous text crawl and a glimpse at the crunchy analog technology of this rain-soaked, depressing future. So far, so Blade Runner, really. Unfortunately, Bloober once again finds it hard to escape the shadow of its influences, and that of course isn't helped by the inclusion of Roy Batty himself, who strangely appears to be an entirely different age every time we see him in this intro sequence. Oh, but what about the gameplay? I hear you cry, in a voice that frankly has become oh so typical of you. Well, we explore a series of apartment buildings hoping to find our missing son, as the line between what is real and what is a technologically induced nightmare begins to frightfully blur. Sadly, along with the same confused level design, we also inherit the already tired reliance on obnoxious jump scares that has plagued every Bloober effort so far. I cannot overstate just how much these failed to elicit even the slightest response from me, and only served to try my patience every time they appeared. But you know, I guess that's just what I get for being such a double-R bastard all the time.
I hate rich people!
Something that also doesn't help is the inconsistent sound mixing at times. Sometimes too quiet, sometimes too loud, sometimes a strange mixture of the two in quick succession. It's just a failure of presentation at almost every avenue, honestly, despite how good Bloober generally are at creating high-fidelity environments. We very quickly get a 1984 name drop, of course. We will eventually meet a strangely seductive woman who isn't real named Maria, and visually a lot of the environments and even the implants and villains actually reminded me of the Condemned series, aside from all the other obvious influences on display here. I don't really have anything to say about that, but, you know, shout out the Condemned series, I guess. It's quite obvious that this game takes a lot of inspiration from the cyberpunk genre, and, of course, the history of Poland itself. Here we encounter essentially a Soviet police state crossed with a sci-fi dystopia, complete with all the associated criticisms of rampant corporate control. The people of this dreary future find their thoughts and emotions flattened, just as their physical forms are haphazardly reconstructed to mould them into that which is required for the corporation's welfare rather than their own. The people here have been reduced to batteries that power the machine and nothing more. As we hunt for our missing son Adam, we are confronted by notions of how religion interacts with technology and spirituality's place in a rapidly advancing world. Could a true artificial intelligence ever be comparable to a living, breathing person? Nothing new, of course, but more than we've come to expect from Bloober. Eventually, after a number of treks through these dingy, trash-strewn halls, we discover the strange truth about our son. He is dead, and yet, somehow, alive. Having created a perfect digital copy of himself, Adam then tried to destroy it to prevent it from getting loose. The construct won out, however, killing the biological Adam, and now remains as the only remnant of our own sun. Powerful corporations will seek to shackle, control, or even destroy this one-of-a-kind creation, and so this digital Adam, with every thought, memory, and impulse of our own sun, now asks us, its father, to help it escape into the wider web, where it will be able to disguise itself amongst the infinitely swirling data of a chaotic internet. When faced with a parental dilemma, would you treat your child the same as an exact copy of your child? It might be an interesting thing to consider, but sadly the game undermines its own most interesting point by trying too hard to be a horror game for some reason, ultimately confirming for us that Digital Adam is for a fact not a copy of the real thing and has simply coldly and maliciously manipulated us the entire time, thus simply giving us the old Bloober classic of two bad endings, one where you kill yourself and one where you get killed by someone else. While I didn't particularly enjoy this game any more than the rest, I can understand why this game has a much better reputation than the rest of Bloober's catalogue. It does at least gesture a little more convincingly towards the deeper themes its genre is known for, but I can't pretend it isn't still a very shallow experience, marred by the repetitive gameplay and a reliance on jumping out at you and going boo. And speaking of jumping out at someone and going boo, Bloober's Blair Witch game is an incredibly strange experience. Again, we are immediately bombarded by its fairly obvious influences. Our main character is essentially wearing James Sunderland's jacket, of course, and it becomes incredibly clear the influence that Campo Santo's Firewatch had on this game, with the handheld radio being the key point of narrative interaction, except that this time the emotional and vaguely romantic interactions have been separated out onto a mobile phone instead. The gameplay itself mainly revolves around walking about a series of, you guessed it, looping hallways, only this time most of them have been prettied up a bit with some nice trees for us to look at as we go. We're getting closer and closer to Silent Hill each day, it would seem. We begin this game clearly carrying a lot of past baggage, though just how much is yet to be revealed. The reason we strike out into the woods is simple. A young boy has gone missing and a search party has been organised. While not attached in any official capacity, we are clearly well known to the sheriff, and despite his insistence that we shouldn't get involved for unspoken backstory plot reasons, we contend that the presence of our well-trained sniffer dog could prove invaluable. And so we step into the Blair Witch's domain in the hopes that we might rescue this poor young soul and perhaps even save our own in the process. This of course equates to yet more seemingly aimless wandering and a lot more getting lost. Only this time we now have on-screen text laboriously explaining every puzzle mechanic to us, so even the vaguest sense of mystery is removed. Once again, Bloober's anachronisms creep in, leaving the time period simply making no sense from the get-go. The entire opening gives the look and feel of the 1970s, and yet it in fact takes place only a few years after the first movie in the 1990s. As I say, cell phones are an incredibly prominent plot element here, so this can't be accidental. Indeed, it does feel a lot more intentional this time, although I would be lying if I said it made any more sense by the end. But we'll get to that. Thankfully, this game does introduce Bloober Team's most well-rounded, likeable, and fleshed-out character to date. By which, of course, I mean a literal dog. He's a bit janky, doesn't really know what he's doing half the time or why he's doing it, and basically just zooms around the place without even the threat of a single thought entering his entirely empty head. So, an incredibly realistic depiction of a dog, essentially. As we continue on through these haunted woods, we begin to discover more and more about our main character, Ellis, and the many, many traumas that have ravaged his life so far, which honestly just doesn't really feel all that at home in a Blair Witch game. Instead, it feels like, yet again, Bloober have become so blinded by their need to remake Silent Hill 2 endlessly that they just couldn't see the Burkittsville woods for the ominously twisting trees. While Silent Hill might indeed be a place for the weak and the wounded to find themselves purgatorially trapped in a cycle of crippling guilt and defiant rebirth, the Blair Witch Project never included such illusions and was far more about the tragedy of innocent kids unknowingly trespassing and offending a power they could not possibly hope to understand or indeed escape. And so, rather than the Blair Witch film being the cinematic touchstone for this game, it feels far more like a reworking of Jacob's Ladder instead, with Ellis's war-induced PTSD being a key part of his psychological issues, which itself is then sadly rendered down into what we've all come to expect from these sort of narratives. When I killed all those innocent foreigners, actually I was the real victim. Sure, they might have died, but I have to feel really sad about killing them. So who really killed who if you think about it? It's just rotten fucking stuff, basically. These past traumas also rapidly stack up and dovetail to a frankly comical degree, robbing even the slightest bit of impact they might have had, or even just any basic believability. We learn that not only was Ellis generally traumatized by war, he also led his men into an ambush and is now endlessly haunted by the names of each man killed. He also accidentally, violently stabbed a young woman to death in her own home, and then also came back from the war, became a police officer, and Ben Shapiro's true allegiance to a young kid in a police shooting. Oh, and did I mention that he also got lost in these woods as a kid back in the 70s, and maybe had some kind of encounter with the Blair Witch, and maybe was sort of cursed or something, and maybe that's why the Iraq War happened or something. And I guess it's not actually his fault then that police officers just love shooting black children so much, and maybe this is actually why the opening made everything look like it was set in the 1970s, but only for literally 10 seconds, because Ellis went missing in the 70s. And can you see what I mean about Bloober games being an absolute pain in the arse to follow? The military ambush plot ultimately ends up not even making any literal sense, as we learn that Ellis was a private, but then is also essentially portrayed as an officer, but just for this ambush section. Later, he even has to confess to leading his men, as if this were a secret and his superiors don't know who they have promoted to such positions, thus basically implying that a number of superior officers allowed themselves to be ordered into an ambush by a private. Now look, I'm sorry to be sounding like fucking CinemaSins or something here, and I know this is kind of just nitpicking at this point, but it's so superficially nonsensical, it requires no thought at all to notice these issues, and even while having bombs dropped on me and being hunted through the woods at night by evil tree monsters, all I could think about was how little sense everything was making. I was reminded of that old Roger Ebert quote about how, is something really a plot hole if you only realise it on the car ride home? If it didn't interrupt the story, then does it really matter? And I tend to completely agree with that. Here though, it's like seeing the story actually fall apart in real time. It's almost enough to make me wonder if we are supposed to assume that this is all bullshit and Ellis is simply making up all of his backstory in an Owl Creek Bridge, Silent Hill 1, bad ending, it was all a dying man's dream sort of way. The police shooting scene is similarly atrocious, but for far more serious reasons. The gun visibly simply goes off in Ellis's hand as he flinches away from it, scared and shocked as if he is the real victim in all this. Again, you might argue that this is just some sort of twisted, self-aggrandizing perception that Ellis himself is imposing on the situation in hindsight, but as I say, the game actually goes so far as to suggest that Ellis has already been touched by darkness as a child at this point, and that essentially he literally did not pull the trigger, the Blair Witch did. I couldn't help but think of that Christian anti-drugs pamphlet with the guy injecting heroin into Jesus' arm, but like in reverse. It's like, Jesus, please, stop injecting heroin into me. The same is essentially true for the game's treatment of Ellis's murder of a civilian in the Middle East. It's told in the most generous way possible to absolve Ellis of all guilt and to shift the tragedy of this woman's death to somehow suggest we should feel sorry for Ellis instead. The forest is frequently overlaid with scenes from the Middle East here as if to drive home a supposed connection between the two. We were traumatized as a child, and also in the war, and also when we shot some kid who was robbing a liquor store. Just trope upon trope, loop upon loop. The nightmare never ends. Are we the missing child? Is this the 1970s? Was it all just a dream? Did the Blair Witch do 9/11? I'm reminded of what Noah Caldwell-Gervais had to say about this tangle of narrative threads in his own video on this game. There is a difference between red herrings and dead herrings. Oh, also we spend the game collecting these strange, out-of-place, cryptic Polaroids, and I'll ask you to put a pin in that because this is going to be important for later. Also, these Polaroids are notable for another reason, in that they are something else that yet again detracts from the atmosphere of a Bloober game, as we quickly see that they all seem to bear very Polish names. It doesn't take long to realise that these are obviously developer names, and soon enough we even have pictures featuring the actual Bloober team logo in them, which just feels like such a strange choice for a genre that relies so heavily on atmosphere and a sense that we are here and we are in danger. Of course, these kinds of Easter eggs can be kind of cute at times, but there are dozens of these unmissable items scattered around, and they have the same damaging effect every time you find one. Oh, also, fun fact, collecting the collectibles in this game gives you the bad ending, so that's cool. And so we wander through the woods, encountering pieces of our past and disgruntled tree monsters, as we try desperately to locate the missing boy and identify the strange man who is now taunting us over the radio. We solve puzzles by use of a camcorder we find, which, yes, is one of the only links to the style of the movie, movie, but which honestly feels entirely pointless in-game. It actually feels a lot less like a movie reference and more like a mild rehash of Outlast, which did a much better job of making the camera an actual tool of survival and far more essential to the look and feel of that game. Instead, we essentially engage in some kind of literal movie magic to pull objects from the past into the present, suggesting perhaps more of a link between Ellis and the witch than we had understood up to this point. Is it magic, or are we losing our mind? That kind of thing. Some of these later sections do tend to drag on substantially and are comprised of little more than taping the left stick of your controller into the go forward position and basically just letting the game play itself, really. Also, there's a part here where the Blair Witch herself seems to talk to us and she says, yes, but it just sounds like, yes. And it just sounded incredibly funny to me. We finally make it to the infamous house where, naturally, the game becomes, that's right, another PT clone, with looping hallways and more not-Lisas juddering at us menacingly in the dark. Also, for some reason, it suddenly decides that why look at the whole screen when you can instead be in the pitch black and staring at only the farthest bottom right section of the screen for an hour. Utterly bizarre. Especially, like I say, when they could have just borrowed from Outlast just a tiny bit more than they already had and increased the screen size and slapped a night vision filter on it and let us actually experience some of the only good horror effects in the game. As we move through the house here at the end, we see the building begin to cycle through the centuries, degrading and healing endlessly in real time as we move through it, and it's probably the only decent thing in the game, honestly. Soon after, the Blair Witch herself finally makes her grand appearance, and honestly it wouldn't be a terrible piece of design if it wasn't just a direct repeat of a section from Layers of Fear 1 where we wrestle with the camera in order not to look at her. These frustrations and disappointments are then further compounded by yet more wholesale stealing from Resident Evil 7. Perhaps the most shameless we've seen so far, I think, barring of course the 30 entire minutes of the movie 7 that they copied for Layers of Fear 2, and no, I still have not gotten over that yet. We play through the staircase Mia scare again, travel through the Baker house again, and then drop down into the flooded basement again, just like Resi 7. As I was making my way through this section, I actually literally called aloud that the body would bubble up to the surface now. And it happened literally right as I said it. I think that laugh was probably the biggest reaction Bloober have gotten out of me so far. Sadly, that is just such a running theme in these games. They are populated entirely by scares that either don't scare, or worse, make you laugh. The endings, once again, amount to mental illness makes you an insane murderer, or kill yourself to relieve the world of the burden that is you. The badgering police sheriff and the other searchers who didn't believe in you because of your trauma and warned you not to enter the woods or have anything to do with the search effort all the way back at the beginning of the game were in fact entirely correct to berate you. You were nothing but an unhinged, deluded liability who directly killed at least one of them and potentially countless more depending on how far down the rabbit hole of time loops and delusion you want to go with this story. Essentially, we are trapped in a Blair Witch time loop and we ourselves are in fact the kidnapper and possibly also one of the kidnapped children and also the guy who rescues the kidnapped child and also a dead child and also we killed ourselves and then literally killed ourselves for a second time. And yeah, ultimately the entire game is left essentially incomprehensible at best and entirely reprehensible at worst. Despite its obvious influences, it has none of the intentionality of other surreal adventures like Twin Peaks or the Silent Hill series or indeed the Blair Witch Project. The moral of the story is that Ellis should have actually killed himself years prior before even meeting his faithful dog companion and deluding himself into believing that people can change or that mental illness can be overcome. Or, I guess, at least that he'd have been much happier if he simply didn't care about all the kids he killed.
Jesus Christ, Frank, you just killed a kid!
Ultimately, its moral repugnance aside, this is also just a terrible part of the Blair Witch series, which doesn't even really feel like it's trying all that hard to be a part of that series. It's just another slog through a largely uncompelling narrative with liberal helpings of Silent Hill 2 slopped on top. And honestly, by this point, I was getting really tired of this formula. Suffice it to say that playing these games often feels like trying to force a fart back up into your own arse by hand, and no, I'm not going to explain what I mean by that. Thankfully, this is actually the last of Bloober's first-person horror games, so at least we will be shaking things up for our next outing. Maybe the novelty of a new perspective will help get us through it. Besides, there's no way the next game could be more morally questionable than Blair Witch and Layers of Fear, right? Right?
You bitches! You bitches!
Before we get to the last service station on this road and finally piss out all these miles of Bloober diversions, I just thought I'd make a quick comment on the fact that while Bloober Team's own Silent Hill game would eventually be third person, we've now also seen an official entry in the series make the switch entirely to first person, and in a sense look and play a lot more like an original Bloober Team game than Bloober's own Silent Hill 2 remake does. With PT and Resident Evil in the mix, it really does feel like all these influences and cross-pollinations are getting a little confusing now, and even Bloober themselves have come full circle. I would have honestly quite liked to also quickly compare these first few games with the most recently released actual Silent Hill game, Silent Hill: The Short Message, as, like I say, it does share a number of similarities to these earlier Bloober Team games. Sadly, as I don't have access to a PS5, I am not currently able to play it. However, from a purely surface level analysis, I will say that The Short Message does have one thing that has so far completely eluded Bloober Team: an absolutely killer design for its stalker character, the so-called Sakura head, from Mr. Fucktoast himself, Masahiro Ito. Now, I will say I don't really think the in-game model quite captures the wonderful lighting of Ito's original drawing, but regardless, this still has infinitely more character than any of this tedious sludge, and that really does make a significant difference. But anyway, speaking of tedious sludge and poorly designed stalkers, the medium! Finally, at last, Bloober Team are ready to slip the surly bonds of the PT clone label and fully embrace their next project as the Silent Hill audition piece it really is. Complete with a version of tank controls, fixed camera angles, and basically their fanfic version of Heather. A headstrong young woman whose adoptive father has just died and who wears a red jumper instead of an orange one. Now that's what I call character design. Also, she is basically just modernised Claire Redfield from the Resident Evil 2 remake, crossed with modernised Lara Croft from the Tomb Raider remake. We really are going remake crazy this video, aren't we? Oh, also there's like a whole examining objects and finding the psychic echoes on them, which is also just lifted straight out of the recent Tomb Raider games as well, with a nice splash of the Monolith Middle-earth games thrown in on top for good measure. We start in a realm of nightmares and then awake into a world on a collision course with a painful truth. As we start this game, Marianne is preparing for the funeral of her only known relative, her adoptive father Jack. But these preparations are promptly interrupted, however, when she receives a phone call from a mysterious stranger telling her to make her way to the Neva Workers Resort, an abandoned communist-era holiday spa resort facility, to learn the truth of her past and the secret of her otherworldly powers. And after using those powers to send Jack's spirit peacefully to the other side, that's exactly what she does. As part of our introduction to Marianne, we see her childhood bedroom that bears more than a passing resemblance to a lesser zone, complete with countless pinned butterflies adorning its walls. We also learn that she was severely burned as a child and has psychic powers, which I'm sure is just a complete coincidence, right? We arrive at the Neva Resort and slowly make our way through the woods to the main entrance, where we soon realise that not all is as it might seem to be here. Not only was a so-called massacre the reason behind the site's initial abandonment, but even worse than that, the tank controls are tied only to the analog sticks and not the D-pad, possibly the scariest thing the player is forced to deal with in Bloober Team's entire back catalogue. It's here where what is perhaps the game's most notable feature begins to fully emerge. The much-touted dual worlds mechanic, which sees Marianne fracture herself off into separate physical and spiritual selves, and which magically causes the game's frame rate to drastically lower. Oh, also it helps her solve puzzles and continue the story too, I guess. Now, while Bloober taking ideas directly from Silent Hill, as they have done here with their desolate, abandoned landscape overlapped by a nightmare interpretation of the same location mechanic, is hardly anything to be surprised at this point, to be completely fair to them, this time it is actually a little different. Sadly, not because of any interesting spin on the concept, but purely because, for some reason, they decided to actually copyright this idea, despite it not being their own, and it having already been featured in multiple games, some of which are literally decades old at this point. It would honestly be pretty funny if it wasn't one of the most shameless moves in video game history, something that is never justified and can only seek to stifle the abilities of other developers to make the games they want to make. The other world here is little more than a paper-thin tracing of the Upside Down from Stranger Things, with the occasional plastering of the work of Zdzisław Beksiński carelessly slopped all over the top of it. We also see another nod to Heather here in the design of Marianne's spirit self, as she is light-haired and themed around a paler colour palette, whereas her real-world self is dark-haired and themed around a darker colour palette. So just a switching of Heather and her shadow self from Silent Hill 3. Easy, right? So far, so Bloober. But wait, there's more. don't forget, with the move to a third-person camera, we've got a whole new dimension to play with, and so many more games we can borrow from. As soon as we arrive at the resort, we get our first Last of Us dumpster puzzle, and believe me, this ain't gonna be the last time we see them in this video. Marianne quickly meets the spirit of a young girl, Sadness, who is highly reminiscent of a figure from a recurring nightmare that has plagued Marianne since childhood. A young girl is chased through the woods by a gun-wielding man before being cornered beside a lake and killed in cold blood. It seems that this really is the place where Marianne is going to unlock the secrets of her past, but as we can already tell from the dark reputation this place has attracted over the years, those secrets won't give themselves up without a fight. The truth is, this place is haunted by an untold number of dark spirits, both powerful and terrible, with none more dogged and persistent than the Maw, the messiest of bitches and this game's Mr. X or Pyramid Head. While on paper the inclusion of a pursuer enemy can be incredibly effective, sadly Bloober manages to break so many rules of horror in such quick succession when introducing this creature that the concept simply never recovers.
Shit. It's coming. What? What's coming? Come on. Come on, don't be an asshole. Hey, you need this! Just get me the fuck out of here!
Now that's how you introduce a pursuer. For starters, we are introduced to this shadowy, unfathomable spirit being by simply seeing its entire well-lit body a scant few feet away from us. And of course it doesn't help that the design is a little bit all over the place. Oh, and in part also directly lifted from someone else's game again. All in all, the Maw in this state is simply a terrible addition to this game, and another step towards what the Silent Hill 2 remake will eventually become. A hodgepodge of ideas and mechanics taken from the Resident Evil 2 remake and The Last of Us, tied together conceptually with a pale imitation of the psychoanalytic bent of Team Silent at their best. This botched intro, in which we actually immediately defeat this game's big bad, is followed by an equally baffling chase sequence that fails in so many ways I genuinely had to pause the game here, take a deep breath, and slowly ease my way back in, or else there was a real risk of me simply never picking it back up again. We are, of course, forced to enjoy another lovely instant fail Bloober special, where we die literally as soon as the cutscene stops, because not only do we have no indication that normal gameplay has resumed, but the run button takes quite a long time to kick in, even if we were already holding it down in preparation. And honestly, it actually gets worse from there. The analog stick tank controls and fixed camera angles combine, essentially as they always do, to create a kinesthetic disconnect, which inevitably leads to us running face first into a wall, or simply flying off in the wrong direction as soon as the camera angle changes. Precisely the kind of thing you cannot have happen in a section like this, that demands perfect execution or boots you back to a loading screen to start all over again. This sequence is clearly intended to instill panic in the player and create an association of dread in our minds whenever we think of the Maw, and yet the design flies entirely in the face of this because we simply cannot see past our frustration at the mechanical deficiencies on display. And as soon as our fear of in-game death melts away, we can only be annoyed at not only being unable to fight back, but not even being able to effectively run away either. Basically what I'm saying is Crash Bandicoot did this better back on the PS1. And this, sadly, is something that becomes a huge problem in all of Bloober's games. The enemies become annoying before they ever have a chance to become scary, and none of them have any design flair to offset this frustration. Too quickly they become little more than tedious roadblocks, and the game would honestly be instantly improved by simply removing them altogether. I'm reminded of a popular Soma mod that does just that, and strips out the classic frictional style pursuers to allow the player to actually take the time to soak in the atmosphere and enjoy that game's genuinely very unsettling themes without the potential frustration of dying over and over to something that, while yes, did look incredibly well designed the first 7 times you watched it disembowel you, now honestly just looks like a shambling time sink designed to waste my day and distract me from what I was really enjoying about the game. That mod started a conversation that brought so many like-minded people out of the woodwork, in fact, that the developers actually patched a safe mode into the game, making it an official addition to Soma. And honestly, good on them for that. Worst of all, as we flee from the Maw here, 3 paths are laid out before us, all of which clearly end in death. 2 dead ends and a deadly wall of pestilential insects that we already know will devour us any chance they get. Except, of course, for this single instance in which this actually is the way we need to go for some reason, and the game feels no need to explain why this time a wall of flesh-eating bugs is supposed to indicate the critical path forward. So, yet another brick wall for us to stupidly beat our head against, only to discover that the solution feels somehow worse than than failure did. Just a baffling moment of game design implosion that inevitably ruins any tension the game might have had. Thankfully, I suppose the game didn't have any anyway, so that's something for the developers to be perversely grateful for, I guess. To put it another way, there is a reason that Pyramid Head is introduced like this, and not like this.
Someone cooked here.
This aggravation of a starter is then, of course, followed by everyone's favourite main course, a mandatory stealth section. This really is one of the most incredible sequences in a game that I can remember. Just a complete, unbroken streak of one bad idea after another, all in service, allegedly, of building up the threat of the game's central evil, all of which instead does precisely the opposite. I'm not surprised to hear that people literally stopped playing here, because it really is all this game deserves. But no, we shall persevere. Lord knows this game gets so much worse than this. The other aspect to the more is, of course, its voice. Simply put, this thing literally never shuts the fuck up, which quickly makes it frustrating in a whole new way. This is easily one of Troy Baker's very worst voice performances, which sees him giving an entirely inappropriate characterization on top of making what ought to be a menacing, implacable pursuer instead an obnoxious, cringe-inducing mess of overwrought nonsense.
To meet you.
The obvious flamboyance of the performance can really only lead one to the conclusion that the more is Bloober Team's best go at gay representation, and when added to their awful trans allegory of before, once again it really doesn't paint a flattering picture of the writer's personal views. I've kind of shied away from saying this until now because, honestly, as I played through these games, I wasn't sure if it was a genuine problem with the games themselves or just me getting increasingly frustrated with them as I was playing them, but I really do think that some of Bloober Team's issues have only gotten worse as time has gone on. The medium is honestly so painful to play on a physical level. I'll try and insert some gameplay stuff here to hopefully get it across to you just how unpleasant an experience it is to simply play the game, horrendous narrative elements aside. I know footage can probably do little to translate the feeling, but struggling against the game feels like a complete trial and error minefield with seemingly no regard to readability or reliability of any kind. Adding the Moor into the mix is just pouring gasoline onto the fire. He even becomes invisible for huge stretches of the game later as well, if you thought things couldn't get any worse. From a mechanical standpoint, this prancing tit might as well be literally anything else. Thomas the Tank Engine could fill the role, and it would be about as compelling and unsettling. To be honest, actually, the inexplicable nature of that would actually be much scarier and would at least get you thinking more. Having just about managed to survive the Moor's unrelenting attack and avoid turning this game off altogether, Marianne makes for the entrance, ready to check out of the Neva resort and leave whatever secrets it still holds locked within its deadly halls. Instead, she decides at the last moment to stay in order to save the innocent spirit Sadness and not leave her at the mercy of such a place. Of course, naturally, all of this important character development is simply relayed to us in dialogue rather than shown to us in any way. It really wouldn't have taken much. We simply complete a puzzle, create an exit for ourselves, go to take it, and then Marianne hesitates. She turns back, wonders about Sadness, and then she turns away, choosing to remain rather than flee to safety. But why have that when you can just have someone awkwardly explain their innermost thoughts to an empty room and be done with it? It's these basic fundamentals that Bloober struggles with so often and that will turn an otherwise perfectly decent story into an unengaging, unaffecting slog. It was around this point actually that for the first time in these games I suddenly found myself saying, you know what, this song is actually pretty damn good, before immediately remembering that's because it was one of the handful of songs that Akira Yamaoka from the original Team Silent had contributed to the soundtrack. All I could do is laugh at that one, really. Along similar lines, I couldn't help but think of the rich history of a country like Poland and how much potential there is in a story from that perspective. From the Soviet era, the atrocities of World War II, Poland's truly horrifying relationship with Nazism, even to the modern day, then all the way back to the various commonwealths and republics of past centuries. There is clearly so much that could be put into a horror context and made into something truly remarkable, as well as the desire from within Bloober to do presumably just that. And yet, this is what we get instead. I do wonder if in their mad dash to chase market trends and create Konami audition pieces, Bloober Team forgot to develop even a pedestrian sense of actual artistic ambition. I don't know. And don't get me wrong, there are elements of it here and there, maybe glimpses that Bloober Team can and will improve over the coming years. The puzzles in the next area aren't mechanically the most interesting, but they carry with them themes of connecting with the past and with those who have been lost. We find these scattered spirits, and after countless decades we give them a face, a name, and something like peace, enough to finally set them free from the torment of their final moments. There are obvious historical parallels here to the untold numbers of people who were disappeared over the years of brutal Stalinist misrule, and then the Maw pops out at you and goes blah, and you just roll your eyes and move on. Anything that might otherwise be used for good is sadly always tainted in a Bloober game, and in a way that only makes them all the more disappointing, but also a perfect metaphor for humanity at large, I suppose. As we progress through the resort, we begin to uncover some of the stories that once played out in these strange halls, and as usual, it's all a bit of a mess, really. Basically, the manager here, Thomas, had a somewhat shady past which was once entwined with that of his old mentor, Richard, a famed painter of yesteryear who made a habit of taking advantage of young aspiring artists and stealing their ideas to prop up his own ailing career. Rather than follow in Richard's footsteps, however, Thomas struck out on his own, becoming instead an architect and starting a family, having since designed the Neva Resort and now residing there with his daughter Lillian. I have to admit, it is very strange to see Bloober's own incredibly dubious relationship with plagiarism explored in one of their own games. Essentially, the theft of other people's ideas is actually textual this time through, and in the very game that they sought to copyright someone else's idea. At some point over the years, as the old painter's health began to fail, he moved to the resort at Thomas's invitation, and then the massacre occurred. For some mysterious reason, the Maw was summoned into being here and began the process of worming its way into the minds of those who lived and worked here, turning their thoughts towards hatred and violence, even possessing them outright and committing a series of gruesome crimes. But the question remains, of course, just what brought the Maw here to Neva? And don't worry, because the answer to that is completely fucking insane. Next, we go all Blair Witch and actually even get the same dog again for a little bit. Shortly after, we meet Bill Clinton in a tent in the woods, and he basically talks nonsense and does absolutely nothing of any use. So, just like the real Bill Clinton, basically. Oh, also, fun new addition, in this section when the Maw chases after you, it literally blocks the camera, so you literally can't see what you're doing. It's genuinely impressive how they find new ways to make this thing worse by the minute.
Why don't you come down? Come on!
Hi, Georgie. You're gonna like it down here. They all flow down here.
And on the subject of the Maw, as I say, it doesn't take long for us to realise that this is the creature essentially responsible for the multitude of tragedies that have devastated Neva. But I feel there is a complete inconsistency of characterisation at the heart of the Maw, and it really gets in the way of trying to understand the mystery at the core of this game. The Maw is very much a creature of the shadows which fears the light. Okay, and we learn that it has disguised itself, hiding within people's inner dark to trick and lure and betray. Yeah, that makes sense. And yet, that doesn't quite feel consistent with the creature we were introduced to, does it? Is the Maw calculating and manipulative, or is it emotional, unhinged and mercurial? It just feels a little contradictory, and not in a good way. Maybe if we were given the impression that the Maw truly takes on aspects of those it possesses, or its contact with humans has somehow made it more unstable. I don't know. But honestly, for me, nothing works about this creature, so I'm not sure if anything would really save it at this point. As I say, the Maw also just never shuts the fuck up, and it just gets so cringy and obnoxious at times. It would be like if Pyramid Head were like this.
This is for Rachel, you big, fat, white, nasty, smelling, fat bitch. Why you took me off the motherfucking schedule with your trifling, dirty, white, racist ass, you big, fat bitch, oompa loompa body ass bitch. I'm coming up there and I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you, bitch. And don't even call the police today, because I'm gonna come up there unexpected and wait on your motherfucking ass, bitch. I'm coming to beat the fuck out of you, bitch. And I know you can hear me, ho.
Look, at the end of the day, no matter how much Bloober would like for the Maw to be their Pyramid Head, it just isn't going to happen. And the later titles in the Silent Hill series fell into this trap too. It's all just giving we've got Pyramid Head at home vibes, you know? But they just don't have the source. Pyramid Head is weird. He's cool and mysterious. Pyramid Head is real, okay? And he's my friend.
Because he's my best friend, he's my pal, he's my homeboy, my rotten soldier, he's my sweet cheese, my good time boy.
Through Richard's descriptions of Thomas's visions, it becomes apparent that Thomas himself was a medium just like Marianne is, and that the paintings Richard painted were, of course, based on Thomas's real-world trips to the psychic plane, and not simply vivid dreams or nightmarish imaginings. We even begin to play several sections as Thomas, where we see that he too traversed the same otherworld we do, although his shadow self is a far more distinct and separate personality. Each medium possesses their own unique spin on these powers, it would seem. Also, this section gives rise to perhaps my favourite moment in the entire game. We try to sneak past a flashlight-wielding spectre, striving in vain to avoid his endlessly searching beam. When it finally catches us, it spectacularly stunlocks us into this looping cacophony of foul-mouthed chaos.
Where are you? Bad boy! Shit! Bad boy! Fuck. Shit! Shit, not good. Bad boy! Fuck. Bad boy! Shit! Fuck! Bad boy! Shit! Bad boy! Shit! Fuck! Shit! Fuck! Bad boy! Fuck!
I can't even process why you would have that.
Through these flashback sequences, we learn just why the Maw was summoned into being, which traces its history all the way back to the Holocaust. Yep. Stay with me now, because this gets a lot worse. Marianne learns that Thomas learned that Lily-Anne was spending more and more time with Richard. Knowing what he knew of Richard's somewhat predatory behaviour and noticing a change in his daughter's demeanour, he decided to use his powers to uncover the truth. Entering Richard's psyche and exploring his past, he discovered the source of Richard's own trauma. As a child growing up during the Second World War, Richard's family sheltered a number of Jewish people to shield them from the relentless genocidal intentions of the invading Nazis. One of the people they sheltered was a young girl Richard's own age, and a friendship quickly developed between the two. Naturally, this would all end in tragedy, as the Nazis would eventually locate the hidden families and murder all of them. The last time Richard saw his friend, they argued, leaving him racked with guilt and grief. A perfect storm of emotion to create a dark and malevolent spiritual entity. Not the Maw, but something very much like it. Thomas also learns the truth behind Richard's friendship with his daughter, Lily-Anne. He has not simply befriended the girl as he did with Thomas all those years ago, he has in truth been sexually abusing her, hence the drastic change in her behaviour. And it is this abuse that has similarly damaged Lily-Anne, who shares her father's psychic abilities. Thus, the far more destructive Maw is born and set loose upon Neva. Upon learning the truth, Thomas of course flies into a rage, attacks Richard, and then uses his own brand of aggressive psychic powers to rend Richard's soul from his body, imprisoning him forever in the nightmare world and leaving his physical body in a permanent catatonic state. Now, I know that none of this is the kind of stuff you'd want to spend an enormous amount of time going over, but please bear with me. Evil is born from the suffering we endure. Richard was forced to witness the death of a friend he loved, and thus evil was seeded within him. Evil that would one day lead him to sexually abuse the child of his closest friend and protege. Essentially, the Holocaust made this child into a paedophile.
As you may or may not know, Lindsay and I have hit a bit of a rough patch.
Really? When did that start?
Well, I don't want to blame it all on 9/11, but it certainly didn't help.
This is obviously an incredibly strange and oddly sympathetic view of a child abuser, framing it as it does as ultimately an act of misplaced love. And as his sexual abuse would go on to create a demon within Lily-Anne, one that goes on to kill basically everyone around her, it also manages to portray her response to her trauma as many times more damaging than that of Richard's response, which, when coupled with Bloober's track record when it comes to making excuses for male violence and condemning those who experience mental illness, it all begins to feel very messy and worryingly unclear. Now, don't get me wrong, a story exploring how trauma begets trauma and how those things are passed on down the generations to endlessly victimise the innocent and even turn those victims into perpetrators is a fascinating story to tell, and one that I actually love very much. It's called Silent Hill 3. Sadly, in this case, I feel that Bloober just can't help but trip over their own feet and drag down any kind of profound or insightful observation they might otherwise have been able to explore here by overloading the story and making these frankly bizarre statements, intentionally or otherwise. Like, this entire Holocaust made me a paedophile thing is literally just a complete side story that begins and ends right here. It's not even deemed worthy enough of being the main plot. And please, don't think I'm being too harsh here, because, oh yes, it manages to get even worse. Thomas realises the danger that Lily-Anne now poses, but sadly too late. The Maw has already begun to rampage through Neva, and being unwilling to kill his own daughter, he does the next best thing. Even after he himself was experimented on as a child by the Nazis and then the Soviets, no, we don't have time to go into all of that, Thomas seals his own daughter away within a fallout bunker beneath the resort to contain the evil within her. It is stressed on a number of occasions that people create these monsters. They are are not summoned or otherwise attracted, the trauma is what makes them. So again, let's follow this chain of events. Richard's sexual abuse scars Lillian so deeply that she gives birth to them all, making the deaths that follow a direct result of her trauma response. A deep sickness has been instilled within Lillian now, one that she cannot hope to control, thus justifying her being caged up against her will by her own father, lest she spread her sickness and destroy even more lives in direct response to her having been sexually abused. I don't think I have to explain why that is, yet again, an insanely irresponsible attitude to be perpetuating. It not only disregards the possibility that Lillian might be able to overcome her trauma and not let it define her entire life, but it also positions the victim of child sex abuse as somehow more dangerous and out of control than the perpetrator of that abuse. It is absolutely wild, and honestly, it elevates this game to being easily the worst thing that Bloober Team have ever made. A truly mind-meltingly awful head-on collision of some of the most poorly executed ideas I have ever seen in a game. The whole thing actually really reminded me a lot of Twin Peaks, and specifically the movie Fire Walk with Me, which similarly deals with people being spiritually broken by sexual abuse and infected with demonic possession through their various psychic wounds. But where Twin Peaks always has such humanity at its heart, the medium fails to rise above feeling sleazily exploitative and incredibly careless with its messaging. Again, I am absolutely not trying to suggest that anything ever featured in a piece of fiction is a direct expression of the writer's deeply held personal beliefs, and interrogating these kinds of themes can and should be fertile ground for some truly profound and troubling explorations. But I feel it would be intensely dishonest of me to pretend that we don't keep ending up in the same strange places over and over again in Bloober Team's games. I can't explain why these insinuations keep finding their way into the writing in these games. All I can do is keep pointing them out. Just as with the excuse making we've had before, it all starts to feel like a particularly perverse kind of moralising, and is a huge reason why fans of Silent Hill 2 were so troubled by the idea that these were going to be the people potentially rewriting that game's narrative. Come on, how bad can it really be? Some of you might have been asking. Well, perhaps now you have an idea. So, naturally, we make it to the end of our journey and head down into the bunker in an attempt to free Lillian, who we have come to know as Sadness, the spirit girl, and who we now realise has been our sister the whole time. That's right, Thomas, the resort manager and psychic vigilante, had not one daughter, but two. It was him who phoned us all the way back at the beginning. Lillian and Marianne are in fact sisters, and after a fire at the resort nearly killed them both and somehow freed them all, or unleashed them all that had already been unleashed, or something. Like I say, these games are actually weirdly hard to follow sometimes. Trust me, I've made them a lot easier to understand for this video. Thomas separated his daughters. Marianne was hospitalised and eventually adopted by Jack so that Thomas could focus on keeping Lillian imprisoned yet alive. Of course, during all this, we have our final confrontation with the Maw, and honestly, it is just incredibly bad. When you finally kill this cunt, it is just one of the most awkward letdowns I've ever seen. You basically just zap him like one of those electric fly traps, and he instantly dies. That's it. No fanfare, no emphasis, just... And people have the nerve to complain about the Pyramid Head fights. So here at the end, we finally come full circle. We began the game witnessing Marianne's recurring nightmare of seeing an armed man chasing a young girl through the woods before cornering her at the edge of a lake. Now we find ourselves at that very lake, staring at that very girl, though she's all grown up now. Our sister, Lillian, Sadness. While this story wasn't able to employ Bloober's beloved looping narrative, they at least do their best to make it happen all the same, looping us back around, at least conceptually, to the beginning of the game. A predestined loop all over again. In spirit, at least. You see, the dream was a message Lillian had been sending us through the psychic plane, hoping it would one day draw us here so we could finally end her suffering. So, in other words, within our vision, the child murderer is actually in the right, and the child was actually the villain, and she does in fact need to be killed, which is certainly an interesting perspective on chasing down a child and shooting them to death. As usual, it is merely profound weakness that prevents the mentally ill from rightly killing themselves, and so it is up to us to have the strength to do it for her. You can't always save everyone, our father's spirit half tells us, urging us to murder our own sister. Marianne errs, however. The Maw senses how powerful Marianne is psychically, and now wishes to possess her, believing it could use her as a vehicle to finally escape the boundary of the resort and continue its killing spree in the the wider world beyond. Lillian wants to die so that the source of the Maw will finally be destroyed, but Marianne wants her sister to be free after so many years of needless suffering. If she instead kills herself, she reasons, then the Maw will not be able to possess her and leave the resort. I'm not entirely sure how this improves her sister's position, but I guess at least she'll be alive, which is better than nothing, maybe? Anyway, the ending is actually kind of interesting in a strange way. That's right, not endings, ending. No multiple endings this time, as instead the game clearly sets up a direct sequel, complete with its own post-credit sequence hinting at Thomas's physical self returning. Even so, the cliffhanger that it does end on really does feel like the logical endpoint of Bloober's ending so far, as we're left with Marianne and her sister literally vying for the right to be the one who gets to kill themselves at the end of a Bloober game. It really is quite something to watch. It's like they both want to outdo each other with just how hard they kill themselves. Utterly unreal.
I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Now, like I say, obviously the logic isn't really sound here, but regardless, I still love the image of them basically fighting over the gun, desperate to be the one to shoot themselves in the head while the Maw just looks on in disbelief like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? And so, a gunshot rings out, and we're left in the dark as to who lives and who dies. Tune in next time to... who really gives a flying fuck, let's be honest. To be perfectly honest, I had kind of given up by the time I reached the end of this game, and simply put, I was immensely happy to be done with it. Nothing even accidentally scared me in this game, and I came away from it with an overwhelming sense of being underwhelmed. For all of the influences that Bloober Team throws against the wall, they still haven't been able to get even a single one to stick, I don't think. I know I keep saying this, but obviously it is very relevant in this case. I think the Silent Hill series is a perfect example of a series of games that is able to be far more than just the sum of its parts. Each one of those games is packed to the rafters with obvious influences, and yet they still have their own entirely bespoke identity. They drip with atmosphere, and you could talk about the insinuations and implications for, well, about 25 years, I guess. And without that use of implication and more subtle forms of generating tension, Bloober Team have sadly been unable to actually capitalise on any of the conceptual horror behind the admittedly traumatic events of their games. Which means that, unfortunately, the horror can never rise above that which is literally taking place in front of us, despite their obvious efforts in this regard. And because the mechanics of their attempts to scare you fail every time, as a horror fan, you are simply left with nothing to grab onto. What does the Maw represent, really? Well, it represents the loss of control, the feeling of being violated, the loss of bodily autonomy, fear of hurting those you love or even hurting yourself, the fear of your own mental stability slipping through your fingers, the reality that those around you, those you think you know, might be hiding a truer darkness inside them that might just reach out and destroy you, no matter how much you think you can trust them. Those are, in reality, the conceptual horrors that dwell within this design. Those are the things it ought to represent. But in-game, well, it bellows impotently at you in embarrassing gay voice and squeezes you a bit from time to time. It might as well not be there for all its potential thematic weight is actually explored. And this is true for virtually every character in virtually every Bloober Team game. And on top of that, what little depth there is to be mined from these games invariably paints an honestly quite disturbing picture of the writing staff. And I don't know. Of course I don't. I've never met these people. They might be utterly lovely and amazing, and maybe they never meant for any of this stuff to be here. And yet, it is. Again, and again, and again, and again. And I just can't overlook that, no matter how good their copying of someone else's homework might turn out to be. Now, I'm really quite determined that these videos never become a monotonous dirge of me just complaining about things. I really do want to only ever focus on talking about things that I truly love, and I do kind of hate the fact that it only took 2 videos for me to break that promise as much as I have done already here. I actually made a handful of snide remarks in the script of the previous Silent Hill video about the post-Team Silent games, and I ended up cutting pretty much all of them from the final draft and final edit, because I just didn't want that negativity tainting a piece that was supposed to be about a series I absolutely adore. But having said that, I do also feel that this section was a necessary evil this time through, because I really did want to address this perceived unfair hate that Bloober Team got in the run-up to the remake, and the unbelievably cringy Bloober Team deserves an apology posts that I'm sure we've all seen and died a little inside at. I'm sorry, but no, they do not. These games are atrocious, and their reputation is what it is because of their content. Bloober have no one else to blame but themselves, and I hope that I've been able to explain just why so many of us were so convinced and preemptively disappointed for so many years that it was just bound to be Bloober Team that finally got a shot at remaking Silent Hill 2 when that time inevitably came around, and why so many people were so vocal about warning Bloober not to repeat its past failures through the lens of 2's incredibly emotionally resonant story. Thankfully, likely at least in part due to such preemptive criticisms, Bloober Team largely left the story of 2 alone in their remake, and we didn't have to suffer the new ending where everyone kills themselves for being such an irreparably insane burden, and boy isn't suicide great actually. Even just looking at the pre-release footage compared to the final in-game versions, it is clear to see that the criticisms helped make a far better game than what we might have originally gotten. Basically what I'm saying is, if you enjoyed the Silent Hill 2 remake even a little bit, you're welcome. By complaining, I'm actually responsible for about 90% of the joy you're experiencing at any given moment. So, with all of those games out of the way, it is now time, at last, to finally, properly dive into the Silent Hill 2 remake and take a long, hard look at just how Bloober Team measured up to this absolute classic. Now, I can't say I was overly shocked to see the praise come flooding in for the remake upon its release, as a shift in perception had already begun taking place at around the time of the game's story trailer release.
What in the world? Destinations in the history of survival horror.
Ironically, inversely in my case, this was actually the moment that seemed to confirm for me that the game would now certainly never live up to its source material. Gameplay issues aside, it was the far more important narrative adaptation that was going to be make or break for me, and the cracks were already simply too big to ignore. But that was just a trailer, and we all know that the trailers for this game weren't exactly stellar. And as I say, the game itself saw some pretty significant changes in light of the feedback. So, just how will I feel once I finally sit down and give this game the time it properly deserves, instead of taking veiled potshots at it from behind a shield of ignorance? Well, let's find out. By which, of course, I mean...
Hey guys, I'm in New York City just hanging out.
今のうちトイレ行っとき。I love you もろくに言わない。口下手でほんまに不器用。なのにどうしてさよならは言えたの。ダメだねダメよダメなのよ。あんたが好きで好きすぎてどれだけ強いお酒でも歪まない思い出がバカみたい。
Time to play the game!
Hey yo, what the fuck?
And so, once again, we begin with James Sunderland looking for his long-dead wife, and of course, one last big fat spoiler warning. Because we are going to be spoiling absolutely everything about the original game and the remake. So if you aren't up for that, what the fuck kind of video did you think you were watching? But seriously, please do feel free to click away now. Okay, final chance. I'm assuming everyone still here wants to continue, so let's get on with it. Now, before we get into the game, or even the story, the first thing I want to touch on is actually the main menu. Now, wait a minute, okay, yeah, I know, but honestly, I actually have a lot to say about this, so come on, stay with me, okay? No, where are you going? First things first, I had to laugh once I saw that the main menu splash screen is literally just an absolutely fucking minging urinal, which honestly seems a bit on the nose, you know? Come on, don't be so hard on yourselves, Bloober team. That's my job. Contrast this with the original game's menu, and it just feels like such a missed opportunity to me. Now, admittedly, even the original Silent Hill 2 didn't come with a wonderful, unsettling content warning at the start, but I would have liked to see one here in conjunction with the more straight-laced, less stylized one that does appear. Also, it just immediately feels like the atmosphere has been vacuumed out of this, and all we're left with is a completely lifeless void. Now, while there might be some thematic resonance in the image that conjures, I somehow don't think that is what the team were honestly going for, and I don't really understand why they didn't simply give us a reworking of the original interface and sound design here. I know this is all a bit much when all we're talking about is a main menu, but this will sadly once again become a bit of a theme throughout this remake. However, sticking with this for just a moment longer, I do want to applaud the number of accessibility options on offer here. Sadly, these kinds of options are a far too recent development in video games and are always a wonderful thing to see. Obviously, I'm not the person to be reviewing these from a usability standpoint, but from what I've read online, the features are of course highly appreciated, and although not without their flaws, function largely as you would hope they would. So, good on Bloober for that. Of course, these options were essentially unheard of at the time of the original's release, and so sadly were not present at all back then. So, I'm willing to begrudgingly give the remake a single point in this encounter. If the choice is between me liking the atmosphere of a menu and someone with a visual or hearing impairment being able to actually play and enjoy a game, then I will happily lose out every time. Believe me, there really is nothing I'd like to do more than use a marginalised group's fight for equality to score a few points in a petty vendetta against a video game company, but I guess we can't have everything in this life, can we? Jokes aside though, I really do have to say this utterly vibeless opening did not strike a chord with me at all, and really was, sadly, a harbinger of problems to come in my opinion. I truly did go into this playthrough with an absolutely open heart, ready, willing and able to find this masterpiece I had heard so much about, but sadly, I found myself knocked back right at the main menu screen. In a sense, this is actually a perfect menu for this version of Silent Hill. A dingy, piss-soaked, empty bathroom with not even an off-putting or rancid vibe to zhuzh it up some. And so, at long last, we hit new game and enter the Silent Hill 2 remake. After we skip past these stupid fucking masks, of course.
Oh shit, here we go again.
The remake itself starts on an odd yet interesting note, and I'll admit my initial sense of disappointment was pleasantly shaken here. Sadly though, we do have a bit of an amalgamation of several issues that will over time become more and more pronounced, which all take root right here in this intro sequence, though I wasn't to know that at the time. Starting precisely at the beginning, I'd say the first notable difference is the more overt cold open style of the remake, and that was what initially softened my skepticism actually. Instead of the music fading in on James's passive mask-like face, we are already waiting for James in the bathroom. Now, I always interpreted the abrupt nature of the original opening as implying that this moment is in fact the exact moment that James's psyche splits and his delusion is created. We essentially spring into being as that other side of himself, suspecting or even outright knowing exactly what he has done, always trailing behind him, looking down at him in silent judgment throughout his journey, and quite literally urging him forward towards the truth. We are James, but fundamentally disconnected at the same time. In the remake, at least at first, there seems to be perhaps a more sinister edge to this disconnect here. We are already present in the bathroom, awaiting his arrival, and it really does make sense to include this change as, of course, the camera has been pretty thoroughly repurposed this time through. Say goodbye to the looming alien view and bespoke camera angles of the original. Now we are treated to a very familiar third-person over-the-shoulder view that we all expect from these types of games. This subtle change in opening, however, gave me pause and perhaps even a little hope that we might get a little more from this change. Maybe Bloober would contextualise this switch in perspective thematically in a way that would actually weave it narratively into the experience in the way that the original was able to. I mean, it's possible, right? Look, no one can accuse me of not being optimistic, okay? It's funny, really, that the game that actually started us down this rabbit hole, the Silent Hills playable teaser, was so influential that it actually helped shape Resident Evil 7 into the game it was to become, and essentially entirely revitalised the Resident Evil series, considering that the original Silent Hill was ordered into being in the hopes that it could be Konami's own answer to the first Resident Evil game all those years ago. The game that put survival horror on the map and then arguably lost its way. Now we come back 25 years later and it's Silent Hill that's abandoning its own supremely influential uniqueness in favour of taking its cues instead from games like the recent Resident Evil Remake series. It's all a bit dog chasing its own tail, really, isn't it? Sadly, from what we've seen already from Bloober, I guess we really should have seen this coming. And honestly, most disappointing for me, the vague allusions made here to the disconnect between camera and character that was so fundamental to those old games will actually only retreat further and further into the background as the game goes on, forced as we are into seeing James front and centre for the entire runtime. Like I say, far from being the positive sign I first took it for, this moment would actually serve as ultimately just the first hint of what will honestly become another theme with this game. Conflicting artistic intentions running headlong into each other. James enters the room and immediately the focus is far more on details than on atmosphere. He is far more emotional and far more obviously recently bereaved for those of us who know where this story is heading. His hands are shaking, his ring finger still shows the sign of a recently removed wedding ring, and he can barely hold it together, having no doubt just murdered Mary mere hours before. The music comes in late, and once again we are given a glimpse of something that will only become sadly more notable as we continue through this game. You might have noticed I started a little differently compared to my last time through a Silent Hill 2, and that is for a reason. Last time I started by talking you through the wonderful intro video that used to play us into every entry in the series, and which always worked so well to set the mood and give us a tantalising glimpse of what was laying in wait for us. Of course, I say used to because it has for some reason been completely done away with for this remake. One of the greatest intro sequences of all time is casually discarded in favour of, well, in favour of absolutely nothing. Not only is the sequence missing, even the theme song is. Much like the menu, in a sense this is the perfect intro this game could have. It sets the mood perfectly, unfortunately. And this leads us tragically onto one of this game's most unforgivable sins right out of the gate. Something even I could never have predicted before starting, even with as skeptical as I was. Something that really ought to be entirely impossible to pull off, and yet somehow, against all the odds, Bloober team actually managed it. That's right, from start to finish, this remake manages to misuse and squander one of the greatest soundtracks ever created. And I'm still utterly shocked to be saying that. Finally, something has dethroned all those 7 rip-offs from Layers of Fear 2 as the most baffling thing Bloober have ever done. In summary, I think a simple look at the game's respective track listings will clue you in immediately as to the problem here. Rather than an album of complete songs creating a sonic identity distinct from everything around it, now the tracks have all been broken apart and diced up into dozens of tiny fragments to be remixed and played endlessly, almost at random, as a kind of incidental elevator music approach to a soundtrack. Also included are a number of re-recorded revised versions of old songs provided by the original composer Akira Yamaoka that now take the place of their original counterparts in the story. And while I have absolutely no problem with that in theory, and some of these reimagined versions are quite nice when played in isolation, they are strangely enough undoubtedly of a far lower production quality than the original soundtrack and often feel oddly out of place in the scenes they were once designed for. For example, this jaunty little number that plays while Angela is contemplating suicide.
I need to find my mama.
Now, of course, Akira Yamaoka certainly does not need my approval to do just about whatever the fuck he likes when it comes to his own music. And let's be honest, he could make a song with Ed Sheeran and the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack alone would be enough for me to forgive him for it. Or well, almost forgive him for it. And yet, I could not help but be reminded of his own telling of the story of how Silent Hill 1 found its main theme. Yamaoka had originally crafted a far more orthodox horror-themed piece to serve as the original game's central motif, and played it back to the game's director, Keiichiro Toyama. Toyama's response, however, was not quite as enthusiastic as he had hoped it would be, and so he could tell that the song just wasn't where it needed to be. On his way home from work that night, he considered then that perhaps he should try using sounds that were atypical in a horror context, and within about half an hour, he had completed the iconic mandolin section that arguably defines the entire series' sonic identity to this day. That push and pull between the two is what guided Yamaoka to that truly remarkable sound, and I honestly cannot imagine anyone at Bloober having even a sliver of the balls required to tell Akira Yamaoka himself to fuck off back home and try it again. And I can't help but feel that that probably had something to do with why this new batch of recordings just doesn't quite hit the same highs that the original soundtrack did.
The Citadel's on full alert. I've never seen it lit up like that.
As we leave the bathroom and head outside into one of the most famous shots in video game history, we immediately start to notice the deficiencies in the new camera work. I've seen a lot made of the idea that it is ridiculous to suggest that the original game looks better than this remake, and while I understand what those people are getting at, I think that point speaks to a fundamental misunderstanding of the totality of what comprises an artistic aesthetic. Of course, the remake has the luxury of having been made more than 20 years after the original, on hardware and with techniques that simply did not exist all those years ago. Naturally, there is a far larger set of tools available to the Bloober team developers today than there were ever at the disposal of Team Silent back in 2001. And yet, you tell me, which of these shots looks better? I don't think I even have to tell you which one I think it is, because you already know yourself. Technology is a wonderful thing, and can do wonders in making things look more realistic and detailed than ever before. But technology cannot improve poor framing or correct poor quality cinematography, and sadly this is something that now plagues this entire game. The meticulously directed nature of the camera work is gone, and in its place is a hurried mash of generic and simply uninteresting shots, most of which are of course simply mild variations on views of James's arse. Does it matter that this game is 20 years old? Do the technical limitations actually harm it in any way? In some ways, that old charm actually enhances it for me. Think of someone trying to tell you that the Mona Lisa is bad because of how old it is, that a book that came out yesterday must necessarily be better than a book that came out 200 years ago, or perhaps how a black and white film is bad because it's not in colour, or a foreign film is bad because it's foreign. Let's be honest, you would quite rightly simply laugh in their face. Honestly, I kinda just refuse to even entertain people criticising the art design or graphical quality of these games at this point. I mean, just look at this stuff.
You haven't aged a day.
And I know plenty of people are going to sit there scoffing, saying that Toluca Lake looks like a fucking JPEG in the old game. And yeah, it does. And what a fucking JPEG it is.
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is?
Also, it honestly does feel like such a strange time to abandon the tank controls and fixed camera angles, just as they are seeing a huge return. It just stinks of a market research-driven decision from a couple of years ago, which, to be honest, looking at Bloober Team's record, I assume it very much is. To the point that I would not be surprised to see them both return in the Silent Hill 1 remake. Through all of this, I couldn't help but think of the discourse that arose around the release of the so-called shot-for-shot remake of Psycho in 1998. Director Gus Van Sant allegedly set out to see if a shot-for-shot copy of an older film could replicate the impact of that original release in a contemporary environment, and essentially conclusively proved that it cannot. The fact that this shot is from 1960 and this one is from almost 40 years afterwards does very little to improve this poor imitation. And Van Sant is a talented enough director, yet even that could not save this project. It was a noble experiment, and its failure teaches us a lot. Yes, this shot is dated, and yes, it might have been improved by being reshot several decades later, sure, but the rest of the movie being fundamentally lessened in order to achieve that simply is not worth the trade-off, is it? The magic of those people at that time with that technology making that story, well, that is the art. It comes from within and projects out onto the screen, where it can then settle within our own hearts. Switching out the people, the time, the technology, and chunks of the story will inevitably change the nature of what you produce, and the impact it will have. To quote Van Sant himself, you can't copy a film. If I hold a camera, it's different than if Irving Penn holds it. Even if it's in the same place, it will magically take on his character, which was part of the experiment. Our Psycho showed that you can't really appropriate, or you can appropriate, but it's not going to be the same thing. I have this new theory about films. It's almost like astrology, where if we started on a Tuesday, the film will be different than if we started on a Wednesday. Now, I know we've only just left the bathroom and we've already gotten into Da Vinci and Psycho remakes, but I hope that this helps you to see where I and a lot of other people are coming from when it comes to these kinds of projects, and our inherent mistrust that ultimately colours our perspective. Yes, this is about the Silent Hill 2 remake, but it's also about a lot more than that too. Basically what I'm saying is, expect a lot more of these kinds of tangents. And like Van Sant mentioned here, I think it's a shame because those quirks of creation that spark from out of the blue and lead any given project in a strange new direction are such a key part of making anything, especially something as strange and psychological as a Silent Hill game. And that can't really happen in the context of a remake, because ultimately you are always working to a blueprint drawn by somebody else. And when you deviate from the blueprint, for good or for ill, there is a good chance that new addition just isn't going to gel with the rest of the construction. Twin Peaks is easily one of the greatest TV shows ever made, and it simply would not exist were it not for a willingness to embrace inspiration and allow fate to guide the story of its own accord. Accidents and even mistakes can ultimately become more crucial to a piece than even the most meticulously planned out details. The same is true for Deadwood, another piece of absolute magic, where the actors had to get used to receiving the freshly rewritten scripts a few hours before shooting them.
You want a blowjob while I talk to you?
No. I wasn't offering it personally.
The slightest spark of an idea generated by a slightly off-kilter line delivery might send the writers down a rabbit hole of characterization that ultimately changed the entire trajectory of an entire season literally in the middle of shooting it. Sometimes rigidity can be our enemy. Only being open and flexible will see us through, in art and in life. We must feel our way along the path with only our own instincts to guide us. And so I don't think it's a coincidence that this way of thinking has given us some of the finest pieces of art, and remaking the classics of yesterday has given us some of the worst shite ever made. Oh yeah, we're playing the Silent Hill 2 remake, aren't we? Sorry. We reach our first save point and notice that something has changed. Gone are the endless scrolls of text. They've been replaced by the far more expected character constantly talking out loud to themselves for no apparent reason. This choice to replace inner thoughts with words spoken out loud is always at least a little awkward, but far from unrealistic, of course. We all talk to ourselves all the time, but I find this kind of narrating everything I'm doing thing that happens in games these days to be less akin to how we actually talk to ourselves and far more like if a person were analysing the book they were reading out loud, sentence by sentence, alone while in an empty room. It's just a bit weird, isn't it? I also find it strange because a solution to this has already been found to please both sides here. BJ from the modern Wolfenstein games. Simply have these words whispered and we as players understand them as internal thoughts and simply move on. It's that easy, and it avoids some of the weirder examples of this that will crop up later in the game.
A lot of things you can do with a hatchet. And a Nazi.
Days Gone, which honestly isn't actually that bad a game otherwise, has some really hilariously stupid examples of this when the game assumes that protagonist Deacon will be riding his motorcycle at top speed during certain scenes, and so the dialogue is recorded at high volume with him practically bellowing out his lines. The only problem is that, unlike Spider-Man, for example, where almost every line is recorded twice, once if we're standing still and once if we're swinging through the New York skyline, here the same audio is played whether we are actually on that bike or not. Which leads to some absolutely fucking incredible moments where, for example, we're stealthing our way through a camp of post-apocalyptic fire fetishists, taking them down quietly one by one, all while Deacon is literally screaming his head off, shouting at his radio, or even just outright talking to himself.
Maybe head south, start all over again? No, that ain't gonna happen!
Stay sober, people. Stay alive. This is Mark Copeland for Radio Free Oregon. Don't
believe the lies.
Shut the hell up!
I understand in certain situations voiceover is unavoidable, but I feel there is probably a far more elegant solution rather than simply forcing characters to speak out loud to themselves in such an odd and stilted way. And combine this with what we've already seen from Bloober, it feels less like an artistic decision made based on its creative merits and a lot more like it's here because that's what all the other games are doing. Next, we meet Angela, and every problem sadly rears its head once again. It was apparent during the intro, but becomes all the more clear here that the atmosphere is officially dead in this remake. We drop into the scene without any flair or style, as for a second time now the scene starts, and then the music kicks in. This is a strangely recurring choice, and I'm not really clear on why this decision was made, just that it happens again and again and again. And I'm not gonna lie, it kinda bothered me every time. Much has been made of the performers in this game, and much of it before their performances were even really seen, which is really unfortunate and, of course, entirely unfair. A lot of insults were hurled, and frankly insane statements were made, mostly about their appearance, and all you have to do is take a look at the Nexus mod page to see just how unhinged certain people are about this game. And most games, really. Actually, yeah, don't check out the Nexus mods page. Now, while I do feel that sadly the new acting in this game simply isn't up to the task of recreating the original, I also feel that the issues have relatively little to do with the literal performances of the actors, and a lot more to do with more technical aspects of the production, such as the misuse of music, the lack of atmosphere, poor voice direction, strange pacing and editing, and the cinematography in these cutscenes. Clearly they are delivering near enough exactly what was asked of them, but for me, without the incredible dreamlike quality of the original, it all ends up feeling quite flat and lifeless in comparison, and a key part of this game's identity is left on the cutting room floor as a result. Ultimately, whether you think a remake should strike out entirely on its own or faithfully recreate the original entirely, I think we can all agree that the lack of style on display here fails to surpass or even measure up to the evocative power of the original. On top of that more general problem, specific problems also arise. Every line is cut so fast we simply aren't afforded the time to digest what is being said, and so the immense depth of meaning that we can glean from just a simple line read is almost entirely gone now. That rich characterization is completely lost in pursuit of a stab at emotional realism that not only fails to hit the mark, but honestly has no place in this game. The conflicting intentions of this focus on realism running into the Lynchian hyperreality that the story demands leaves these performances completely lost in limbo for me. Like the developers were too embarrassed to embrace being truly weird, and yet were also too scared to commit entirely to a complete lifelike conversational overhaul of the dialogue that would likely have only further isolated an existing fanbase already primed to be upset. And this is honestly not even Bloober Team's fault in a way. Like I say, it is essentially an inevitability of the process. There is truly nothing organic within the act of making this game in the way that there was for the original. You might even commend them for striking out in their own direction, and it's certainly true that the creative instincts of Bloober Team's artists would and should inevitably lead them down different artistic avenues, but rather than being able to find a destination for themselves, the destination is already set in stone beforehand. They are essentially damned if they do and damned if they don't. They must arrive at the same place by definition, and yet similarly by definition, they can only follow their own impulses and creative desires to get them there. This conflict is inherent to the project, and honestly is one of the key reasons why I have always believed this to be a fool's errand. It's true for any remake, but especially true for anything that is as singular and peculiar as Silent Hill 2. This problem also sadly touches every aspect of the game, and so in a sense the game invariably becomes far too much about itself in a way that never troubled the original in any way. Fundamentally, a remake is always going to have to skirt similar issues. Cleave too close to the original, and what was the point? Deviate too far from what audiences loved, then why not simply make your own original work? In this case, that is made even worse by the fact that Bloober have been cribbing from Silent Hill 2 for years, and that never worked out too well for them either. By constantly beginning from a derivative starting point, they kinda just have nowhere left to go now. God only knows what a genuinely original Bloober Team game would even look like. On a more positive note, I mostly like the expansion of this opening journey into the town. The sense of being followed is reduced to just a general sense of something moving off in the distance through the corn rather than the doubled up footsteps, but making Silent Hill feel bigger and more expansive is a nice addition. edition. That being said, scope and size aren't the only things that have changed around here. Only a fool would think we could escape the shadow of that which came before. Here we catch our first glimpse of that shared past, a scab that has been picked at over and over, little more than a faded scar now though. We've been here before, of course, and yet unlike then, we simply move on. The sound design makes itself known here, and largely it is quite well crafted. There is a real depth to tunnels and from within buildings, and the wind rattles between fences and flaps through strips of cloth. I will say it can be a bit much sometimes when you notice the way that these sounds are attached to things in the environment. Every fence you pass rattles endlessly. Every bit of cloth flaps noisily, whether it is visibly moving or not. Everything makes its expected sound, whether that really makes any sense or not. But the sounds are still well made. Throughout this sequence, the music just kind of drifts in and out, with it rising and falling almost at random, and in combination it all begins to seem a little bit antithetical to the horror in silence vibe of the original. But then, in more ways than one, this isn't actually a remake of the original, is it? I won't be going too much into this because, of course, playing on PC, everyone's mileage will vary, but I think it's worth saying that I did experience quite a lot of frame rate hiccups through this section, even after trying to adjust the graphical settings to settle things down, and honestly there were moments of graphical bugs, slowdown, and even sound errors throughout the game, which, I can't lie, were quite annoying at times. Some people will have experienced nothing of the sort, while I know others have had it far worse than I did, and multiple patches have helped some people, but obviously not others in that regard. In one instance, a patch that removed a game-breaking bug simultaneously introduced a brand new, different game-breaking bug all at the same time. So yeah, this is a modern game release, and so sadly there have been issues to say the least. Though of course this is nowhere near the worst offender in that regard. And so after a minor tutorialized detour, we finally make it to the town proper and get our map of Silent Hill. Ah, Silent Hill 2 map, my beloved.
Wow!
That's right, we are back in those old familiar streets once more, although of course they look a little freshened up since the last time we were here. We take a trip down memory lane and soon come face to face with some old haunts. Once again we gaze in through the filthy windows of that long abandoned flower shop, except now we can venture inside. Our reach extends further than ever before as we make a number of these far more detailed explorations of the town. Obviously this never impeded my enjoyment of the original, but it isn't the worst edition in the world, and I can definitely see some long-time fans kind of geeking out a little as we finally get something like a closer look at these places we could only dream about before.
Oh my god.
You can go in.
You get to go in? That's fucking nuts.
As we wander the fog-choked streets, we immediately see that the town itself is more sodden, damp and cold than it ever was before, which certainly fits with the themes of the Silent Hill 2 version of the town. It's as though the whole place was swallowed up by Toluca Lake, an ice water kingdom of empty streets and mouldering homes. Then, like Moses, James's fractured mind parts those waters, leaving these streets saturated and mired in silt, but open to the world for the first time in God only knows how long. It was enough here at the beginning to make me wonder if Bloober's Silent Hill 3 town will be dry and perhaps even autumnal by contrast. But sadly, as the game goes on, this design commitment only gets more and more muddled, and now I wonder if there was really any intentionality behind this choice at all, other than just detail, detail, detail. But, as I always say, we'll get to that. It is here, of course, that James encounters the first of the town's new denizens, the newly redesigned lying figures. Not only did Akira Yamaoka return to provide new music for this remake, but Masahiro Ito also came back to furnish Bloober with some wonderful new iterations of his original creature designs. Sadly though, I do feel that this introduction is quite poorly handled for a number of reasons. Firstly, once again, we can see far too much of this thing. Far from the 4x3 PS2 film grain VHS haze of the original, which did everything it could to obfuscate in the best possible way, we now have this HD widescreen clear as day view of this obvious monster. Now, I should say that actually this cutscene plays out slightly differently depending on precisely where you are in the street, and so I actually just got a little unlucky and got the worst looking version of this scene the first time through, which honestly is probably just a great reason not to design it that way. It's funny because I actually really liked this little moment here where James clearly looks at this thing and is like, yeah, fuck that. And quite obviously decides not to call out to it because of how clearly something is wrong here. And then, of course, he undoes that immediately by just calling out to it anyway. We take off after it, and just like last time, we follow the bloody trail it has left in its wake. Turning right, Sorry, I'm obviously mistaken. Was this fence always here? Turning left, we follow it down a constricting alleyway and into the untended back gardens of half a dozen long-abandoned homes. We can't help but feel those dry and unblinking eyes upon us, final breaths fogging the chilled window panes, the ghostly occupants of a half-remembered dream town, always here in one form or another. Now, I told you before we hadn't seen the last of Us, and here we are. These backyards are almost torn straight out of Bill's town, as is much of the design on display here, honestly. We are also greeted by huge tutorial messages on the screen, which are an obvious eyesore and entirely unnecessary. All of these can, of course, be switched off in the menu, but by default the game is absolutely awash in these overbearing, gamey conventions that honestly just needlessly pull you out of the experience every time and just do not need to be here. No, yellow paint splashes, or white sheets in this case, are not the worst thing in the world, but there are undoubtedly far better ways to lead the player's eye and more subtly guide them. And we really don't need button prompts and UI elements all over the screen when we're supposed to feel isolated, lost and alone while desperately trying to figure out how to stay alive. And these concessions to modern design staples really are just a signifier of a far deeper problem. They begin a trend in this game which ultimately leads us to no longer being a person trapped in an even more hellish version of Blackpool, but just a player watching a guy run around on a screen. The real issue emerges when we become overly familiar and then reliant on all these cues and stop engaging with the world as a world, so it instead becomes just a flat gameplay environment. Many other games have fallen prey to this issue, and sadly it's a problem that only begins to spread from here. It all contributes to a disconnect from the story and from the characters that can only harm the experience, especially when the legacy and the longevity of the original is so contingent on fans being completely absorbed into the sense of being in these game worlds, which not only heightens the fear, but also allows for far more subtle storytelling, as with the players absolutely dialed in and on edge, they are paying attention to absolutely every word and every gesture, which in turn goes on to help players feel far more emotionally and intellectually involved in figuring out exactly what is going on here. By contrast, just as we have seen in Bloober's previous games, this in-your-face gamification only serves to make everything feel far more on the nose, and therefore lesser overall. Not only is the emotional depth missing from the story, the purely physical connection to the gameplay is similarly made to suffer. These so-called advances in design and technology, when applied carelessly, are sadly just as likely to diminish the experience as they are to enhance it. And this is precisely why there must be some kind of unified vision at the heart of these decisions. A kind of unified vision that remakes rarely allow for. No one ever had to see the backseat of James's car to endlessly pontificate on whether or not Mary's body is just out of view right here, just as the developers imagined. Whereas now, of course, we have to be able to see into the back window because of the difference in perspective, and so now we can just see a bundle of sheets that is no doubt hiding her body right here. This foregrounding of once subtle suggestions starts to really hurt the game the longer it goes on. And boy does it go on. The town is now relatively filled with places to go and crannies to explore, none of which particularly add anything to the experience, but I guess they look nice, if a little bland without any atmosphere to go along with them. But worst of all this wandering around just kills the pacing, and the more and more of it we get over the course of the game, the more it starts to feel far too much like padding to bulk up a now quite thinned experience to get us closer to that 20-hour mark and really justify that ridiculous fucking price tag. Also, from a gameplay perspective, I feel that the maths of these exploratory excursions very rarely equaled out. Maybe it was just me, but it often felt like I'd found a cool little area and all I got out of it was a not particularly well written note and far fewer resources than it cost me to get there. Ultimately, ultimately, Bloober team have made this wonderfully realised version of Silent Hill, filled it with myriad places to explore, and then kind of given you this feeling that it's not really worth it to do so. But hey, maybe they just patched my version of the game to fuck me over specifically because they knew I was going to make this video. The sort of gamer brain nature of this new design also starts to get in the way of the narrative here too, I feel. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, we all know that when presented with 3 pathways, one of which is clearly the path to progression, we will always take the other 2 before doubling back and then getting back onto the critical path. We want to see everything, and especially in a survival horror game, we don't want to miss out on valuable supplies, cool story moments, or, for example, the new collectibles Bloober added to this game. So now that Silent Hill is littered with these pathways, whenever we are given an objective marker, we will naturally want to explore absolutely everywhere that isn't that place first. Unfortunately, these optional explorable places are mixed in with the critical areas we absolutely need to go to, and so we instead find ourselves constantly solving puzzles out of order because we went to the solution area before we ever went to the problem area. Because that's just what our monkey brains demand. Now, you can say that this is a me problem, and yes, that's fair. It is very much a player-driven issue, but it's still an issue baked into the design now, and it just feels bad every time you realise it's happened again. I did what the game told me to do, and it essentially punished me for it. Now, in fairness, maybe there is some very clever thematic relevance to be mined from that idea, but guess what? I'm too busy thinking about the game designers to actually think about the game now. The stretching out of every section of the game is not the only new concession to modernity, as now the inventory and item systems have been completely overhauled, and strangely enough we can no longer even hold on to our weapons for any length of time anymore, as they simply vanish before our eyes. Instead of James wandering these halls with his trusty plank of wood ever at the ready, new James stupidly puts it away every 5 seconds, slipping it into the nowhere realm and strolling leisurely around like he doesn't have a care in the world, even as freakish monsters creep towards him. Now don't get me wrong, yes, of course, we always had an infinite inventory dimension with which to carry 11 health drinks, a knife, 2 iron poles, 9 rifles, and our freshly dead wife with us at all times, but the game at least did everything it could not to draw our eye directly to it, you know? Rather than try to adapt what used to be a whole manual process, Bloober have simply sanded that edge away for the sake of perceived convenience, I assume. Honestly though, I have no idea why we can't hold onto a weapon anymore. This new approach to inventory management now also bleeds into the combat and even the narrative, sadly. Without really any need to ever go into our inventory outside of a couple of specific puzzles, we actually don't start out the game by looking at our picture of Mary and examining the letter, which, taking a moment and pausing to figure out the buttons at the start, naturally leads us to do in the original. Thus, it's made much less effective if we ever eventually do notice that the letter is slowly fading away towards the end of the game, because we might not have ever even taken the time to look at it in the first place, and chances are we probably never even realised it was there at all. Ironically, now completely burying one of the cooler little moments, in contrast to the constant foregrounding in most other cases. Worse than that, however, is how the entire approach to both player control and combat encounters has pushed this remake even further from its source material. Now don't get me wrong, of course, looking back at Silent Hill 2's combat, yes, this is undeniably awkward. We move stiffly from room to room as we clumsily bash these creatures about the head with bits of old wood as they flop around and spray us with actual shite. It's all a bit of a mess in more ways than one. An example of what would today be universally recognised as the jank. An artifact of the game-making process where simply not everything can be accounted for or sufficiently controlled by the developers. Or maybe they just don't have the time or money to refine it to the point that they would like to. Systems collide, and the friction between disparate elements often has unforeseen consequences, and sometimes creates entirely new interactions that were never intended or envisioned. Whole games and genres have been created in such penicillin-esque moments, and yes, I think I did just compare the combat in Silent Hill 2 to the advent of penicillin. But what is most important to remember through all of this is that gameplay and narrative do not exist distinctly from one another, and are, in fact, at all times, intimately interwoven into one another. Far from gameplay begin, gameplay end, cutscene begin, cutscene end, narrative is not contained within strictly designated story moments. They flow into and feed feed off of one another. How we play a game can in many ways tell just as much of a story in and of itself as any scripted narrative the game is trying to convey. This is perfectly demonstrated in the combat of the Silent Hill games. I know we've had this back and forth for decades, so forgive me if I'm not saying anything you haven't heard 1,000 times before, but to put it simply, what is the story of Silent Hill 2's combat? It's the awkwardness and the stiffness and the camera not cooperating and the darkness and the film grain and the what the fuck was that and oh shit it's right in front of me and fuck bash its fucking head in, oh fuck it got me, sweet Jesus save me. That is the story of Silent Hill's combat. It can be frustrating at times, yes, but that frustration is the truth. James is not confident or competent. He is scared. He doesn't know what these things are and he is fighting for his very survival for the first time in his life. Now tell me the story we get from this, or even this. It's different, right? Mechanics matter, not just for gameplay, but for narrative too. The awkward manner in which we had to enter a menu and scroll through to manage our health and switch out weapons, by the same token, carried a story with it. Instead, now we have these quick swap buttons, we reload with the swiftness and efficiency of a CIA-backed war criminal, and we jam rusty needles into our arms while 360 no-scoping monsters like we could do this in our sleep. The story feels wrong now. Ludonarratively, what is the experience of playing the original? Of course, we all have some residual knowledge of how to handle a firearm gained through osmosis, so yes, most of us would probably know in theory, if we came across a discarded pistol in a survival situation, that the magazine holds the bullets and that it slots in here, the safety is on the side, you have to pull this bit back to chamber around, and you have to point the gun at what you want to hit and pull the trigger for a bullet to come out of the end. Yes, that theoretical knowledge would be useful to some extent, but when you are panicking and fighting for your life, theoretical knowledge is a very different beast from the practical experience drilled in through training you would need to operate comfortably in a life or death situation. In the original game, we experience firearms through a lens of awkwardness. Everything James does to fight off his attackers is pervaded with a lack of confidence and a lack of competence. This is simply not the case for the remake, where instead we feel far too agile and dexterous and far too familiar with each weapon as soon as we encounter it. Yes, this feels clunky and even frustrating at times, but this also feels clunky and frustrating, and also it made me laugh quite a lot, which isn't exactly what you want in a survival horror game, but hey, it's hardly the worst thing a game can do, I guess. The difference is that the combat in the original game was thematically contextualized in a way that sadly the remake just doesn't seem at all interested in doing, primarily because it is far less a remake or even modernization of the original game and much more a market-driven amalgamation of reliably bankable trends. Specifically, it is a reworking of the most recent Resident Evil remakes crossed with The Last of Us. And believe me, Naughty Dog don't need any competition in that regard, considering they've already made that game 10 fucking times.
You are treading on some mighty thin ice here.
I would have loved to see the original's approach actually adapted instead, and with the budget that is clearly on display here, it could have easily made for something truly special. Imagine the first time James tries to vault over an obstacle, and instead of smoothly gliding over it, his foot slips on some broken glass and he spectacularly eats shit. How about, in keeping with the wonderful bespoke feeling of the originals, give the player a percentage chance of precisely one time per playthrough raising their shotgun and firing it, only to have the recoil knock the weapon clean from our hands, forcing us to scrabble around in the grime and the dark to retrieve it, all while a nurse tries to club our skull to dust with an iron bar. Why not let us go all the way back to Dino Crisis while we're at it? I want to see a nurse swing a lead pipe at us as we try to line up our sights over her grotesquely swollen head, the glancing blow she lands just enough to send our pistol clattering against the nearest tiled wall. Imagine getting hit as we try to reload and dropping some ammo. Imagine slipping on a wet floor and going down hard in the middle of a grappling match with this fucking thing. I personally think that would have done so much more to capture the spirit behind the original design in a fresh, modern way than this largely frictionless experience where we just shoot the guy a couple of times in the leg so he drops to one knee and then run in for the melee finish every single fucking time. And now, of course, some players will cry foul and complain about the sorts of things I'm suggesting, frustrating and upsetting as they quite obviously would be. But to be perfectly frank, fuck the players. Ultimately, of course, we are forced to ask, in this endless march towards ironing out all the creases and removing any deliberate functional friction the player might be forced to endure and perhaps reflect on, were Bloober Team finally able to do what no other team were able to do before them and produce a Silent Hill game free of jankiness? Were they fuck? We've got it in spades. It's just that now it doesn't feel like it means anything anymore. And so, as with so much in this remake, it just feels like the worst of both worlds now. It's funny, you know, actually, this combat is really starting to remind me of something. Basically what I'm saying is that jank is not our enemy. Limitations and compromises and even outright mistakes can come together to make something truly magical that even the most intentionally well-designed game might struggle to equal. The goal is not to make the most seamless experience for the most average of audiences, it's to craft the experience that best suits what you are trying to communicate with this particular game. And you know what? Sometimes the game is the jank. Just look at speedrunning. The absolute art of turning bugs, glitches, and pure grade jank into its own metagame that exists superimposed over the actual intended experience of something like Super Mario 64, Quake, GoldenEye, or even Silent Hill 2, of course. And forgetting speedrunning, there are so many more games where that came from. To put it another way, people aren't playing Bethesda games for their smooth player experiences. To lesser and greater degrees, the jank is almost a requirement there. Not to get too far off topic, but people like these games because they want to explore a wide open space with cool, interesting things to experience and interact with. And in many cases, the friction of janky, buggy systems colliding with each other is actually the best possible example of that. It captures the chaos and joy of real life. I actually think Starfield failed to connect with players for a very good reason. Not because the story was unengaging, which it was, not because a Bethesda game was buggy, which it was, they always are, but because it no longer had the supportive contextual framework to make those bugs enjoyable to interact with. The big wide world was gone, and nothing had been put in its place. I played Skyrim day one, and I have never once completed its main quest, not even to this day. And I own about 11 different copies of that fucking game. Despite that, I don't really feel like I've missed out on anything, because that part of the game simply isn't what I was getting out of it. And Skyrim isn't even the best example. The Radiant AI system in Oblivion is absolutely legendary, enough to make that game utterly timeless as a seemingly endless generator of infinitely hilarious interactions.
How are you?
Been better. How about you?
Not bad.
Good to hear. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
This is jank, undeniably.
Speak. What seems to be the problem?
It is also some of the funniest shit you will ever see in a game.
I like what I see.
If someone tried to patch this out, they would not only be ruining a perfect piece of art, but they would quite rightly be beaten to death to the jeers of a betting mob.
Snow. We need more snow. Can't have enough snow.
Indeed.
You ain't thinking of getting rid of the jank, are you, Mo?
Maybe I am.
Oh, but Mo, the jank! The jank!
Now, I say all of this in part because I want to talk about how much I love Oblivion, but also because I feel that far too much remake design philosophy is focused on finding the jank and smoothing it out, rather than making peace with the fact that it is a fundamental part of the experience and then interpreting that jank in a new and interesting way. This honestly just ends up creating an almost adversarial relationship between the developers and the game they are making, and it sort of infects the game from within. And this attitude is in part what leads us to a situation like this, where in the run-up to the remake's release, you couldn't string a cat without hitting someone all too willing to explain why their favourite game of all time, Silent Hill 2, was actually a steaming pile of shit. All of this whitewashing and slander just lends itself perfectly to the growing fear that these remakes and remasters are actually intended as complete replacements for the originals, which in many instances they explicitly are, and in this case they de facto are by virtue of customers no longer being able to even purchase the original release. In the context of an uncaring uncaring, predatory, money-obsessed industry, it really just feels like a dead musician having some unremarkable recording session they quite rightly shit-canned, posthumously remastered and released, so a record company executive can buy a third yacht. Or maybe even less favourably, just a corpse being laid out in front of a saloon so the owner can charge rubberneckers a nickel to come look at the dead guy.
You just shot an unarmed man. Well, he should have armed himself. He's gonna decorate his saloon with my friend.
Back in game, we of course learn more and more about this new version of James's journey as we travel through the town, now with a whole series of notes and puzzles and new scenes to experience. We even find early signs of Eddie here in the now explorable Happy Burger restaurant, something we will see more of going forward, and actually something that we likely see right back at the very beginning, with this essentially being confirmed as Eddie's van for this remake. As I say, we also find a whole bunch of new notes, each one hinting at dark secrets and shady pasts. The overlap with James's own life is unclear here, with them perhaps simply being reflections of James's own issues, or possibly even going so far as to give us direct insights into James's actual life before coming here. A life marred by alcoholism as an answer to dealing with Mary's illness, naturally only causing yet more problems. Other notes hint at something we really should have seen coming by now. Loops, and yet more loops. Now, as I say, this is not in any way a new idea, but is in fact a very old theory posited by fans way back when as a way to explain the fact that almost every dead body that James finds in the town is of course just a distorted version of himself. Now, this is largely interpreted by most fans, I would say, as being an expression of James's suicidal thoughts, but many have wondered if we are in fact seeing glimpses of past Jameses who have failed to escape the town, and so in a karmic sense have been doomed to repeat this journey until they get it right this time. All well and good as speculation, but of course in typical Bloober fashion, we have to take things too far, don't we folks? This also unintentionally reveals that Bloober's obsession with looping narratives likely had its origins in that old fan theory from the start, and so it's ultimately just another way in which they've been copying Silent Hill 2 all these years. Sadly, this overabundance of explanation tends to simply drown out the quiet, contemplative speculation that once was encouraged and now just feels unnecessary. What with the game far more content to just recycle a decade and a half's worth of YouTube lore theory videos instead. Now, you may remember that I asked you to put a pin in something all the way back when we were talking about Bloober's Blair Witch game. That's right, those pesky Polaroids that did so much to pull us out of that experience. Well, you guessed it, Silent Hill is now littered with Polaroid collectibles for us to find, and climbable radio towers for us to unlock sections of the map. No, I'm just joking about that one. And don't worry, none of them feature the Bloober team logo in them this time, so we've dodged that bullet at least. No, rest assured, this time they are much more damaging to the experience than they were before. It's so bad, in fact, that I've even seen some fans of this remake try and argue them out of existence entirely in what amounts to a "it's so crap it can't be canon" kind of argument, the Highlander 2 defense as it's more commonly known. Sadly, I think it is obvious that simply too much work has gone into these photographs to simply wish them all away, and it is clear that with this piece of the puzzle there is only one reading we can have of this so-called remake. So what are these puzzle pieces I keep banging on about? Well, so that we're all on the same page here, like I say, we don't have to travel too far before we encounter our first Polaroid in the town of Silent Hill. Something that for those of us who play the original immediately jumps out as something quite new. Each of these cryptic images is accompanied by an equally enigmatic sentence, and it didn't take long for people to begin posting these finds online in an attempt to decipher what was surely some sort of hidden message contained within them. And eventually, after much deliberation, Reddit user Dale Robinson would do just that. It was discovered that if we count the number of objects shown within a given image and then count that number of letters into the accompanying sentence, then repeat this process for each of the 26 collectible Polaroids, we get a message, with each letter spelling out, "You've been here for 2 decades." In essence, this little Easter egg is here to confirm what we could really already tell, that this is not strictly a remake of Silent Hill 2, but a sequel. The loop theory of yesteryear has been made canon, and this James is actually not arriving in Silent Hill for the first time, but has already done so an unknown number of times in the past, each time failing in some way to confront the truth or learn from his mistakes, and so being doomed to repeat the process over and over until he gets it right. A funhouse mirror version of the karmic wheel, essentially. So, as a player, Silent Hill is giving us another go-round. Not unlike the marketing for that one Dark Tower movie they did a few years back, actually, and we all know how well that turned out, right? Now, you can probably already imagine some of the issues that this reframing might create, and we will get to those in good time. time. But for now, we're at real risk of getting a little too ahead of ourselves, so shall we save that for a little later? Yeah? Oh, thanks. You're always so sensitive to my emotional needs. I kind of get the feeling that by this point at least, many other players and reviewers were seemingly ready to fully embrace a perception that this game is demonstrating a huge departure from Bloober Team's previous output, and I do hope that by putting it in its full context, we can all see now just how wrong that notion truly is. Far from this being some kind of wild step in a bold new direction, what we instead see is that all the old standards are here, in a kind of greatest hits of Bloober's past. The same problems all arise once again, it's just that now that they are garbed in an official regurgitation of Silent Hill 2 rather than the knockoff versions we've gotten previously, it's a lot easier for people to ignore those problems and to tragically misattribute these qualities to Bloober themselves. Another issue that arose for me here during these earlier sections was born out of this hugely extended period before you actually have access to the flashlight. At first I thought the game was truly dark, which I appreciated as a way of making the flashlight feel useful and at least gesturing towards an otherwise entirely absent atmosphere. Sadly, it soon became clear that it is simply unplayable in this state, so the choice I was faced with as a player was essentially to have either a genuinely darkly lit experience or whack the gamma up, washing out all the darkest areas and making it far too easy to see even in the pitch black. And of course, when you then add multiple enemies in a confined area where you can't see anything into the mix, then you can imagine the absolute nonsense that ensues. Considering just how innovative and well executed Team Silent's dynamic lighting was back in the day, this all just feels like an utterly unnecessary problem entirely of Bloober Team's own making. And speaking of multiple enemies crowding around you in a pitch black diner, another issue that became quickly evident to me while exploring these early areas was simply the over-reliance on copying The Last of Us for level design. It was impossible not to see the parallels between this version of Silent Hill and Ellie's journey through a rain-drenched Seattle in The Last of Us Part 2. And sadly, this is not simply a passing comparison. Like a parasitic cordyceps, this perspective shift has now entirely infected the way in which we play this game. We are cautiously making our way down a fog-choked street, checking under each car we pass, keeping a close eye on every invitingly dark alleyway, when all at once our radio begins to crackle. We scan the area, looking for where the danger might be lurking, and then we spot it. The wide glass frontage of a local business that hasn't seen foot traffic in nigh on 1,000,000 years. Deciding to search inside for anything even resembling an answer to our present situation, we steel ourselves for the horrors that dwell within. What little light filters through the dirty glass shows us the cramped confines of the arena we will soon be jumping into. And so we take the time to prepare ourselves. We break the windows, knowing as we do that we might need a quick avenue of escape. We peer inside and try to make out the distant shuffling figures, keeping a head count so as not to be surprised or caught off guard. We take the time to identify choke points and perhaps even prepare an impromptu ambush of our own. In short, we have begun to think tactically, which frankly is entirely the wrong approach to take when adapting Silent Hill 2. It is now more reasonable than ever to assume that James wears that military jacket because he was in fact in the military.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you.
Contrast our own newfound cold, calculating approach to violence with the way in which James's emotions now explode outward in combat, which is otherwise a nice touch but feels at odds with how we actually engage with the enemies now. As we stomp on their noxious bodies, we find James screams louder and louder with each hit, which not only makes sense physically but does hint at the fragility lurking just below his placid surface. And yet, the disconnect I was feeling was all enough to make me wonder just how players might have reacted to him, instead just dead-eyed smashing a creature's head to pieces and not even reacting to it during these early parts of the game, and then perhaps only reacting more viscerally towards the end of the game as he gets closer to accepting his own emotions and what he did to Mary. Also, the creepy crawler move that the lying figures do that was always so unsettling back in the day is now just a free kill, as you simply charge them, immediately catch them on the ground for free and stomp them to pieces. Far from disturbing, you actually want them to do this now because of the combat changes, making these sorts of ground pound moves much more fluid and easy to pull off. It's the same as luring an enemy towards a broken window, waiting for them to climb through it, fall on the floor, and then just getting a free kill out of it. You don't even have to knock them down yourself.
Great.
Perfect.
Again, we are thinking far too clearly here, and the power lies entirely with us. Of course, you could extrapolate from this and say that, well, that's because James is truly the most dangerous person here, and the mindless aggression of these monsters has nothing on James's cold, clear-eyed slaying of Mary, which, sure, certainly pretties up something that is otherwise a huge sticking point for me. Sadly, I just refuse to believe that Bloober are doing anything other than simply chasing trends and copying other people's systems here, like they always have done. It's sad, really. At this point, it already felt like Bloober just could not overcome my skepticism. I look at this game, and honestly, all I see is the cynicism at the heart of an increasingly ailing industry. Don't get me wrong, I know this isn't all on Bloober, but when it touches this close to your heart, you can't help but see it as emblematic of so much more than just an unsatisfying experience. The magic of the past is simply gone, and ultimately all we are left with in this remake is just a broken record playing to an empty bar. Tragically, we also get our first of many jump scares here. As with all of Bloober's jump scares, it honestly fails pretty miserably and is only made all the more annoying by being present in a series that is famous for its relative lack of them. With its overall dearth of quiet, contemplative moments and any real sense of dread, tension or fear, the game is now unsurprisingly entirely reliant on these jump scares, and shockingly enough, none of them work. The only notable thing about them is the number of them which follow this same initial pattern of finding an item or note, entering the examination animation, and then hearing the jump scare enter the room behind you, forcing you to quit out of the note to spin around and kill the monster going boo at you. It's disappointing the first time it happens, and so obviously it doesn't get any better after the 20th time. Sadly, this lack of restraint pervades the entire game now, as we essentially endlessly loop through gameplay moments over and over again, no matter how strange it feels to do so, and regardless of whether those moments were ever even effective or not. Put simply, even a good idea starts to lose its impact when you've seen it a million times. And boy, are we gonna see this shit a million times. Making our way to the Woodside apartment building, we see the first of the shifts in this game's approach to the otherworld and its transitions. A high wind blasts through the streets, perhaps in an even more direct comparison to the nuclear devastation that famous siren hints at. Also, the frame rate struggled a little here for me, and the game also decided to spawn 3 enemies out of thin air directly in my path as I was running down the road, so I guess Silent Hill really has grown both a lot meaner and a lot slower in its old age. We finally retrieve the flashlight, and I think this is a great case study in the differences in creative instincts that exist between this remake and its progenitor. We take hold of the flashlight, and of course our radio then bursts into life. The creature slowly rises up from the floor to reveal its horrible splendour. A tangle of limbs we struggle to even comprehend at first. The confusion and disgust is the focus of this scene, contrasted of course with Mary's pristine dress draped over a lifeless mannequin. The only living thing left in this room is nothing we could mistake for our wife any longer. We can barely even make sense of this thing that stands before us, and so we do the only thing we can do, flee or kill it outright. This time, however, of course, the reveal is relegated to a mere jump scare. The mannequin springs at us, showing off its far more nimble nature this time through, and so we kill it without really even engaging with it at all. It's just another fucked up looking enemy for us to batter now. And so naturally, James then has to speak aloud to let us know that the dress before us belonged to Mary, in part because we actually haven't seen her at all so far in the game. As I mentioned previously, that classic intro video is completely gone now, and so too is our intro to James, Mary, and all of the characters, as well as all the hints as to the darkness that lays in store for James and the darkness that he is bringing with him. Honestly, it's just blunder upon blunder in my book. Speaking of darkness, the closest thing to that utter blackness of the original finally returns here, but you really do feel the absence of the film grain, sadly. The dingy, worn-out VHS aesthetic of the original is almost entirely absent now, outside of, bizarrely enough, loading screens. Again, this whole section feels less like Silent Hill 2 and a lot more like a different game entirely.
If those kids could read, they'd be very upset.
Soon after, we find the pistol in that same old room riddled with bullets, and yet it isn't quite the same. No longer is it a place of questions and speculation. It is now seemingly transformed into yet another site of James's past, possibly even an explicit recreation. Again, we are given honestly far too much detail here, as the game seems at pains to stress that, in fact, this world and the real world overlap. for some reason. Fans have often speculated that maybe the real town of Silent Hill is in fact still a relatively bustling tourist destination. We simply never get the chance to see that reality from down here in the purgatorial gloom. As with the endless loops we have already caught glimpses of, these fan theories are now being repurposed, made explicit, and essentially canonized, so naturally we find a note that bluntly explains that the actual residents of Woodside have apparently been hearing gunshots ring out throughout the building. They have essentially heard a loop-mad James shooting up this room in anger and frustration at not being able to escape this town even after so many turns around the wheel. We're already overlapping in more ways than one now. This is also all but confirmed in a strange new interaction that has been added to this room, as while we wander around after retrieving the pistol, if we aim the weapon, James will actually automatically pull the trigger of his own volition, even if our finger is nowhere near the fire button, adding one more bullet hole for one more loop. An arguably subtle addition made instantly pointless by having a note explain it all for us. Another part of Bloober's past behaviour that has sadly now tainted Silent Hill. Here is also where we learn that the mannequins will now lie in wait to ambush us. This first encounter was not just an aberration, this is the norm, as from now on anytime we enter a room, we will immediately begin to scan it for signs of a lurking menace hidden away behind a bookshelf or under a desk. A fine metaphor for the evil that can dwell inside any home, but again, the way this forces us to interact with the world has an overall diminishing effect in my opinion. We no longer look at these places as mysterious sites of other people's lives now profaned by time and darkness, but instead merely as combat arenas. We fly through the apartments, clearing rooms and pieing off corners like we're playing a mill sim or something. We aren't quietly searching for interactable elements within these environments, hoping for clues and gaining insight into James's psyche through his inner thoughts and responses. We're simply scanning for ammunition and other survival supplies so that we may be better prepared for our next boss encounter. Also, in order for the mannequins to actually be able to ambush us, they no longer trigger the radio static, which renders the radio even more useless to us than the poor audio already does. Strangely, the radio now only ever crackles in our left ear, and therefore no longer has any directionality with which to even vaguely guide us in the right direction. So it's actually less useful than ever now, and presumably only here because, well, there was a radio in the original, right? I will say the real-time smudges on and deterioration of the maps is a nice touch for map simps like myself. It's one of the only things that truly feels like a logical advancement of the original game while not simply copying other games with similar systems. Soon after, we meet Laura for the first time, and I think I'll just let these scenes speak for themselves. I don't really feel I have to go into it too much. Putting them next to each other like this just highlights the slight mistiming of everything in the remake, the just not quite there nature of the cutscenes this time through. None of it really comes together, and when you compare it to the old version, it really just becomes all the more stark how lacking this game can be at times. The dynamic music system really starts to noticeably hurt the game here as well. For example, the once unique apartment breathing sound simply plays at random now rather than in its specific room, which once again relegates what used to be a moment of pure unsettling confusion to just a random part of the background soundtrack entirely detached from the reality of the game. We also get another addition to a bit of a running theme here, which is new stuff that is actually just recycled stuff from Bloober Team's older games. So we have not only a brand new safe cracking puzzle, but a safe cracking puzzle coupled with a waiting that only appears when a flashlight is shown on it puzzle. A 2-for-1 deal this time. Bloober are now not only looping through the narratives and designs of other people's games, they're already looping back through their own games too. We really are trapped here forever, it seems. At long last, we meet Eddie. Like I say, I'm not joking when I say everything takes so much longer in this game now. Even so, once again, it took us so long to get here, and yet everything plays out far too quickly now that we're here. Nothing is given time to breathe anymore, and honestly, worse than that, now it's James's fault for abandoning Eddie, so we lose much of what makes this first meeting with Eddie so important to how their relationship and characters develop over the game. We now also no longer have even the slightest hint of James's duality in the performance, which was instantly noticeable in his interaction with Angela, but just becomes all the more clear here, where we used to get James's dead-voiced delivery of,
"I'll leave as soon as I'm done here."
Eddie's football memorabilia is present, although funnily enough it is both less prominent and also you don't have to search for it, which feels perfectly emblematic of a lot of the changes in this remake. They did, however, add an ancient computer to this room, which definitely fits Eddie's vibe as a 4chan shitposter. We continue to explore the apartments. See, I really was not joking about this section going on forever now. The plastic-wrapped hallways are a decent design choice, but as with lots of things in this game, it essentially feels like little more than an extension of the designs from the original, rather than anything truly new, and I honestly just don't feel comfortable giving any credit to Bloober Team for stuff that really isn't theirs to take credit for, you know? Something I'm even less inclined to do in light of our journey up to this point. See, context is everything, folks. With a complete absence of James's inner thoughts and really nothing in the way of an interactable environment, the written stories of these places are now relegated entirely to the reading of notes we find while wandering around, and honestly, they really all have the air of overwrought melodrama that all Bloober notes have had up to now. Once again, we take the time to engage with that oh-so-fun expanded exploration, and oh wow, look, that's so cool, so glad I came this way. I unlocked getting 6 bullets taken out of my inventory. And I don't know how to say this politely, but if the quality of the writing in these notes is supposed to incentivize me to explore, it does not. Please see my favourite, the piss and shit and bile note, for an example of what I mean by this.
Something was pouring from his mouth. He examined his sleeve. Blood? Blood. Crimson, copper-smelling blood. His blood. 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 And bits of sick.
With the benefit of hindsight, of course the game does a much better job of contextualising the juice can puzzle, which has always been a bit of a notorious moment. But then they immediately undo that work by throwing in a piss-poor jump scare yet again. I swear to God, Bloober Team just really don't want me specifically to like any of their games. The more time I spent here in the apartments, the more certain I became that the switch to an over-the-shoulder perspective was just unambiguously a bad choice. For example, as we move through the building, unlocking new floors and sections, we inevitably circle back round over time to the main reception office to save and to slowly add the pieces we've found to the new version of the coin puzzle cabinet. Very quickly, the door to this reception area here just becomes completely invisible to you, because all you ever do is action hero vault through this window here instead. It's just pure game nonsense that our brains accept as a thing that we do in these types of games, except of course Silent Hill 2 isn't one of those games. At least it didn't used to be. In an action game, this feels perfectly fine and cool because of the lineage of movies and so on that those games are drawing from. But what part of psychological horror history is being reinforced with this stuff? For every step towards a more realistic presentation, the nature of this game as a game is ultimately just foregrounded all the more, I feel, and the fact that this is simply not an adaptation of the original becomes all the more apparent. I couldn't help but think of the camera mods that were recently released for the PC versions of the original Silent Hill games, which I myself made extensive use of in producing my original video, and without which I'm sure that video would have been a much duller affair to watch. So shout out once again to Zealot Torments for those. But as anyone who has played those games with the third-person camera mod can tell you, the games lose an enormous amount of their atmosphere, tension and sense of dread because they simply were not designed for that field of view. The issue is simply that we have a pre-designed game that has had a new camera forced upon it, and so they now no longer mesh. It's no one's fault, it's just what it is. By contrast, in the remake we have a slightly different approach that creates the same problem. That old game world must now be forcibly crowbarred into this new perspective, fundamentally altering our approach to it, and indeed the game's own approach to its genre, and therefore to its themes. It's not entirely unlike how old movies would be scrunched up to fit on 4x3 TV sets of yesteryear, with the so-called pan and scan technique sometimes being used to try and fit a cinema screen onto the absurdly tiny screens of the time period. Something we kind of actually saw a return of recently with the difference in the IMAX versus home releases of Dune Part 2. You can't just switch up something so fundamental and expect things to stay the same. As I said before, the supposed distancing that we experience in our relationship with James as a character is initially reinforced with how the camera is introduced to the story, creepily waiting for James's arrival in the bathroom. However, over the course of the game's considerable runtime, this is of course entirely undone by the sheer weight of time that James is literally front and centre, filling the frame every single time we look at the screen. Rather than being small and isolated, an infinitesimally insignificant thing before an unfathomably colossal power, James is by far the most important thing in the world now. And don't get me wrong, the camera in Silent Hill 2 is actually far from perfect. Masashi Tsuboyama, the director of the original Silent Hill 2, has even spoken about this himself in response to the remake's release. Outside of the fixed camera angles, the camera is sometimes unwieldy and even comical in certain situations as it flops wildly around. But by contrast, however, outside of cutscenes, the camera in the remake is entirely uniform and infinitely more boring as a result. It is unable to bring any added character or flair to any of the game's incredible locations, and when combined with the new playstyle, we are consistently conditioned not to take in the view, not to regard our surroundings, and to focus only on ourselves, our immediate needs, our eyes now blind to anything that isn't a white circle or a sheet hanging out of an open window. As an aside, shout out to Silent Hill 1 for having what I think is actually the best camera of the series. James is very literally the centre of this universe, and when coupled with some of the more nonsensical implications of the looping narrative Bloober chose to all but impose on the story this time, it makes it appear as if James is the only important person in the entire world now. Far more important than Laura, Angela, Eddie, Maria, or even Mary. Because if James truly is looping endlessly every time he gets it wrong, then so too are the other characters who were drawn here, right? Unless, of course, they are simply figments of James's imagination, perhaps even pieces of his own fractured psyche given form. The violence, the innocence, the victimhood, all split out along their own paths so James can see them more clearly. This has always been some fans' reading of the original without any of this extraneous detail ever being needed to spur such thoughts, and yet, as usual, Bloober team feel the need to pad everything out, making it all painfully on the nose, and here in the remake specifically, in fact only work to rule out avenues of speculation rather than bolstering them. I think this is why so many people fruitlessly reject the so-called loop theory as not being intentional or canon, because of how fundamentally it cheapens the story, dampens our ability to interpret the narrative for ourselves, and just largely doesn't make a lot of sense in context. I agree with all of those things, of course. They are all foundational flaws with what Bloober has done here, but it is undeniable in my mind that that is in fact precisely what they have indeed done. Their obsession with looping narratives would not allow them to turn away from it here, and with the inclusion of Blair Witch's Polaroids for a second time, they cemented it as the, yes, coded, but inescapably canon reading of this entire project. A knowing attempt at robbing the grave of Silent Hill 2 one more time. As I say, not a remake truly, but a sequel that can only hope to tarnish the legacy of its forebears and make this Silent Hill 2 remake entirely about the nature of itself as a remake, and really little else. And if you're really going to set about making a follow-up to a beloved original that directly confronts its own nature as an artificial product, trying to recapture its past glories in a radically new media landscape against all audience expectations, well, then you better bring your fucking A game. This is why the coin puzzle I mentioned previously is now remixed and rearranged, while the original itself can be found smashed and broken in an adjoining room. Why the old site of James's first encounter is now fenced off, and why these scratches from the old clock puzzle are still right here. In fact, all of these echoes of yesterday are notably signposted and come packaged with their own special little spotlighting animation to literally textualize them within this narrative, not merely as little collectible Easter eggs for the player, but as moments of fugue-like reflection from James himself, like a dementia patient being reawakened by their favourite childhood song. Essentially, this degradation of the game itself is contextualised as the town degrading as the loops progress unceasingly. As James relives the same things over and over, he can no longer bear them, instead destroying them and forcing the town to create new diversions and puzzles to block his path and force him to push himself forward all over again. But their tangibility credibility, their believability, their quality is obviously declining, sliding ever downwards into the dreamlike haze of James's fog-drowned subconscious. Even dreams fall prey to entropy, it would seem. This is, sadly, by far Bloober Team's most interesting implementation of the loop narrative, and arguably their most interesting narrative device to date. I say sadly because it is also by far the worst part of this game. By playing so dangerously with the implication that this is a sequel to the PS2 classic and not merely a remake, it unnecessarily suggests that whatever ending we achieved all those years ago was never enough to save James, or anyone else here, from an endless cycle of regurgitation and gratuitous suffering. And don't get me wrong, honestly, this is the perfect Silent Hill for 2024 to have produced, where a kind of enforced hopelessness pervades all and our sorrow seems to know no end. But that is not the power, nor indeed the character of Silent Hill. And so worse than disappointing, this game becomes instead insulting, not just as a fan, but as a human being. Now, please, I know this all sounds incredibly self-serious, and I am sorry for that, but I genuinely dislike this edition so intensely that it near enough completely precludes the possibility of anything being good enough in this game to make up for it for me. Far from having even really the slightest gap for a message of self-recognition, healing and hope, this game goes out of its way here to include this uninspired meta-narrative that demands a hopeless, never-ending decline into despair and dissolution, which, unsurprisingly, doesn't really resonate with me at all. It also seems like a perverse excuse ahead of time to justify this game not being as good as a game made 25 years ago, and also suggests that even the ending to this remake is just a prelude to yet another loop, and, as we've seen a million times before from Bloober, that the mentally scarred are simply never allowed to recover. So anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, Pyramid Head is a load of shite now too. I'm just kidding. I promise I will try to actually properly analyse this game. I honestly just came very close to canning this video entirely, so please just let me get my laughs in where I can, okay? Thank you. The same problems I've already gone over now appear yet again in Pyramid Head's first real introduction scene, but with a slight variation this time. Rather than just an odd moment of silence and the music suddenly cutting in late, we begin with an odd moment of silence, then we get a limp jump scare, and then the music suddenly cuts in late. It feels odd, yes, but in a completely jarring way. I'm not thinking, what on earth is that thing, and oh dear god, what is it doing to those poor defenseless monstrosities? I'm thinking, who the hell mixed the sound for this game, and why is the pacing of these scenes so off? We can go back and forth on the value of so-called immersion and what we even mean by that, but whatever your thoughts are on that subject, this is unambiguously a bad reaction to be having to a scene like this. The game has well and truly lost me at this point, and sadly it does only get worse from here. We of course then see far too much of Pyramid Head doing basically nothing, and nowhere near enough of everything else to make suggestive that which he is actually doing.
What's he up to, man? What's he doing?
The Other World has received a strange new overhaul in this version of Silent Hill, and I'm still not entirely sure what to make of it. Whereas in the original we slowly made our way through the apartments, watching as they transitioned gradually from apartment building to terrifying Urbex Encounters YouTube compilation video over the course of our journey, all while perhaps not even noticing it, it now instead transitions from clearly recently lived in and habitable apartment building to just at some point becoming a rust dimension. It has neither the subtlety of the original nor the in-your-face air raid siren announcement of the first game. And speaking of the first game, this Otherworld feels far more reminiscent of Silent Hill 1 or even Silent Hill 3's Otherworld now, with its allusions to fire and scar tissue. James feels oddly out of place here, and with an early mention of a nearby coal mine that served as the town's economic hub, I really do wonder how much of this is an attempt to essentially bring the movie canon into the fold. I know there was some overlap in production, what with Laura being played by the same actor in both the remake and the as yet still unreleased film adaptation, and I've even heard that the decision to move forward with Return to Silent Hill is what spurred Konami into finally commissioning this remake. I don't know, as of right now we can't really say, but don't be surprised to see a return of Centralia's endless coal-fire in the inevitable Silent Hill 1 remake, okay? Just as before, the door leads us onward straight into another building. But now Now, rather than some bizarre, anomalous abstracting of reality, it is seemingly a doorway into the otherworld itself now. More like we have passed into a mirror world version of where we once were. Yet more influence from the original Gans Silent Hill movie can be felt here in its slight redesign, with the emphasis on peeling paint and an abundance of metal fencing that obviously made no appearance here in the 2001 release. All that damp and mould from the original, and even from outside the building back in the town, has strangely gone now and been replaced with dry rust, which just feels odd and again emphasises the lack of intentionality I feel from practically everything now. Oh, also it was here that I suddenly realised the mannequins, perhaps the most obvious original change in this remake, are of course simply the stalker enemies from The Last of Us. I can't believe it took me until now to realise that. It's The Last of Us. Of course it's The Last of Us. It's always The Last of Us. They were already doing it in the medium, and surprise surprise, they even brought back the classic grab a bin and move it under a window puzzle they already took for that game. At this point, I was so down and disillusioned that I could only reason that this is in fact peak Polish game design. If you aren't actively being made miserable, they just think they must be doing something wrong, you know? The Whisper Room is a perfect example. It is so loud now. Why is it this loud? It used to be a weird, creepy thing that would almost make you lean forward to see if you'd even heard it. Was that really there? Am I imagining things now? Now, of course, the whisper is basically a fucking shout and makes you just wonder what the fuck that was even meant to be. Plus, it's not based on random chance anymore, for some reason once again taking out a genuinely brilliant idea to make something that little bit more ordinary and uninteresting. Oh, and speaking of loud noises, this has got to be the loudest gun in the world. No, not the gunfire, just the actual gun itself. I'll admit, I did laugh far too much while doing that all over the place during downtime. Like I say, you've got to get your wins where you can in a place like this. James really is the rattliest gun in the West. We meet Angela again in one of her most famous scenes, and once again, the music comes in late. Am I going crazy here? Why does this keep happening? Explain yourself, Bloober team. How do you misuse this soundtrack? Who is responsible for this?
What's this motherless fuck's name?
Sadly, the performances continue on their trend of simply failing to live up to the originals. The nuance is missing, the pacing is all off. Yes, some of the strangeness remains, but instead of that coming through in the odd dialogue and off-kilter delivery, we instead only get it through the rushed and inhuman nature of these interactions. Without the depth of meaning or any atmosphere to reinforce it, they just feel empty to me now. Oh, also, this mirror is bullshit. Caught red-handed, you big fakers. It really is tragic, the death of in-game mirrors. What happened to us, eh?
We used to make shit in this country, build shit.
I'm naturally reminded of the last time Konami attempted to redo the Silent Hill voice acting with the notorious HD remaster and its infamous re-recorded voiceovers that similarly failed to capture the vibe of the original, and which, funnily enough, featured Troy Baker in the role of James. Yes, the same Troy Baker who played the Moor. So, there you go. Not exactly 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, I guess, but hey, it's something, right?
Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
They tried to make it super serious and professional back then, and even with the same visuals and music as the original, it fell about 6 stories down onto its own fucking face. I couldn't help but think of that classic moment where Bill Hader tells a possibly apocryphal story to Paul Giamatti about the late great Oliver Reed's explanation of the difference between stage acting and screen acting.
When you act in the theatre, if your arm is hurt and someone grabs your arm, you go, ah! But you must downplay it in film. You must be more subtle. So if someone grabs your arm and it's hurt, you go,
Both have pros and cons, and neither is perfect, as with every style of acting, and so choices must be made. And frankly, in my opinion, in the context of the Lynchian nightmare that is Silent Hill, that old, disjointed, weirdly translated voice acting is far more appropriate than something that might be more akin to what you would see in a HBO drama series. Or, you know, probably an ITV drama series in this case. It feels again like an attempt by this remake to fix something that simply was never broken to begin with, and another way in which this game just does not understand how to utilise its best features. There was method to this madness. It created the game that was intended, just as this sadly does the same. I truly do wonder just how long it will be until we get the inevitable Twin Peaks reboot so they can suck all the magic out of that too. It's abstract and weird, and it does all the things you aren't supposed to do, and that is precisely why it will be remembered for as long as human beings draw breath. A stylistic choice displaying technical issues, amateurish or even questionable qualities does not preclude it from being well utilised, and perhaps even more appropriate in its given context than a more technically accomplished or refined version of itself. And of course, a common response in this voiceover argument over the years has always been, come on now, you cannot honestly be saying that a complete unknown, who never acted before or since, and who is in fact literally a crazy man off the street, gave a better performance in such a demanding role than all of these award-winning, highly accomplished actors did. Well, allow me to shock you. That is precisely what I'm saying, because against all the odds, that is precisely what happened. Sometimes magic finds us. Sometimes all you have to do is hold out your hand and be open to the idea that something truly special might just fall into it. Honestly, I would love to write a game, have the script translated into a different language, and then use Google Translate or something to put it back into English just to see how fucking weird it would come out. I bet that would give you some absolute fucking diamond bullshit. Instead, of course, we try and reject the mystical and tame the mysterious. Make it predictable, controllable, make it throwaway. We don't want any surprises. Take the sublime and make it pedestrian. A smooth and flawless facade presents a far more pleasing, frictionless, and yes, maybe even more technically masterful surface to look at, but it gives us nothing to grab onto, no way to scale its true heights and survey the view from above. Now, that might be just what you want from a wall, but it just isn't what I want from a vocal performance in a psychological horror narrative, you see? Now, weird wall metaphors aside, this really is all just part of a discourse that has plagued us for far too long now, I think. Be it in the world of music, film, television, here in games, or indeed anywhere else, devotion to cleanliness, fidelity, naturalism, and so on all have their place. But to put it simply, not here, not in Silent Hill. This must be a place of confusion, of weirdness, and of vagueness, and of course, ultimately, a place of horror. This has it.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name.
This, I'm afraid, does not.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name.
Clinging to a singular approach to what any given media should or is allowed to be is just stifling at best, and frankly a fool's errand. Something all the more common in a media landscape dominated by safe bets and corporate mandates. Now, am I saying that you absolutely need to drag a crazy man off the street to get such an off-kilter performance as the original James Sunderland's? No, of course not. Although, maybe we should be more open to that idea. But regardless, doing so for this project absolutely helped to create an atmosphere that has given Silent Hill 2 its legendary status, and is absolutely part of the reason that the game is still being endlessly discussed and debated 2 decades later. Are Luke Roberts and Troy Baker giving better, more technically accomplished performances in their take on James Sunderland? Yeah, probably. Are they even 1/10 as nuanced and memorable? Absolutely not. Now, I want to make it 100% clear, I do not mean any of this as a slight against any of the people giving these performances. Let's be real, I simply don't have it in me to criticise anyone who is in Black Sails. But I do feel that the process that led us to this was unquestionably better than the process that led us to this. And maybe the OG was just lightning in a bottle. Yeah, I can buy that. And that's why you don't go out into a field and try to catch lightning in a bottle, I guess. It's why you don't remake 10 out of 10s. It really is that simple. At the end of the day, they got it right first time. Maybe the games we should be remaking, if we should be remaking any at all, are the ones that didn't reach their full potential the first time around. The games that had something special about them, but just fell at the last hurdle. Maybe they didn't have the time or the money to fully come together. Their reach exceeded their grasp, but there was still something there beneath it all. In short, the only games I feel should be remade are the games that artistically merit being revisited. Now, why aren't we remaking those games? Well, you already know the answer to that, don't you? Because none of this is an exercise in creativity or artistry, it is an exercise in profiteering. We go live now to Konami HQ, where company CEO Mr. Krabs is answering the question just why he decided to remake the survival horror classic Silent Hill 2.
Hello, I like money.
There are a lot of issues facing the creative industries right now, and a lack of remakes is not one of them. So if you've ever found yourself saying X, Y, or Z needs a remake, I would argue what you really mean is that you wish the big money games of today were as impactful, inventive, and innovative as some of the greats of yesteryear. And you are right, they should be. But remaking those old games is actually the complete opposite of that. And besides, plenty of people are making those kinds of games right now. It's just that the game that really speaks to your soul probably isn't being made by a rudderless billion-dollar company hyper-fixated on firing as many of its own staff as it possibly can, but is in fact a solo tabletop RPG being developed by an Indonesian polycule and on sale for absolutely nothing on itch.io. The only issue with the original PS2 and PC releases of Silent Hill 2 is that you can't legally purchase them anywhere, a problem that Konami could solve in an instant and one they have steadfastly refused to solve for years, instead choosing to replace the old with a new, more digestible version of something that has already proved a hit in the past and so can be safely replicated to more certain financial success, in order to reward those who had little or nothing to do with its creation in the first place and who were directly responsible for its original demise at best. In simple terms, it's capitalist exploitation, baby! Silent Hill 2 has long been the critical darling of the series, and so of course it got the remake treatment first. But now that it has proved a hit, the others will doubtless follow in short order, and we'll all be told that Silent Hill 1's hokey voice acting and era-appropriate graphical style are no longer the things that make it a charming joy to play and uniquely Silent Hill, but are in fact the very reasons it must be erased and replaced by yet another dulled-down, sanded-off version of a Last of Us clone. And please, please do remember that all of these remake products are going to exist within the context of Konami having already tried to erase the work of and cut out the original teams by creating the HD Remastered collection, a predictably notorious disaster that was universally disliked. It honestly almost feels a bit like the colorization controversies of the past. Yes, the advent of colour film allowed for an explosion of vibrant visual delights, and cinema has been enormously enriched by this advancement, but that does not mean that movies that had no choice but to be black and white are now deficient in some way. In fact, they often have a certain classic crafted look that a lot of movies today could learn a thing or two from. The attention paid to colour values, use of expressionistic lighting and silhouette, all of these things have a striking impact on the audience and do not need to be corrected in later releases. Sadly, I think this painterly artistic approach to visuals has taken a real hit in recent years, and actually technology plays a huge part in this. Just as with the advent of sync sound in cinema setting back cinematography in a lot of cases, because now a gigantic and incredibly noisy camera had to be figured into on-set sound recordings, we've seen a lot of new technology have a similar effect on the look and feel of movies today. And especially when coupled with an increasingly risk-averse and self-destructive executive class presiding over these projects, these issues have and will only continue to grow worse. In fact, far from being a momentary slump brought about by a sudden change in production methods, they have essentially become an accepted and desired method unto themselves. The wielding of AI as a crude blade with which to gut entire creative industries is just the latest in this expression of capitalistic contempt both for art and for those who produce and consume it. While of course the colour versus black and white dichotomy is not directly applicable to video games, I do think there is a reason that retro aesthetics have seen a huge resurgence in recent years. It's because while yes, once upon a time these were simple choices of convenience or necessity, they have since become a style all their own, and a very effective, charming and singular style at that. It doesn't take much to recognise that these games really do not need messing with, and they certainly do not need these ground-up rebuilds that rob them of their entire visual, sonic and thematic identity. So, not to jump the gun too much, I do just want to say here and now, if you have only played or watched this or any other remake, be it game or movie or whatever, do yourself a favour and maybe check out the original too. And please do not make the mistake of believing that because you have played Bloober's remake, that means you have now played Silent Hill 2. Because you really haven't, and you deserve to. On the narrative front, of course, I do fully understand that retellings and folk tales passed on down the generations are just a part of oral storytelling traditions and mythology from around the world. Fables, parables, sagas, the whole works. I mean, how much of even the Bible is basically plagiarism? I do get it. Adapting and readapting stories is simply what we do, and I don't have a problem with that. I'm genuinely not standing on a beach screaming at the tide, okay? But respecting the act of retelling stories doesn't mean I have to like them them all. And honestly, I just don't really like this one. A lot of what I see from Bloober here and elsewhere just speaks more than anything to a lack of confidence in their own abilities and the strength of the original material. And worse than that, a lack of belief in their audience's ability to understand and engage with what they are experiencing. I just do not believe that if this were the game released all those years ago, we would still be talking about it all these decades later. Back in the fully otherworld apartment building, we find ourselves moving in reverse through the old layout, heading up a set of stairs we once ran down, finding yet another echo of a previous journey through this nightmare. Only now we can hear Pyramid Head moving around ahead of us, scoring great gouges in the floors and walls as he goes, the past being unearthed and defaced. We discover that old beloved moth room and find it now instead desperate in its lack of subtlety. Why have a few buzzing wings forlornly follow our meek torchlight through the dusty air when we can have a whole bunch of gross, creepy crawlers freaking us out instead? Whoa! Oh no! A puzzle in the room now even features a number of gigantic moths, which honestly did make me laugh, but thinking about it now, how much cooler would it have been if in place of a room full of tiny little bugs, there was just a handful of freakishly large ones instead, sitting there staring at you, buzzing intensely if you get too close. Now that would be unsettling. The music is gone now too, and we have no moment of quiet reflection here either. Just a boring, squelchy hole in the wall, which I hope you love seeing, because hey, they've just added a whole bunch more of them for some reason. Yet again, entirely robbing another iconic moment of its uniqueness. I genuinely don't know why they keep doing this, and I don't know if they do either. Next up, of course, we must pass through our trial by fire before we earn the right to continue on our journey towards the truth. Our shadow self is waiting for us once again. This encounter, just like every boss fight in the game, has now been iterated and expanded upon. This one actually to a far lesser extent than any of the others yet to come, but still enough to make a difference. While the moment-to-moment details of the fight itself are largely the same, though supposedly improved by the new combat system, the introduction is rather different. Instead of the sudden shock of walking in on Pyramid Head, doing whatever it is he likes to do, we have a much more languid, honestly almost bored-looking Pyramid Head just stroll on in. I guess he's just here for the paycheck now, you know. It's been 20 years and he's honestly just sick of being typecast at this point. We meet Laura again and are reminded with all this talk of her letter that Mary is still strangely absent this time through. Of course, we also can't let Laura's relationship with Mary go without being foregrounded and repeated just to make sure we're all following along at home. Also, something else I'd like to point out here, and obviously I hate to do this, but I think this is a perfect example of something that absolutely plagues video game voice acting, and that is this line here.
Hey, it was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
Maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I did.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother.
Sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet.
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here.
Now, please don't get me wrong, I am not attacking a child here, I promise. Seriously, please, don't leave. This is what I mean when I say I blame the voice direction far more than any of the actors. For a number of reasons, the line reads here are simply wrong, and rather than correct them, they just put them in the game. This is so frustratingly common in games, and I really wish more work was done to bring all game audio design up to a better standard, because no one deserves to have their work presented this way. A perfect example of this kind of thing is from the originals, actually, in the way that text was translated, which saw localizers given what amounted to a spreadsheet of lines devoid of any context, which they then had to basically give their best guess about, which is what led to certain lines being obviously wrong once placed in their actual context. It's a relatively simple production issue, but it has huge ramifications. Clearly far too little has changed within games, and I think usually it just speaks to an unfortunate deprioritizing of what is seen as less important work on these kinds of projects. Also, I do just fucking hate kids. We make our way towards Rosewater Park, hoping to finally find Mary, and a rare moment of effective horror actually occurs as we pass through this tunnel. A woman's slight gasp suddenly sounds close to one ear, and we whirl around to see where it might have come from. Of course, Bloober have literally no restraint, and so naturally this sound will be repeated 6 or 7 times at least before the end credits roll, because why have something be good when you can run it face first into the ground ground and just fuck it forever. I think Bloober are honestly just allergic to good ideas at this point. I'm not sure I can think of anything else in a game off the top of my head that is this aggravating in this specific way. Literally anything that could be cool in this game is repeated into oblivion, and I just cannot figure out for the life of me why anyone thought this was the smart thing to do. Nothing can survive being overused in this way, no matter how effective it might be. Also, you can't make James fall backwards off the stairs here anymore, so that instantly makes this a 0 out of 10. Sorry, Bloober, I don't make the rules. And so, at long last, we finally made our way to the place we were always going to end up, searching for Mary beside Toluca Lake, but finding something very different instead. Maria is given a kind of watery shrine all her own now, a pavilion out over the lake where we at last find her. With the emphasis on safer, more traditional performances, I feel this meeting is sadly much diminished compared to the original, and worse, Maria is given a far more malicious characterization this time through. It immediately rings of layers of fear, of course, and while not as aggressively lopsided as that game's approach was, it still sadly falls into that same tired mould. While, of course, Maria is essentially a tool of James's psyche, the part of him that wishes to live on in blissful ignorance, the solidness of her existence is far more interesting, and her presence as essentially yet another victim of male violence is what elevates her original character far beyond anything that we see in this remake, I'm afraid. The softening of James at her expense is driven home in pretty stark fashion during this first meeting, as James is essentially ready to remember the hotel and face the truth immediately at this point, and even looks out across the lake ready to see the light. But Maria blocks his view and steers him off in the wrong direction. Similar to Eddie, his choices are sort of made for him, and thus his guilt is somewhat assuaged right off the bat. Of course, we can't even be left to intuit what just happened. We also have to then be shown the light he was going to see, which I suppose is fair enough for people who haven't played the original, but it just feels like another reminder that subtlety is dead and we were fools to ever expect otherwise. Now, while we have them both here, much was made of the redesigns for both James and Maria, and while I honestly don't have a huge amount to say about that personally, I do think it is undeniable that these new outfits are far less cohesive and stylish than their OG counterparts. Like I say, I don't think it's the most important thing in the world, but I also think it's undeniable that these two have far more character and detail than these two do, and they both now look relatively bland in comparison. Also, this gives me an excuse to show off some of the quite funny inspirations for those original character designs, so here you go. Moving through the town with Maria, we find, as with many other places, Rosewater Park has been expanded in size a fair bit, mostly in the interest of adding realism, which, to be honest, in the context of architecture and city planning, I'm not entirely against, although there are certainly places where this has gone too far. For example, outside of the rust-choked otherworld, the yawning chasms of impossible destruction are now entirely absent from the town. Instead, they are portrayed as essentially just roadworks that have long since been abandoned, never to be completed. Maybe in the context of loops, this is some sign that the town is slowly healing as James gets closer and closer or something, but ultimately it just wastes some of the coolest imagery from the original game and robs the town of that sense of being quite literally chiseled out of reality and deposited in this strange liminal realm. The statues and memorials are still here, but there is a curious absence in that the Book of Lost Memories is now missing from the game in its most important form. Of course, it was always a New Game Plus only item, as it is required for the Rebirth ending, but it also adds enormously important context to understanding the nature of the power that dwells within Silent Hill itself, and why the town exists in its present form. Now, while the book is still here, the text it contains is not, and so the explicit placing of the history of this town within the context of colonial expansion, religious fundamentalism, and so-called manifest destiny is now entirely erased, which again is definitely an interesting choice to say the least. But what relevance does genocide have in 2025, I guess, right? Oh, also there's a funny bit here where as you search Rosewater Park you come across the toilets, and if you head inside you can sometimes find a health drink here, which James is forced to pull out of a broken toilet bowl. Sadly, Maria just has nothing to say about this, which I found myself being irrationally disappointed by. I was really hoping to hear her say something as we went towards the bathroom. You know, something like, "What's the matter, James? Need to go to the little boy's room and have James go, no, and pout like a little boy who very much does need to go to the little boy's room. Just a missed opportunity in my opinion. Rather than James remembering the hotel, Maria instead promises him that she knows a perfect candidate for the special place that Mary might have been referring to in her letter. A date spot popular with lovers that surely the two of them must have visited when they vacationed here years ago. James also reveals that Mary liked to play the piano here, which is interesting because it not only made me realise how much more Layers of Fear 1's The Wife was literally just Mary and Maria again, but also became all the more strange when I found that the line that revealed this in the original has now been cut from this game. Towards the end of the original, James examines the piano that Laura jump scares us with in the hotel, and he comments that Mary liked to play the piano. He goes on to reveal to us that actually she wasn't very good, but he loved listening to her play all the same. It's such a beautifully human moment that does a lot to tell us so much about their relationship and James's bittersweet memories about their life together. To some, it might also hint at a dismissive attitude towards his wife's creative pursuits if you choose to read it that way, and so it was a line that I really did miss this time through. And this is what I mean when I say that replacing all the introspective examination text with prattling voiceover or notes about blood and piss just really hurts the overall experience now. As we head off on Maria's wild goose chase, we experience yet more deja vu as we can visit the old Heaven's Night stairway where Maria herself used to jump scare us all those years ago. It's something else entirely now and we can no longer venture inside, but like us, Maria can still sense the power in this imagery, even if she can't quite reach out and touch it anymore. At Jack's Inn, we find yet more confusing signs of the loops that James has been caught in. As we search through the rooms for a key to let us through the back gate, we venture inside room 106. That's right, the very room that Heather will someday spend a short time in on her own journey through this nightmare. Except, wait, that can't be right. That can't be here, can it? In room 108, Maria even finds her old outfit. James can sense that something is wrong in these rooms. He's far closer to the truth than he knows. With yet another find-a-note jump scare, we leave the motel behind us and come face to face with yet another old friend, the Baldwin Mansion, fresh with signs of a strange ritual we can't know anything about just yet. Maria, of course, refuses to go near the place, even if she can't quite recall why she is scared of this house. The scars at the back of her mind remember everything. Don't worry, Maria. We remember too. We finally make it to the freshly renovated Heaven's Night, and I feel like this is as good a time as any to discuss the overall approach to the environmental redesigns in this remake. I've heard a few people praise the fact that Silent Hill now makes a lot more sense as a resort town, as it does look a whole lot more like a place people would actually want to visit now. And I absolutely do get that reaction, but I also feel that the vaguely depressing air of the original town wasn't an accident. I don't think anyone thought that this looked like a nice resort town by mistake. I actually grew up pretty close to and still spend a little bit of time in a coastal town that was at one point a pretty buzzing tourist hotspot. Ironically enough, it has now been massively renovated in recent years, but growing up it was a depressing shell of what it had once been. So maybe it's just a personal thing, but I always pictured Silent Hill like that too. Maybe there was once a clear reason why people would want to visit a place like this, but it's hard to see now under all the boarded up shop fronts and trash-strewn promenades. So yes, by the same token, the new Heaven's Night is a much more vibrant and successful looking place, but the old design had a dreary, barren charm to it that is sadly gone now. It was a place where the customers were almost as despondent as the dancers themselves. You can just imagine them all sitting here stock still in the dark, mouths open in silent screams, their T-posed arms outstretched for comfort that will never find them. Even without the endless fog and the painfully twisted creatures, this place is not and has never been okay. Sadly, it now just feels that little bit more like a perfectly average town. A place that families actually would like to come and visit and really would have a nice time. Much like the seaside towns I grew up near, even Silent Hill isn't safe from gentrification, it would seem. We even see a sign for Toluca Light Beer, a perfect encapsulation of this new approach. What was once a fathomless sea of ghostly dead has since been branded, packaged, and is now just thoughtlessly sold to out-of-town punters.
All I got is piss warm chango.
That's my brand.
Once fearful and mysterious, now just tossed aside and ultimately pissed away. The music too is different now. As with a few of the tracks, it is made explicitly diegetic here, piped in over speakers like the soundtrack to a stroll around Matalan. We get a nice little urban legend reference here in Heaven's Night as a treat as Maria dances for us, which again for me in this context just felt like a cynical ploy to get our money, like jangling some keys in front of us while they pick our pockets. Yeah, go girl, give us absolutely nothing. The cutscene that plays here is easily the best thing in this remake so far, and yet it is still just an unsubtle foregrounding of what never needed to be highlighted like this in the original for it to inform James's character all the same. Yes, it manages to, unlike virtually every other scene in the game, avoid having James literally just say out loud that he is a recovering alcoholic, but this is hardly a subtle scene all the same, and the fact that that is the bar we have to cross now just seems to speak for itself to me. Once again, Maria is so much more hostile right off the bat here, essentially trying to force a drink upon James. And while the comparison between her and the temptation of alcohol for an addict is an apt one, the remake once again forgoes really any sympathy for Maria and just continues to paint her in this villainous light. Her polygon count might have increased enormously over the years, but it looks like sacrifices had to be made elsewhere to make up for that. Also, at the end here, as Maria waits for us in the hallway, the game should have made us squeeze past her like we do when we pass between broken walls. I think that would have been funny. Make James feel awkward and then have her laugh at him about it. I guess part of it is just that Maria is one of my favourite characters from the whole series, and they just did our girl so dirty here. And I'm not too proud to admit that this alone kills this remake for me. She always struck me as almost a retelling of the Frankenstein story, you know? Part of a feminist lineage that dates all the way back to the Bible. She is the Eve, or perhaps even Lilith, to James's Adam. She is a very literal manifestation of the ecstatic pain that comes from being created from man's rib. She owes her very existence to James and to the town of Silent Hill, and yet she is allowed no free will or agency of her own. She is here simply to be a servile slave, doomed to be punished for a sin she was programmed to commit. Sadly, I really don't feel that that tragic part of her character is really present at all anymore, and so the game just feels infinitely lesser for that. Of course, instead of taking us anywhere useful, Maria naturally takes us to another nearby park in the first part of a relatively slight but brand new addition to the game, and a park that James is sure he's never even been to before. Once again, she's led him astray, but all the same, this allows us to find another strange statue at the centre of this calm and tranquil place. Only this one is in memory of an alleged witch. Maria tells us the story of a woman falsely accused of witchcraft and sentenced to die alone in exile out on a nearby island. A local man who fell in love with her refused to let her die, and so he would row out every night, guided by her candlelight, to bring her food and spend evenings with her. Until one night, a terrible storm blew in. Refusing to abandon his true love, the man rowed on into the storm and was drowned. But he never gave up on her, even though it killed him. Maria seems enamoured with this story, perhaps for obvious reasons. Continuing the search, we come face to face with Eddie once more, no longer in Pete's bowlerama, but instead taking a seat in a nearby movie theatre. The scene is functionally the same, but with some key differences, and the focus on the scene is once again on how Eddie's decline is actually our fault for leaving him behind. Again, I'm not trying to suggest that I have no sympathy for Eddie's situation, but this is on him. No one forced him to behave this way, and within the context I hope I have provided in this video, it all just feels like another example of Bloober Team's bizarre obsession with excusing the behaviour of unhinged and violent men time and time again. And when coupled with another recurrence of the same grace not being extended to a woman in a similar situation, it just doesn't paint a flattering picture, does it? We chase after Laura once more, except we also kind of don't. We're certainly supposed to be hurrying after her, but in reality we're actually constantly interrupting this to search every single desk drawer we come across to find health items and bullet boxes, because, well, that's what The Last of Us does. And who gives a fuck about pacing anyway, am I right? It's kind of like the Bethesda sandbox narrative dissonance problem, but on a micro scale, you know? Yeah, I really should be searching for my kidnapped son, but first I need to repopulate Boston, build an entire trade network, and fuck around on a flying 18th century frigate for 75 hours. We just kinda don't have our priorities straight anymore, do we? The new approach to making the town feel more lived in continues into Brookhaven, which, don't get me wrong, is still a site of horrors, but it clearly feels far less oppressive and ancient than it once did. Part of this is once again down to the change in camera, with the new perspective necessitating much wider hallways so as not to interfere with the movement of the camera. Not that this doesn't happen anyway. The main effect that this has, however, is to make these locations far less claustrophobic and far less threatening. The place might feel more realistic and perhaps even more genuinely American, just like much of the rest of the town does now, but it doesn't feel anywhere near as horrible a place to be in anymore. And honestly, the presentation of an American town through the lens of Japanese preconceptions and, of course, the direct influence of a number of American movies always made the place feel so much more uncanny, in my opinion, which is far more preferable to realism in this context. You can have all the top-notch texture work in the world, but it doesn't mean all that much if you don't have a genuinely effective horror atmosphere to tie it all together. Pretty much every note in the place has been rewritten so that we now experience, yes, a place of brutality, but one which is far more pointed towards the patients here. Their violence is always front and centre, giving the overall impression that the staff are largely justifiably containing their otherwise out-of-control mania. Now, of course, yes, that is how they might see it, but with Bloober's track record, as we've seen, it just feels right at home with the outrageously negative attitudes towards the mentally ill that have appeared in pretty much every one of their games so far. Also, the shotgun is now just straight up the shotgun from The Last of Us 2, which, again, did make me laugh at least. If any more proof were needed that subtlety is indeed dead in this game, please observe as we watch Maria lay down in this hospital bed, turn around, walk out the door, and are immediately met with a palliative care poster staring us right in the face. Is this the worst crime committed this week? No, of course not. But it was stuff like this that just had me rolling my eyes and laughing every 5 minutes, sadly. It was the Blair Witch basement all over again. Once again, the music here has just been hacked to bits and then randomly sprinkled over the whole building, so it no longer feels like it has any identity or purpose. Motifs and themes are gone entirely, and really it all just feels like yet another metaphor for the game itself, which sure is all very meta, but it gets a little tiring after a while when you don't have anything to say except more stuff about yourself, you know? It's all a bit Quentin Tarantino at a party, really. Once again, that breathing sound I used to love so much continues to be overused every single place you go, and I'm frankly just fucking sick of it. I know I mentioned it before, and I am just repeating myself now, but please try and remember that all of my complaints come packaged together with the fact that at all times during this playthrough, they are still managing to butcher this soundtrack. Can you even begin to imagine how much pain I was in through this whole game? And even that is on top of the boring fucking camera. On the more positive side, the nurses are the first enemies that really feel like they have actually been designed to adapt the original combat to me. They are sadly still dispatched in the exact same way that everything else is, but they are far more conducive to creating panic when they grab your weapon and hurl you backwards. Some of the only satisfying fights I had in this game happened around here, where you flail around, narrowly avoiding their pipe swings before diving back in to launch your own attack, only for them to counter it right back. It was the briefest of glimpses into how the combat in this game might have felt if it had any real direction to it. We also find these half-inert nurses staring at the various television sets that now litter the hospital, which is a nice touch, I guess. It makes sense. It's an obvious nod to the TV at the end. That's foreshadowing or something, right? So that makes it good, I guess? Can you tell I'm really struggling at this point? It's like, okay, I guess that's cool, but then it's right back to running through the hospital, clearing corners, quick switching my weapons like a pro, hitting out with an iron pipe at anything that gets within a few feet of me, and feeling like I've got the tactical prowess Steven Seagal fucking wishes he had. And he still keeps putting the fucking gun away. Why are you doing that, James? Stop fucking doing that? The practical issues of the combat get old real fast. Obviously, this is Bloober's first ever real combat system, and it really shows at times. The range at which James stops targeting enemies is buggy and inconsistent, which makes fighting multiple enemies feel bad in a completely unintuitive way, like you're being punished when the game fucks up and not when you fuck up. The nurses, who as I say are basically the only good enemies in the game, also have some of the worst stun lock capabilities, especially when combined with the fact that your dodge will often just shoot you off in any old fucking direction, leaving you open to a lead pipe round the back of your fucking head. These issues also rear their ugly head a little when you try to break into something to get a health drink or some ammo and you just totally miss what you were aiming at, or when the game suddenly slides you halfway across the room to slam an already dead enemy when you were trying to hit the very much alive one standing right in front of you. It really is all over the place sometimes, literally. The ambushing mannequins also outright refuse to be interrupted even when you absolutely catch them before they have a chance to grab you. They just tank the hit and move through your animations, which is really fucking annoying. It doesn't feel scary, it doesn't induce panic, it's just frustrating because it feels like what it is, which is Bloober Team's attempt at someone else's combat system but on the cheap. The hit, dodge repetition just becomes too much, and for anyone currently blanching at my temerity to complain about the remake having repetitive combat while praising the originals, yes, I know, that was awkward and repetitive too, but at least the repetitive combat of the original was simpler and took up less of my time. Also, at least I could understand what I was fucking doing most of the time in the old games. So yeah, if it's a choice between two stiff and repetitive combat systems, I'm gonna go with the one that's over quicker, to be quite honest with you. And don't get me wrong, this isn't me complaining about the game being too hard or anything. I literally have not died once in this game. That is not the issue here. Oh, also out here in the brand new hospital garden area, the bushes are just completely bugged and you literally cannot hit enemies inside of them. So that was really fun and cool to find out in the middle of a fight. Twice. We also find that the blackness of night that descends on the town here is now more thoroughly explained by the presence of a fairly strong storm that rolls in. Again, this might seem like nothing on the surface of it, but in practice it robs the hospital of its ethereal silence and sense of cosmic dread that used to come from looking up and seeing not the night sky or storm clouds, but a truly empty void staring down at us in cold, unfeeling indifference. By contrast, we are now bombarded by storm sounds throughout the hospital, in fact. Every window rattling at us as rain beats down from every angle. Up on the roof, we once again stumble into Pyramid Head, although, of course, not in his usual place anymore.
Let go of me! Where are you going?
Following after Laura, we find a number of her drawings, like in the original, but they are now no longer her usual innocent childlike fare, and are instead Bloober's beloved children's drawing, but twisted, which is just a little bit cringe, to be honest. The music comes in too late yet again. Yes, it drove me mad every single time it happened. I still don't get why it keeps happening, and I am going to make you suffer through it with me every single time. And honestly, Laura on the whole just seems a lot less like an innocent kid being deliberately left untouched by the town, and instead almost like she is disassociating and refusing to accept what is happening here, which actually feeds into a note we find which lists a young girl as a patient at Brookhaven and links in with a whole bunch of new stuff about the hospital's director, and it really just feels a lot like Bloober gesturing at the idea that all of the characters are in fact patients in a mental hospital, and maybe none of this is real, and maybe it was all a dream, which is honestly just the most pointless way possible of interpreting these events, in my opinion, so I cannot even begin to imagine why you would want to suggest that. Once again, nothing can be implied without a huge signpost being pointed at it. We all know how strange it is that Laura is running around this mouldy old hospital without being in any danger, but of course the game can't just let us notice that and question it for ourselves.
Let's go!
Sorry, Laura, but I can't let you just run around this place. You might get hurt.
By what?
Laura lures James into an ambush with the promise of Mary's letter, and it's funny because in the original James quite clearly cottons on to what she's doing, but his more clearly defined obsession with getting the note obviously forces him onward even if he knows he shouldn't. Here, by contrast, James just kind of comes across as a fucking idiot, really. Like, he genuinely just gets completely hoodwinked by an 8-year-old, which, yes, is hilarious, but frankly, throughout all of these scenes, I just find the characterizations are simply less interesting now. Silent Hill 2's Laura is one of the most accurate child performances I've ever seen in a game, and we see a great example of that here in the original, where James actually genuinely hurts Laura when he calls her a brat. She very literally acts like a child here, and while she probably would have just let James out, because she's so upset, she actually storms off and leaves him behind. Here in the remake, instead she just sounds like a child actor reading lines written by a much older person, and the scene just yet again loses all of that nuance. A lot of the changes feel at least partially geared towards making James a softer, sadder, tired-eyed puppy boy, and this leaves his oddness mostly on the cutting room floor. He largely reacts in a more relatable manner, and really doesn't have any remnants of his other self left in this performance. And now, of course, we come to the crux of the entire game, the fart face line.
Why, you... Laura?
You never expected it, I know I never expected it. That's right, Bloober Team actually kept the fart face line.
In your dreams, fart face.
And then they just did it again for some reason.
Please open the door. There's something in here.
Sure there is. A big lying fart face.
And then again.
See a fart face?
Like, Bloober are just absolutely incapable of not botching a good thing, I swear. It just reeks of desperation, and by this point you've already lost what made the original interesting. So what are we even doing here? The boss fight sure is a boss fight now. From this point on, the bosses essentially come in the same three-phase flavour, and yeah, they are quite obviously a lot more of a spectacle than they used to be, what with all the extra time and money afforded to Bloober, but again, they only really serve to further cement this psychological horror game's turn into an action game with a horror theme. We transition into the other world in what used to be for the first time, for obvious reasons, but now just feels like nothing new. Especially because the transitional spaces are gone now, and we simply move from one uniform version of a location to another uniform version of the same location. Though the map changing to reflect the other world version overlaid on top is a cool effect. What can I say? I'm a sucker for the maps, but honestly, at this point, I've already checked out. Even the maps aren't enough anymore. Honestly, part of me just wishes this was all a huge, really well detailed, explorable rendering of the whole town with basically just Easter eggs and fun things to find littered all over it. Like virtual Springfield, but Silent Hill. One of the new puzzles here even uses the imagery of lobotomizing someone, which on the surface feels like a perfect addition to a Silent Hill hospital environment, right? And maybe even a nice Session 9 reference. But in context, what does it even mean? We use the lobotomy needle to progress here. Metaphorically, this simply doesn't make any sense. Lobotomizing himself is the opposite of what James is doing here. If anything, he should be removing the needle to hint at his suppressed memories being unlocked. A reversal of the lobotomy he has already done to himself. It all just feels so typically Bloober, draped in the iconography of a thing while not exploring the implications of that thing even the slightest bit. Oh, look. An X-ray, but the X-ray shows that we've got chains. Brain chains. I'm sorry, I know some people really love this game, but I just cannot pretend to have connected with it emotionally, even a little bit. As a perfect counterpoint to this limp iconography, the lying figure variants that we encounter here now have an inbuilt suicide attack, where once you beat them down enough, they explode in a geyser of this caustic embalming fluid and pretty much liquefy themselves in a final attempt to take you down with them, which is a much more organic way of integrating themes of self-harm, suicide, and self-destructive behaviour into the game, I think, and is probably just a complete accident, seeing as it once again comes straight from The Last of Us. We then experience the famous radio game show moment, and predictably at this point, it is just not very good. The sinister playfulness of the original is gone in favour of an honestly pretty more like scary devil voice.
Correctly and receive the punishment.
Everyone, thanks for tuning in. Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat, where you answer our questions correctly and win a prize beyond your wildest dreams. Or you fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. punishment.
This is what I mean when I say I could not stop rolling my eyes through this game. The next scene is a perfect example of how Bloober's attempts to both soften James and harden Mary not only rob them of any nuance, but also twist the meaning of scenes in the most awful of ways. The anyway moment now simply does not work, makes no sense, and can only serve to reinforce the idea that Maria is an insane, unhinged, hysterical woman.
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway! What do you mean, anyway?
James.
Mary! Oh. Maria, I thought... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway?
I mean, literally, can anyone explain to me what she is even reacting to anymore? She repeats the word anyway because that's what she does in the original, even though the far more genuine delivery now makes James's anyway not even half as inappropriate as it once was. Her reaction just doesn't make any sense now, and her sudden outburst just sounds off to me no matter how many times I listen to it. Honestly, this whole scene is just completely scuffed, with the next exchange only making things worse.
So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
So what about Laura? You found her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
What? Well, we have to find her.
Yeah, you really seem to care about that girl. Do you know her?
I'd never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone, and I don't know, for some reason I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Why on earth is he saying it with such suspicion now? Like, what the actual fuck are you talking about, James? She exploded a moment ago at a relatively benign interaction, and yet has nothing to say about this. Honestly, this whole "you must secretly know the young girl lost in a monster-infested helltown in order to give a solitary fuck about her" just reminded me so much of the caring about your children makes you a woman logic we got from Christoph Gans.
My reputation for misogyny is legendary.
With every line, the scene seems to fall apart in a brand new way now, and the sense of inversion I feel from it honestly just feels so at home with this game's position as a haunted mirror image of the original. These loops have not been kind, have they, my friends? Some kind of Born from a Wish DLC might be out by the time you are watching this video, and I honestly dread to think just how badly that section will mishandle Maria, seeing as this is what we're getting in the main game. Also, during the fridge opening scene, I think it would have been better to have her just effortlessly do it without him. He struggles with it, and then they both line up to open it on 3. He counts to 2, and she goes before him and just does it herself. If she's supposed to be playfully emasculating him, why not just have her actually do it, you know? In exchange, we do get kind of a cool moment here, however, where when the two walk through the nightmare hospital, it begins to rain indoors from the black void sky above. It is an undoubtedly cool image, and a rare glimpse at the surreal, awe-inspiring moments that the series is known for. So it shouldn't really be all that surprising then that it's actually just taken from Silent Hill 4's hospital. The Pyramid Head basement chase is now obviously much more of an action sequence, of course, which makes sense, and I don't disagree with expanding it into something more than the original gave us, although I do think that the sudden nature of it, the lack of context and the sense of what the hell am I supposed to be doing here is gone in favour of a safely defined sequence that we've all played 1,000 times before. Also, the sequence itself sadly falls apart in ways that I've never really seen in a video game before. James yells at Maria to run ahead, and she does, until suddenly a cutscene kicks in, and now James is just ahead ahead of her somehow. Like with the anyway bit from before, you can't help but just do a massive double take and then just shake your head. It's like, I'm sorry, excuse me? You cannot help but notice it, and it just completely pulls you out of one of the most impactful moments of the original. It's almost like an actual old school continuity error, but in a video game somehow. It got me thinking of crappy old VHS B movies, and I suddenly realised just how much Bloober are basically like one of those companies that rush out no-budget knockoffs of upcoming movie releases with a similar enough name and front cover to trick people into accidentally buying them. So I guess in a way we should all salute Bloober for keeping the proud history of Italian cinema alive and well into the modern age.
Oh my God!
This whole part here genuinely felt a bit like the More intro mess all over again. It's just one baffling thing after another. Maria's death now just goes on too long. We don't get Maria's genuine cry of fear. She essentially dies off screen for some reason, and then she gets pulled away all cool-like because of course she does. We leave the hospital, and I think we actually get one of the only decent uses of music here. In the absence of the full atmosphere that the original is able to build and sustain, we do at least have a period here that perhaps gets the closest to emulating it. We walk back through the town in utter darkness. A terrible stillness hangs in the air around us as the music is finally allowed to simply play, proving definitively that they could have been using the music properly this entire time. It's like they accidentally got it right once and then immediately went back to just butchering it again. This nighttime version of the town is actually probably the best new sideways movement in the game. Of course, it is simply copying this section from the original game, but there's no denying that the huge leap forward in graphical quality over the years does help to make this rain-slicked, torch-lit journey back through this blighted town a real visual treat. That being said, it still feels a little off. It feels so much more like a remake of the first game here rather than anything from Silent Hill 2, with its focus on smoke and fire damage and this metal grate streeting. Again, it all just feels generally much more at home with Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3, where the charred up otherworld has obvious narrative resonance, unlike here. Maybe a more disease-eaten look could have worked towards a similar effect, but it just didn't really land for me. I couldn't help but wonder if this was just the team making these assets now to save the money later when they finally come to remake those other games. Which, to be clear, I don't blame them for if that is what they were doing, but either way, I just wish that Silent Hill 2 didn't have to have its identity flattened in this way, whatever the rationale was. James's world should be sad and empty, and so much more melancholy than this burned out, far too aggressive version is. What with how hostile the town is in this remake, I honestly dread to think just how over the top they might have to go in trying to one-up this in both difficulty and tone for Silent Hill 3 or, God forbid, Silent Hill 4. Also, this was sadly another walk through the town that was characterised by bugs for me. This time, predominantly audio ones. Musical stings that I'm sure were supposed to accompany enemy appearances kept simply playing for no reason, or even playing a few seconds after I had already killed the enemy in question, which I'm assuming is just another way in which Bloober's dynamic music system just doesn't really work, unfortunately. And that was when the music and sound effects played at all and weren't literally just cutting out altogether. Thankfully, this didn't really happen too much after this point, but it was really, really noticeable here and obviously didn't help. As I say, the burnt out nature of the otherworld is also highly reminiscent of the Silent Hill movie depictions, and we even get a flickering jukebox jump scare here, which I could only interpret as a reference to that first movie. Needless to say, an air of Gans hangs all over this place now. The Mandarins return and are actually very well realised. Their intro is quite funny for those of us who have played the original. We hear them pounding towards us on the metal ahead, only for them to, of course, be revealed as hanging below us from the floor rather than stomping towards us above, as I'm sure most new players would have assumed. I will say though that they are actually teased twice for some reason, first with a fake out and then with the full reveal. I'm not really sure why, because it does lessen the effect somewhat, although overall I thought it was pretty good. They were always more of a strange curiosity in the original rather than an actual threat, and so naturally they've been given a complete combat makeover to make them far more dangerous this time through, which is certainly a positive in some respects, although I do feel it does discourage being confused by them and examining them and pondering just what the hell they are a little bit. That sense of awe and wonder is just generally lessened across the board this time through, I think, what with everything just being a hyper-aggressive combatant now instead. In a surprise edition, we actually meet Angela again here in a scene which feels a lot like a meditation on the nature of this place as artificial and essentially as a video game remake, which, as I say, is not entirely uninteresting, but when instead of the nuance of the original, all you have is endlessly talking about yourself as a piece of media, it just all starts to feel a little redundant and repetitive, especially at the 11-hour mark. Angela seems to hallucinate here, seeing things we clearly cannot, and specifically after the mention of a little girl. It hints that perhaps she sees her father here and becomes gripped by fear of the idea that he might just do to Laura what he did to her. And so she runs off into the darkness, leaving us alone once more. We make it to the Historical Society building, and honestly I think we get what feels like the only deliberate camera angle outside of a cutscene here, where the hallway ahead of us very deliberately draws our eye down towards the painting of Pyramid Head. It's the only actual establishing shot that I can recall vividly in this remake, and it just had to be completely undone by being so heavy-handed and on the nose. He has to be front and centre, of course. We can't have anyone maybe missing him, right? We daren't give anyone a reason to actually be curious and genuinely explore this place naturally of their own volition. I don't know. I guess my generosity just dried up somewhere around Layers of Fear 2, and it ain't coming back now, is it? By contrast, I actually do really like this aerial photograph of the town. I just like it, that's all. Nothing really to say about it. It just looks really cool to me. It reminds me of an old photo we used to have in the house I grew up in, showing it when it was just a tiny little cottage, and yeah, it honestly looked just like this. Here is where we also get the sort of punchline to the whole Lady of the Light story that Maria set up for us earlier on in that park she took us to. We find that the Historical Society have a much different version of Maria's story, with it being far more clear-cut in their eyes that the woman was in fact guilty of witchcraft, and far from her lover being killed in a storm because he refused to let go of his undying love for her, they say instead that one night the moon shone so bright that he mistook its reflection for the witch's guiding candlelight. Thus he sailed off course and eventually drowned. After some reflection on this, the meaning of the whole affair seems to emerge to once again paint Maria in a much more negative light than I feel is necessary. In her version, the woman is portrayed as a persecuted outsider, and her lover as someone who refused to abandon her even if it led to his own death. This new version paints the man's death in a very different light, quite literally. He is instead led astray by a false light that takes him far away from his true love and leaves him lost, adrift in an endless sea, doomed to a solitary fate. Clearly, Maria has a vested interest in manipulating James with her heavily edited version of the story. After all, she is the false light leading James astray here. Again, it's not that they are failing to reinforce the original. I do understand they are taking all of this in a brand new direction. I get that, and even commend it in some ways. I don't oppose that inherently. I just think making Maria more villainous is a flattening of her character and is far less interesting than the original. And I can't ignore that using the history of witch burnings and legitimizing powerful institutions rewriting their own sordid histories in order to characterize a woman as a dangerous fantasist is, once again, quite an interesting choice. Vague misogyny aside, all of this would have been better served by being a bespoke component of an original game rather than some messy addition trying to piggyback off the legacy of a far greater work, I think. Again, we come back to questions of what is the point of a remake? Should it be a complete retreading of the original and attempt to duplicate it entirely? Well, probably not. No. So then it should seek to change as much as possible and create new meaning from the source material then, right? Well, to be honest, that probably gives you a better shot, to be fair, but that will lead the audience to a kind of three-pronged fork in the road. They will either find that their emotional response to this new material is just as strong, not as strong, or even stronger than the original. Sadly, for me, I did not connect emotionally to this remake anywhere near as much as I still do to the original, and I think part of the issue just comes down to the inherent problem that working in the exact same medium brings. This is where translating source material into a different medium entirely can help. True Grit has 2 movie adaptations, and really the Coen brothers' far more faithful adaptation of the Charles Portis story is less a remake of the John Wayne classic as it is a second adaptation of the book. By the same token, John Carpenter's The Thing is not so much a remake of 1951's The Thing from Another World, and much more an attempt to accurately adapt the original source material Who Goes There by John W. Campbell. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said here, and so this game cannot escape the direct comparison no matter how much it seeks to change, having no ultimate source material to fall back on. It would be more akin to simply publishing a second book version of Who Goes There and wondering why everyone just calls you a plagiarist. Ultimately, there is no real translation or adapting taking place here, just random additions being sloppily added amongst the one-to-one copies lifted straight out of the original. So in the end, it can't help but feel like more of a tracing of the original artwork with a few lines out of place, rather than any earnest attempt to rework the material for me. Also, the painting of the hole in the floor room that we'll be coming across soon doesn't actually work now because we don't get the old camera angle to show us the painting as we saw it in the painting. So yeah, it just kind of feels like another great metaphor for the remake itself now. It's here because it's supposed to be here, even if the changes that have been made to it render it entirely meaningless now. Oh, also the huge staircase leading ever downward is actually just a metaphor for the game's absolutely ridiculously bloated length now. We meet Eddie once again and we immediately see that his victim is frozen over now, fully linking it to the fridge from before, and of course to the meat locker where he will eventually meet his fate. Not to pick apart the performances too much, but Eddie's, no longer gives the weird, excited, creepy vibes from before, and overall they just seem to be trying way too hard to make Eddie seem scary and threatening, and while of course he is dangerous, I think that is far too much projecting how he wishes he would be perceived, rather than the pathetic loner drunk on power, which is how he is actually perceived. And overall I just feel that his nature is far less thoroughly explored now.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah. You're gonna go out there alone?
Yeah.
Further into the prison, we encounter the mannequins again, only now they've been given a bit of an upgrade. They hug the walls and creep around above you, jumping down to attack you from your blind spot. Overall, I think it's a decent addition, and it harkens back to this piece of official art that was used for the original game's manual, so it feels perfectly in tune with the rest of the game and with the creature's design. I will say it is a little buggy at times, and they are quite trivial to deal with, as you can just endlessly bait them into jumping, which triggers a pretty obvious audio cue, making them pretty easy to dodge, and then, as I say, they are already on the floor, which is exactly where you want them for a quick stomp, and that's that. But overall, still a decent addition. Sadly, the famous prison bathroom ghost I pointed out last time is just a total nothing now, as due to the new camera and design philosophy creating an entirely new approach to gameplay, instead of knocking on the door, reading some text, turning away, and then triggering the jump scare, this time through I hurled myself face first into each door to check for ammo or healing items, instantly triggered the jump scare without realising it, and only upon finishing my search did I realise, oh, that was supposed to be the toilet bit. Okay, not exactly the vibe we once enjoyed. Also, the strange, chanting, invisible prisoners are just totally absent now for some reason. Like I say, most of the curiosity pieces from the original are either gone entirely or repeated endlessly to rob them of any kind of speculative interest for the player in what almost starts to feel like a deliberate attempt to scuff up the original town's presentation, like yet more meta-commentary on the nature of this remake as an inevitably less remarkable place for being just a for-profit imitation. At times this almost becomes the only possible reading of the game, that it is just generally worse in every regard on purpose to function as a commentary on remakes themselves. In this same vein, we also run through an almost play-by-play recreation of a section from the Resident Evil 2 remake where we run through a cell block filled with caged-in creatures, are forced to power up the area to solve a puzzle, inadvertently unlock all of those locked cells, and then have to run back through them as the creatures all pour out and give chase. This is also all in service of unlocking a bunch of animal-themed doors, which itself also feels ripped right out of a Resident Evil game. Bloober just love their Resident Evil games, I guess. So much so that they did the run back through a room suddenly filled with enemies bit for a second time about 5 minutes later. The plague pit origins of the town are translated here into a very literal fear of disease and contagion, as we learn through the obligatory mountain of of notes that the prisoners here were sealed inside and quarantined by the increasingly unhinged warden. It all makes the prison feel more tangibly real as a functioning place, which arguably harms the sense of it being an impossible space, while also adding so much extraneous and almost cartoony detail that it swings all the way around to just becoming completely unbelievable as a real place. It basically just felt like a redo of the hospital we just came from. All in all, the stories told here are essentially about places made evil by dangerous male figureheads, rather than the structural rot built upon tainted foundations that the original was more interested in. I'll let you decide for yourselves which version has more to say about our reality in the context of prisoners being sealed inside their cells to die of disease. I'm not saying having a mad prison warden is inherently bad, but it is a bit silly for a Silent Hill game, and it does carry with it a very different message, and one that I personally feel is just inferior to the original. There was a little bit here though actually that I really liked, that felt a lot more natural and emergent than any other point in the game. Now, I'm not sure if this was supposed to happen, but I was unlocking a door here and I heard a scuttling go by me as my back was turned, and I realised immediately that a mannequin had just run by me as I wasn't looking and was now hiding in a room I'd just been in. It was like literally one of those "it's right behind me, isn't it?" scenes in a movie.
That pencil-pushing scazwag! Why, if she were here, Oh, is she behind me?
No, I'm in front of you.
I headed back the way I had just come, and sure enough, it was hiding behind a table, and I promptly dispatched it with a shotgun blast. But it was actually quite a cool moment, and it just struck me as so typical that the coolest moment so far would feel like it actually happened completely by accident because something bugged out. We head down and down once more, further into the depths of James's delusions. And while we're on the subject, I think we have another great example here of how narrative doesn't stop just because we're not in a cutscene anymore, and how careful you have to be with certain mechanics, even if they aren't explicitly designed to be communicating a story to the player. In the original, to jump into a hole, you would interact with the chasm, then be given a text prompt asking you to commit to this act, and then watch as James hurls himself into yet another abyss. Now, instead, we interact with the chasm, are given a button prompt, and then given the same button prompt several more times before we finally take the plunge. Now, clearly the idea here is to emulate this sense of deliberate commitment to jumping by not making it a simple single button press. But the problem is that we are jumping down several holes, some of them in quick succession, and we already know with these interaction sequences that we will be expected to press multiple times. So what that actually translates to in the player's experience is that we end up entering the interaction already hammering the hurl myself down a hole button so as to get through the sequence as quickly as possible, as who really wants to sit through a long drawn out process of button presses when we don't need to, which in turn gives us the impression that despite his animations attempting to convey hesitation and fear, James is in fact hurriedly throwing himself into every single abyss he can find, having long since grown bored of the process, like, yeah, come on, I've not got all day, as he descends into his own fractured psyche.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
Would you get a move on? I haven't got all night.
By the time he meets Mary, he's going to be straight up yawning in her face, you know? We enter into Angela's world once again, and of course the door imagery that was tastefully and subtly deployed before has to get shoved right in our faces for a second time, so that we definitely don't miss it. Soon enough, we encounter Angela's abstract daddy, and more so than even before, this boss fight has been radically expanded upon. Thank goodness, we've finally come home. Yet more looping hallways. How I've missed you. Essentially now we instead enter what is almost certainly a version of Angela's childhood home, and are chased around by her monstrous father. The design of the abstract daddy itself is largely the same, although it now includes some charred sections which link it more firmly to the fiery world of Angela's that we will come to see a little later. Overall, it's another 3-phase boss fight, as they all are now, which sure makes sense as an extension of the new approach to action horror combat, rather than much of a meaningful expansion of the encounter's thematic depth. This time we have a number of TV screens simply playing half-heard pieces of Angela's abuse at her father's hands, and perhaps even the moment she finally rid herself of him.
Look at me! Don't look at me!
Unfortunately, this expansion, coupled with the flattening of Angela's performance to remove her mother's voice and the duality of her personality, leaves the implication of her mother having played a role in her abuse now entirely absent from the game. And overall, these snippets make the abuse feel more over the top and sensationalized to me, rather than a real thing that has clearly destroyed this young girl. With the inclusion of the televisions, it almost comes to feel like a melodramatic TV show being broadcast for our benefit, rather than an actual exploration of Angela's trauma and the self-loathing she has internalized within herself. Like the Netflix true crime podcast version rather than the real thing, you know. At the end of the day, none of this was necessary to make Silent Hill 2 one of the best games ever made. So my question is, as with all the minor additions and sideways changes, what justifies it being here? And honestly, it all just feels like the economy of storytelling is being entirely abandoned simply to get the game's length over an arbitrary number of hours, because that's what these games are supposed to be like these days. And again, please don't feel attacked or anything. I'm absolutely not questioning or denigrating anyone's emotional response to this section. Angela is a tragic character and her story is heartbreaking. But in terms of pure storytelling, this all feels a little too overwrought and bogged down to me now. Not only was it not needed, but it does in fact limit our part in the process of engaging with the art. What is there for us to consider or imagine or interpret when instead we just see it all laid bare before our very eyes? For me, the very real pain and torment explored through these characters is just being reduced to melodrama now, and that veers dangerously close to just straight up disrespectful to the reality of these situations for me. We flop on over to the reunion with Maria, and again, I think the absolute lack of atmosphere, vibe, aura, fucking milieu, whatever you want to call it, and the absence of any creative cinematography is felt perhaps nowhere more keenly than it is here. It was pieces of this scene as they appeared in the original story trailer for this game that really convinced me that this game was going to have serious narrative issues, and I had hoped that either my perspective might have mellowed over the months, or perhaps even that, as we saw with other parts of the game, Bloober themselves might have taken steps to improve it. But sadly, no. It was just as lifeless as I had feared it would be. Entirely gone is the infamous uncanniness of the sequence, the utterly bizarre nature of us finding Maria here, the duality of her conflicting personas. Everything that marks this section as one of the best pieces of psychological horror in the series has been simply vacuumed out, and there's nothing left in its place to compensate for that absence. Yes, James's alcoholism and infidelity seem to be much more prominent topics this time through, but so what? The entire essence of this scene has been removed to instead just have Maria be a coy bastard. The duality of every character has been completely scrubbed away now, rendering them just one-dimensional versions of themselves. And so, of course, Maria no longer speaks with Mary's voice, just like Angela's baby talk isn't emphasised, nor is James's mechanical deadness stressed. They're all just so one note now. The simple truth of the matter is that when James says, "Aren't you Maria?" and Maria replies,
"I'm not your Mary,"
that is infinitely more menacing, unsettling, and thought-provoking than when James says, "Aren't you Maria?" and Maria replies,
I'm not your Mary.
And I don't even have to explain why that is, because your brain has already agreed with me. And if you tell me it hasn't, you are in fact a liar. And actually, you owe me 50 quid now.
I'm not your Mary.
I'm not your Mary.
I'm not your Mary.
I'm not your Mary.
The labyrinth now actually begins in Angela's hallways and then extends outwards into a new puzzle-centered hub location, which may or may not be linked to Angela. I'm not entirely sure, because of course the worlds seem to bleed into one another a lot more now, and so for example we have this office cubicle suddenly make an appearance here, which maybe sheds some light on James, or Mary, or Angela. I don't really know for sure. Perhaps it's meant as commentary on our modern world as a kind of labyrinth we're all stuck in, endlessly unfulfilled. Maybe we're supposed to imagine that James was still having to go to work and pretend to care about his day job all while his wife was slowly dying, which certainly feels very relevant in a whole host of ways these days. Speaking of puzzles, the combining of items, which is often required for solving puzzles in survival horror games, now no longer requires any thought at all and is essentially automatically done for the player, which, to be entirely fair, is a good or a bad thing depending on your perspective. I just think it further reinforces the idea that this game is not really a space for contemplation and taking your time anymore, despite its ironically insane length. And that's primarily why I disliked the length of this game so much. It's so much longer, and yet allowed for so little actual engagement for me. And so after what feels like an eternity here in the labyrinth, we at last burn away the final tether holding this bloody seed in place and plant it deep in the ground, allowing us to break free of the labyrinth and continue downwards on our long journey under the lake. While we're still thinking about how long this game is, I suddenly realised just how much time has elapsed since we've seen Pyramid Head, and his appearances really do feel quite sparse now, because it's not so much that the game has been expanded on, it's just been stretched out, made thinner and thinner until it's barely there at all anymore. Now the hours between encounters with Pyramid Head or any other character seem to stretch on for so much longer than before, and far from making the player feel more isolated and the game more quiet and lonely, because the combat is now so much more aggressive in nature, it actually has the opposite effect. We spend huge tracts of time doing nothing but repetitively fighting off the same enemies in the exact same way, and when we finally meet someone, we get rushed through a hurried dialogue sequence that basically gives us nothing anyway, and then we're pushed face first into the next 2 hours of combat encounters. It simultaneously leaves the game feeling like it gives you too much and too little all at the same time. And so back we go through the very apartment where we first met Pyramid Head, and presumably just to make sure we're all still awake, the game throws as many jump scares and monsters as it can at us. We're forced to fight a cycling arena of monsters with loud shrieks and blaring alarms screaming in our ears. The sudden shift is obviously very deliberate. The red light makes us panic, we feel hemmed in and under pressure as James fights for his life, his heart rate increasing, his breath coming quicker and quicker. Of course, the parallel is clear. We are in the very place we first saw James's shadow self similarly annihilating these very monsters. We are emulating Pyramid Head's brutality, dealing with the pressure of Mary's sickness just as James did before, by lashing out with violence to make it all go away. A more heavy-handed comparison for sure, but one that I actually feel is a little necessary this time, in part because we see so little of Pyramid Head that the direct link between James and his dark half is a little lessened now. I get why this section was added, and honestly, as far as things go, it is ironically one of the more show-don't-tell moments Bloober Team have ever done. So I'll give them a point for that at least. It's a solution to a problem they created, but, you know, a solution nonetheless. Now, while we're talking about being assailed by multiple enemies and screeching noises and shit flying at you from every direction, I think it is worth mentioning that what with this being the absolute bread and butter of this game now, as with all of Bloober's games, none of this is scary. I'm not saying nothing like this can be scary or that you yourself weren't scared by it, but what I am saying is that I was not scared or startled or even slightly put off by any of this, and therefore that could not save it for me. And obviously my emotional response is going to be different because of that. I guess what I mean is, if you watch a movie through your fingers, it's probably easier not to notice all the glaring issues with it, you know? Anything is scarier when you watch it from behind your sofa, imagining that it's so much worse than it really is. We also find Pyramid Head's little room here, which sadly doesn't have the same vibe anymore, but to make up for that, when we finally get the great knife, it is now the other side of a pair of scissors, as was originally intended back in the original, but they ran out of time and it got scrapped. So that's pretty nice to see. Also, this part is populated by a bunch of really leggy corridors, which are like a mishmash of the old intro plus a similar looking thing from Layers of Fear 2. I honestly have nothing to say about them, but here they are, I guess. And then, of course, the time has finally come for us to meet Eddie, blessedly, for the final time. It seems the people he has been killing along the way to get here have all been appearing to him at least as the same person, presumably his chief tormentor. Again, rather than letting us understand the narrative on our own, we must simply be told everything up front, and so once again with less ambiguity comes less room for introspection on the player's part and just an overall diminished sense of connection with the piece overall. The scene also tries to get around the awkward Eddie shooting at James from a foot away and somehow missing him section from the original by instead having James absolutely fucking rock his shit with a thundering right hand. Now, I'm not sure this is the most realistic reaction, but obviously it's all part of trying to make James more active and less emotionally disconnected from what is happening to him, which all just feels like a preemptive attempt to fix perceived issues with the original again, and I honestly feel you could have easily had the scene play out pretty much the same, but with maybe James lightly putting a hand on Eddie's chest when he gets too close and Eddie panicking a little, pointing his gun at him, falling backwards over one of these big tube things and landing on his arse. The gun goes off, and then after a long embarrassed pause, he runs off in shame, declaring he's going to kill James for humiliating him. Instead, the focus for Eddie now seems to be far more on reinforcing his own idea that it's actually everyone else's fault he's become a killer, and trying to make him scary and intimidating, which honestly strikes me as just what a school shooter would want to hear. Again, the boss fight is now a three-phase affair as we run back and forth between the hanging slabs of meat and try and pick out Eddie as he bumbles his way through the frozen mist. It is essentially the same as the original, just spiced up a little and given a fresh coat of paint. Although I will say during the second phase, Eddie did just bug out and get stuck in place, so I just unloaded the hunting rifle into his spine, so maybe a little bit of the tension was lost there in all fairness. And so we make our way back out into the town, ready for our journey across the lake. I think this is probably as good a time as any to comment on the fog itself, which was marred by some visual issues for me, always shifting and moving slightly with the movement of the camera, which of course helped it feel all the more artificial. Now, of course, the original was far from perfect, but I do feel that the character of the fog has been lost, which is a shame. That sense of the fog shifting and coalescing into vague, illusory shapes before drifting away once more would have made a lovely addition, and I'd have loved to see that taken further by maybe even adding essentially fake enemies that sometimes fade in and out in the fog. Combine all this with the loss of that visual noise, and the old, worn-out, broken-down VCR look has all but been abandoned apart from a few minor flourishes here and there, and I think that's just a terrible mistake. So much of what made the atmosphere in this game was that need to peer closely at everything just to make out what the hell you were even looking at. That classic degraded VHS look that actually enhances horror so well. By contrast, here we can hardly go 2 feet without being very deliberately shown something in the least organic way possible. For example, we reach the hotel and Mary's note on the map can't possibly appear without us noticing it, can it? We check the map and James has to immediately point it out to us as if we're in the room with him.
Our room. Mary.
Like, why is he saying this out loud? Who are you talking to, James? I can't help but imagine this like he's wearing a GoPro and all of this is just for some bullshit YouTube video now. We also find Mary's medical files as we wander the newly designed and far more welcoming hotel. Notes that James doesn't open, nor does he have anything to say about, which feels incredibly odd. Add this to the fact that we also lose a scene which shows the uncaring nature of the healthcare system in America, and it really does feel like a piece was just chopped out here. Why? Well, for once we can speculate, but who can say? Also, the wonderful moment where Mary calls out to us is now sadly botched, as it's been turned into far more of a jump scare moment than the mournful cry from a ghostly Mary it was before.
James!
It used to break your heart, now it just makes you go,
James! What the fuck is this?
Honestly, what Bloober have done to the atmosphere in this game is by far the most emotionally devastating thing they've ever put in a video game. We catch up with Laura and witness a little bit of the thawing of their relationship, which honestly is some of the most successful stuff in the whole game, I would say.
Say the line, Bart!
Fart face.
Yeah!
Laura runs off again to get the actual letter this time because for some reason we have this whole to-do about the letter that Mary wrote to Laura, plus a second letter that she wrote to James that Laura had, that is presumably the letter that James already got, of course, except obviously his letter has now vanished, as it always does, and so I don't know if Laura had an empty envelope because the ghost of Mary stole the letter and gave it to James, or because the town somehow did that, but before anyone got to the town, or they did a phantom photocopy of it or something and faxed it to him. I don't really understand why this is a thing now. It just kind of adds a few pointless questions that cannot be satisfactorily answered and just don't need to be here anyway. It's classic Bloober, basically, is what I'm saying. As previously mentioned, the Mandarins have been massively expanded upon, so much so that we actually have one come tearing through the wall here in the hotel and initiate an entirely new 3-phase boss fight, which honestly honestly was kind of a nice touch, I'd say. I certainly wasn't expecting it, at least, so the surprise was genuinely effective. And with the removal of the abstract daddies we encounter here in the original, to hint that Angela has come here ahead of us, that did kind of demand something be put in their place. Overall, I give this edition 1 thumb up. See, I can still say nice things. Plus, giving them these new tongue and sound wave attacks definitely helps to differentiate them from the closers that will no doubt appear in the Silent Hill 3 remake. Unfortunately, and we really should have seen this coming at this point, as soon as something marginally good appears, it has to be counterbalanced with something that undermines it completely. The Mandarins are now a common enemy type that appear in the lower levels of the hotel, and this is where Bloober's issues really do bite them on the arse all over again. Just as before, we arrive at the employee elevator, and due to its weight limit, we are forced to abandon all of our useful items, leaving us at the mercy of whatever lies ahead. This time, however, that amounts to a stealth section where we must bob and weave our way through a series of hallways, offices and kitchens to gather everything we need to progress while avoiding being seen by the hulking Mandarins hanging down from the ceilings above. So far, so what? Well, just consider it literally. What is the artistic purpose of forcing James to shed his baggage, to make himself vulnerable, and to face his demons without even the pretense of fighting them off? Well, in the original, it's quite clear, isn't it? We are forced to face these enemies head-on, while also not letting them get in our way any longer. We rush by them, taking what we need and ignoring all the dark, intrusive thoughts that seek to hold us back and smother our resolve. We must stop clinging to that last comforting shred of self-deception in order to grasp the truth of ourselves. Now that section has been replaced with a slicker, more modern stealth section. Sure, maybe it feels better to play, but what is it saying now? Well, that to progress, James must open himself up to being hurt. He must unburden himself of the weight he is carrying, and then he must sneak around and hide himself away in order to make his way forward. Do you see how this just doesn't make any sense anymore? He's not facing anything now. He's literally hiding from it, and yet that is portrayed as the key to progressing towards not running and hiding from the truth anymore. Also, it is around here that we would find the Book of Lost Memories if this were a New Game Plus playthrough for this remake, which, as I said before, interestingly enough, we can no longer read. I find it interesting that 2 of the more noticeable omissions from the original are a book that discusses the genocide that founded America, and a scene in which the uncaring nature of American healthcare is confronted. Now, I'm not saying I know for a fact that these things were removed because they critique American culture, but I do find them both very interesting things to have removed in our modern political climate of anti-woke crusades and endless culture war sludgefests. But hey, either way, truly this is the Silent Hill that only 2024 could have given us, just as the Order's reach spreads out across the lands. But with all that being said, I would be lying if I told you I didn't actually get a little excited when, after all that nonsense, the music played, the key dropped, and I knew I was about to watch that tape for the first time all over again. The music box music also follows you through the hotel as you make your way up to the hotel room, which is a nice touch I wish more parts of the game had actually featured. We enter James and Mary's old hotel room, and honestly it doesn't really stand out like it used to. That heavenly glow is no longer emphasised like it once was, and we've already traipsed back and forth through dozens of near-identical hotel rooms by this point, so it just looks like any other room, to be honest. And so, of course, we're finally here. James sinks down into his chair, and we all get ready to watch what we all knew we were going to have to see at some point. Overall, I might as well just say it straight. Surprise, surprise, guy who hasn't liked anything up to this point doesn't like this bit either. I know, shocking, right? But yeah, I think giving this such a drastic change in tone is just a mistake. In the original Silent Hill 2, the tape plays in near silence, with the noise of the tape itself serving to complement the rising horror, as we and James both fully understand what it is we are seeing and what it is that James has done. There was originally an audio track that would have played in the 2001 release, giving us the sound of Mary's final moments, but this was eventually cut, and I think that was a wise decision. Not only do we not need to hear Mary's screams and last gasps for air, I think by focusing on James's almost trance-like movements and the kiss he gives her before taking her life, it leaves a far more impacting image, and overall is just so much more memorable and unsettling and devastating. Truly tying the themes of love and death together in the most horrifying way. By contrast, we now have a very out-of-place music track that all but drowns out the tape, and even a cut to show us Mary's hand tightly gripping James as she clearly tries to desperately fight him off. The shift in angle also just makes it harder to actually see what is going on, and I don't know why they chose to do that.
bad we have to leave.
Finally, after all is said and done, James just stares blankly at the screen like nothing has even really changed. He essentially does not react to seeing this tape, leaving the whole thing as just a strange mess, to be frank. Laura comes and goes, and James remains stuck in his chair, and then bam, we're back in the real world. Once again, the slow transitions are entirely gone, and like everything else in this game, it just has to blankly take place right in front of us instead. Despite this, I'd actually go so far as to say that this is probably the most well-realised section of the game for me. The music is the original track, which is easily one of my favourite tracks in the entire series, and it actually plays for a while as we slowly make our way through the burnt-out ruin that is the real hotel, which is a real rarity in this remake. Sadly, of course, that phenomenal music cuts out far too soon, and instead of gradually moving through the layers of the hotel, we are instead just dropped into the rotting real-world version straight out of the gate, and that's that. Just like we saw with the apartment buildings, there are no longer really any transitional spaces where the real world starts to smear and fade away, and then suddenly we find ourselves fully in the nightmare. Whereas in the original, we would pass through doors and hallways that led us impossibly to other locations as the wallpaper began to peel and mould began to blossom on the carpets. Now it's just a simple there you go, and it never changes from there. Not quite as drastic perhaps, but it sort of reminded me of the sad fact that while the Resident Evil 2 remake is a very well made game, its use of the dual interwoven narratives was a real missed opportunity when you consider that the narrative design was far more complex and genuinely intertwining in a game made for the PlayStation 1. In the year of our Lord 2025, we should not be looking at games that cost this much to make and this much to buy, and instead pining for the complexity of a PS1 game. It's just that simple, I think. It is past time those at the top of the industry stopped bloating their budgets to impossible to recoup proportions, all in the pursuit of a singularly uninteresting visual style and leaving everything interesting to the indies. If we lose more than we gain in order to attain that pure graphical fidelity, then the trade-off simply isn't worth it. Even with something like the Bluepoint Games remakes of Demon's Souls and Shadow of the Colossus, which I respect enormously from a technical standpoint, it is undeniable that both of these translations have altered the aesthetic design quite considerably from the original. To one degree or another, they are no longer the same games, which again simply begs the question, why are we even doing this? There are many answers to the question of why remake this game, but sadly those who are ultimately in charge of these decisions are generally only interested in the worst answer to that question. I do find the choice of lighting here interesting though. These beautiful golden rays filtering in through the destruction might seem like a bit of a strange choice at first, but I like to imagine that what we're seeing here is representative of the idea that any reality, even an utterly bleak one, is ultimately preferable to losing yourself inside a complete fantasy. Oh, and also, the flashlight no longer stops working here after we find out there is no hope of us finding Mary alive in Silent Hill. What are we doing, guys? The entire theming of the imagery around finding the torch attached to a mannequin dressed as Mary that somehow still works in a place like this, that then sees us all the way through to the end and then suddenly dies as if it were actually broken all along the instant we realise what we did to her, speaks for itself, and I see absolutely no good reason to have removed it. The guiding light of our search for Mary that was ultimately just a comforting delusion, a spell now broken, a light that will never shine again. I can only assume Bloober literally just forgot to put it in here, because I honestly have no idea why you would choose to remove it. There is generally a much more hopeless tone to this ending, I feel. You really get the impression now that James has totally given up after realising just what he has done. What we're looking for isn't here, and we were foolish to imagine it would be. As a player, I can certainly relate to that. Angela heads off into the flames, and James leaves her to her fate. Two lost souls passing each other in an endless night. I'm honestly kind of surprised the game doesn't force the in-water ending on us, as it really feels like something they would like to do at this point. Bloober have been chasing that high for some time now, after all. As we move through the final stretches, the monsters that are left simply give up on us. With nothing animating them, they just curl up and die. We can kill them if we choose to, but we no longer have to fight against them. The truth is out now. Although I do find it a little strange that this comes before the Pyramid Heads fight. I think it might have made more sense to have this happen afterwards, but whatever, it's fine. It actually reminds me of the same bit from the end of Fear, where all the psychic clone mercenaries all shut down after you've killed the bad guy. Oh, spoilers for fear, I guess. That famous final set of red squares now appears a little bit early for some reason, and we see in the save screen that James can no longer even look us in the eye anymore. There are other touches like this in the game, such as James getting noticeably more haggard and exhausted as the game goes on, and Angela's chewed fingernails, but honestly, I feel like this is kind of perfect Bloober team attention to largely inconsequential detail. Sure, it's cool to have it, but none of this is what makes this story, and with so much of what did now missing, this is hardly enough to make up for that, as nice as it may be. James begs for Maria's life, but of course we already know how this all ends. Once again, Maria's death honestly just feels a little strange because they simply refuse to show it properly, and I genuinely don't know why, unless they just couldn't animate it in a way that looked convincing or something. While nowhere near as hilarious as the pre-release footage, James's scream is honestly still pretty funny, I think. I'm left to wonder just how much of the cinematography in this remake is as stiff and awkward as it is because they had to hide some of the less flattering moments, but that is just pure speculation, of course. We head up towards the roof, and I must say I really love this soggy carpet sound. Honestly, I think this might be my favourite thing in the whole game. Again, I know I've already slagged off the camera to no end, but this is what I'm talking about. This damp, destroyed part of the hotel has none of the character and charm of the original, but it's not like they haven't tried. The texture work is good, and they have clearly attempted to emulate the original design, but they are continually hamstringing themselves by presenting every area in the game in the least flattering way possible. Sure, this looks good, but this is how we see it in the game, and so it just never gets a chance to put its best foot forward. I was actually hesitant to show this game off in a flattering way through the use of old school fixed camera angles in this video, as I didn't want to give the false impression that the game looked better than it actually does. But honestly, I'm glad I included them, because I think it does more than anything else to show just how much wasted potential there is, even in this unnecessary remake, and also just how much you leave behind by making a game like this as generic as you can. Rather than ascending through sunlight, we remain in the dark until we finally reach that higher level and confront Maria, seeing clearly for the first time. Maria slips up, repeating a line from earlier and tipping James off to her true nature. Honestly, I think a simple side-by-side should show how Maria's transformation just doesn't look quite right anymore. The jump cut effect is too slow and the animation has no character to it anymore. Ultimately, it ends up looking unfinished more than anything else. The new 3-phase boss fight is essentially the same, but with parts of the Pyramid Heads fight from a moment ago crossed with the hanging hospital fleshlips fight mixed in. It's largely fine for an action game. I think I've made myself plenty clear on how I feel about this stuff, so let's just move on to that moment. You know the one. That moment. I don't want to belabor the point, and I definitely don't want to single anyone out who has obviously already been plagued by a frankly insane amount of internet shithousery, but as we all know, the original letter read is perhaps the single greatest piece of acting in any video game, literally ever. So you will perhaps not be surprised to hear me say that this is not as good as that. And I think we can just leave it at that. It's the heart of the game. It makes the story. It breaks the hearts of all who hear it, except not anymore. Also, they actually do something that I did in my Silent Hill 2 video. They have a kind of reverse slideshow play us back through the town, back to the cemetery where we started. Except I did that so that the subtitle text wouldn't distract the viewer of the video from Mary's words, and here obviously we have both the subtitles and a bunch of moving images, some of which are kind of story moments too, so I kind of feel that they've added a bunch of potential distractions during one of the most pivotal moments in the game that really should be given its own space to just breathe. Worse even than that, they've also added one of the most wildly all over the place pieces of music in the entire game. I honestly couldn't believe what I was hearing, to be honest. We then end the game with Laura and James heading off into a bank of yet more fog with a discordant and vaguely sinister piano playing over the top of it. And utterly bizarre way to present what has always been considered the good ending, except, of course, if Bloober are actually trying to tie each ending into their new loop narrative, which, if they are, frankly just adds even more insult to injury, if I'm honest. We end the game with a new rendition of the original theme, which bizarrely was cast away and then consigned to the end credits here. Although I guess it does somewhat add to the air of this game being an oddly backwards version of the original. It almost feels like we're scrubbing back through an old VHS tape from far too long ago and just about catching glimpses of the half-remembered highlights as we zoom back towards a beginning we remember far more fondly than it really deserves. When I think of this game, I can't help but picture a VHS tape unspooling in every direction and erasing everything the original once was. This brand new theme of Laura 2 honestly contains a pretty good analogy for the whole project, I think. Some fans have long wanted a so-called complete version of the song that includes a guitar solo that was present for the original trailer version of the track but is absent on the official album version and which never made an appearance in that original game. This newly recorded version of the song finally does deliver on that, but at the expense of a lesser experience overall, I think. The tone and production of the original is lost for the addition of something that was never actually necessary to begin with. And so even here we find that something vital has been traded away in exchange for something ultimately trivial. No lie, it's almost got me nostalgic for one of the worst and most inappropriate ending credits tracks in human history. The simple truth is that this game is, in a very literal sense, not a Silent Hill 2 remake. It's Silent Hill 2 2. The fan-fictioning. It cannot escape its role as imitator, and indeed seems really only interested in commenting on itself as a fading derivative copy of something that holds greater meaning than it ever can. A pale moon that can only shine thanks to the dazzling glare of its sister sun. A false light leading us to stray from our true destination. The most interesting parts of this game, everything involving James's loops, are ultimately the worst parts of this game. In the context of an entirely new project, perhaps this kind of navel-gazing would be interesting, but in the context of trying to overwrite the original and in service of yet more doomerism about how people can't change and everything just loops and degrades endlessly and there is no hope and James is doomed and we're all fucked forever and nothing ever changes and we'll never make it and there is no hope and give up now, well, there really is only so much of that kind of shit one person can take, frankly. I do understand that maybe as much as 100% of the people who played this game did not make the mistake of prefacing their playthrough of it like I did by playing every one of Bloober's modern titles beforehand. But good lord, do all these insinuations start to wear thin after about half an hour. So imagine how I was feeling 10 hours deep into my 6th retread of the same vague, undercooked, myopic bullshit. As you can probably tell from my Silent Hill video, the kind of thinking these games allude to runs completely antithetical to my entire outlook on the original series, and indeed my entire outlook on life. So to see this game of all games used in this manner is, yeah, honestly quite upsetting to me, and I can't pretend otherwise. Once again, the town of Silent Hill became a place where my darkest fear was perfectly realised, I guess. Now, of course, this endless loop, no hope garbage doesn't actually say anything about the original. I know that. This is just ephemeral fan fiction. It means nothing in the long run. That being said, it would be a slightly easier pill to swallow if it weren't literally being used to replace the original. There are people right now, this very second, who have played this game thinking they have now played Silent Hill 2, and they categorically have not. And at the same time, they are legally unable to easily play the original. Like I've said before, I know that Bloober Team could not have predicted the environment in which I would be playing all of these games, but it really did drive home just how poorly handled all of the deeper messaging in these games really is. Accidental or otherwise, I honestly consider ideas such as those repeatedly espoused by Bloober Team to be akin to a kind of psychological pollution that we cannot afford to indulge even a little bit at a time like this. We look around as more and more people are choosing to embrace fantasy make-believe to swaddle their own minds and insulate their morality from the horrors we live with on an hourly basis, and instead of pointing our anger towards those responsible for these atrocities, we continue to rationalise an endless onslaught on the weakest and most vulnerable people we can get our hands on. Horror has always been a space for outcasts and misfits to find their place and fight back. but it can also have a mean conservative streak too. Sadly, Bloober falls far too heavily into that latter category for me, and I really cannot overstate just how dangerous and bizarre some of their games end up being. And while, yes, on many levels the Silent Hill 2 remake is probably the best game Bloober have ever made, it still carries far too much of that baggage with it to not be entirely weighed down in my view. So yes, chances are I would always have disliked this game for personal taste reasons, but in a time and environment like this, I think that just made it hit all the worse. Honestly, all of what we've seen today having been Bloober's journey to remaking this game of all games and suffusing it with their usual questionable behaviour is just a perfect emblem of the destructive industrialisation of the human spirit that is choking this planet to death in my view. Humanity exists in the sprawling, interconnected state it currently does because of our ability to think inventively and our willingness to work together in order to achieve complex goals far beyond the reach of any individual organism. Sadly, under capitalism, these two qualities are directly targeted and rooted out in order to protect profitability and hierarchical power structures, even over the continued existence of our entire species. So of course the art house sensibilities of the original game left me filled with a strange kind of melancholy hope, and the soulless product of an endless death march towards profiteering ourselves out of existence left me cold, empty, and spiritually devoid. I hope one of the things I've been able to show is that within its context as the most recent Bloober game and not simply isolated as the Silent Hill 2 remake, we can begin to see that it actually does very little to distinguish itself from what has come before, and instead is actually just a straight continuation of what Bloober team have always done with their games. Far from this shining light in their catalogue, a sudden turnaround where they showed all their doubters wrong, they just did what they always do, except now it was contained within the framework of one of the greatest games ever made. And that greatness, no matter how tarnished, still shines through enough to dazzle a lot of players. But this is not Bloober's game. It just has a load of Bloober slopped on top of it. And so it's only natural that we have a looping narrative, repeating hallways, Polaroid collectibles, strangely sympathetic depictions of male violence, dismissive attitudes towards suffering women, weak combat systems, dodgy action set pieces, Last of Us bin puzzles, and so on, and so on, and so on. I know going through all these games ballooned this video's length, and I am a little sorry for that, but I hope you can now see why I felt all of that was necessary. Now, at long last, here at the end, we can all finally see that Bloober team have essentially made a single game in their entire history. They just opted for the incredibly bold artistic choice of making it 7 different times. While making my original video, at no point did I find myself struggling with doubt. I love those old games, and I really just wanted to express that love. That's it. I'm largely happy with how those videos turned out, and anything I didn't quite like is honestly so minor I'm sure no one else would even notice it like I do. But when I was playing this game and writing my notes for this script, I honestly found myself very nearly just cancelling this entire project. The only reason I did in fact make this video is essentially that the only thing worse than suffering through Bloober team's games to make a video about them is suffering through Bloober team's games and then not even fucking making a video about them. I don't know if this video has been constructive or entertaining in any way. I'm not sure how fun it is to watch someone just say, here is what they did in the remake, they shouldn't have done that, over and over again for 190 minutes, but here we are, I guess. At least I hope for those of you who maybe felt like you were going mad listening to people praise this game as some kind of second coming can feel a little better knowing that you aren't alone, and we can have a little bubble here where we can all vent our frustrations about this remake or remakes in general, or just, you know, everything. To be fair, every remake struggles with the same, essentially mathematical problem. Too much the same, and what's the point? Too much different, and why not do something original? Bloober team struggled uniquely with this problem, I feel, as all of their games so far have been so overtly inspired by other things that even when they do something original, how original is it really? Say, people sure did like that Dead Space remake, huh? And they sure as hell wanted a real return of Dead Space with the Callisto Protocol, huh? And that game not really delivering what what those people wanted sure implies a gap in the market, right? Say, what's this I just found crawling out of Bloober Team's arsehole? I don't know, maybe Bloober Team have learned something by copying from one of the greatest games ever made. I'm not convinced personally. I certainly won't be holding my breath. And honestly, I don't know if I'll ever play another of their games ever again. The other endings for this game are pretty much just lesser recreations of the originals. We have slightly reworked versions of the UFO and dog endings, with the UFO ending almost being a kind of sequel of sorts to the original game's UFO ending, with OG James returning from space, and the dog ending is quite hilariously now in Polish, much as the OG dog ending was in Japanese, which I think is a nice touch. The brand new Bliss ending is essentially a kind of Maria ending ×2, in which James disappears into the videotape and is absorbed by his memories of Mary, perhaps existing in some new version of the town made just for the two of them to endlessly enjoy. James must imbibe the cult's ritual hallucinogen White Claudia to experience this ending, so it's possible that this is just a complete descent into drug-induced fantasy. I guess we can call this one Maria's final victory. The second brand new ending is the Stillness ending, and it is easily the most confusing of the bunch. It seems almost to be going for a full commitment to the loop ending that Bloober always include, which makes sense of course, but then veers wildly off into the In Water ending, seemingly out of nowhere. It is left essentially as just an In Water Plus ending, in which Mary seems to forgive James, and James decides, as all good Bloober protagonists must, to explain to the player that killing himself is the only way he can atone for what he has done. I know some people have posited that perhaps James jumps out of the car and actually only fakes his death here, as the sound of the crash is a tiny bit different here compared to the In Water ending itself, but honestly I think that might just be people reaching in order to try and justify why this thing even exists in the first place. Both new endings are just iterations on others that are already in the game, and honestly I can only assume that the original plan was to include more, far more drastically different new endings, or even to change the existing ones outright, possibly in line with a much changed script overall, and this only changed once that initial fan backlash forced them to maybe scale back their ambitions. The Stillness ending might even be what would have originally simply been Bloober's new In Water ending, but who knows. I firmly believe Bloober intended to rewrite far more of this game originally, and I am still quite surprised that there isn't an ending where all the characters fight in the rain over a single box cutter to decide who gets to be the most mentalist of mental cases and therefore worthy of a beautiful, sacred, cleansing suicide, or an ending where James heroically saves Angela from herself by slapping some sense into her lady brain. So just what is gained in the act of adaptation? What does the new camera, the new combat, the new performances and new writing bring to the original story? Well, surprisingly very little actually. Silent Hill 2 was already a very cinematic game, and I would argue actually a far more cinematic game than this one. The new combat is a few steps closer perhaps to a slicker, more refined modern combat system, but honestly it fails to even reach that for me, and in the attempt ultimately loses what made the original combat interesting, and now just feels at odds with both the story and the genre. The new performances and new writing really only ever detract from the power of the original, and combined with the woeful underutilization of both sound and visuals, this new take on the original is lacking basically all of its charm and atmosphere. The complete nullification of the soundtrack continues to baffle me, and with a wound as serious as that opening near enough from the very first scene, we aren't so much watching a story progress as we are watching it slowly bleed to death over the course of 15 or so hours. The fate that has befallen this remake was not inevitable, nor was it inevitable that I would dislike this game, although admittedly it would have had to pass quite a high bar for me to have given it much praise. I fully accept that. But for a perfect example of how an adaptation can actually arguably improve on its source material, please see everyone's favourite little belter, Kamina Drummer, from the TV adaptation of the Expanse novels. A character who basically doesn't do anything in the books and manages to essentially tie the entire TV adaptation together. Hindsight and foreshadowing are powerful things, and already having a complete map to follow can help the act of adaptation immensely, funnily enough. And for an example of how you can spectacularly fail to improve on even a single aspect of the source material, please see every single frame of the Game of Thrones TV adaptation. There are a great many examples of adaptation and reworking that have produced incredible pieces of work, but this remake is unable to escape its imitative cynicism for me, because at heart this is not an artistic attempt to retell or enhance Team Silent's Silent Hill 2, it is an attempt to capitalise financially on that game's enduring legacy and emotional staying power. And so that less than noble motivation cannot help but be expressed through the piece itself. It's less a masterful impersonation as it is a hokey and vaguely offensive go at making fun of someone else's accent. A dodgy knockoff to a masterful forgery. The introduction of the loop theory perfectly encapsulates this problem, I think, because it not only churns up old ideas and masquerades them as something new, it actively cheapens the original by demanding that that ending is not the ending, and in fact James's growth is always illusory. The profound nature of how fiction and art work in reality is that it can have huge real-world impacts on the people who experience it. Maybe culture cannot change society as much as we would like to believe it can, but it can mould who we are as people, and people can change whatever the fuck we want. The finality of the original story is directly challenged here, and not to serve any artistic statement, but instead to justify the original's relegation into a simple product to be unendingly consumed. James's guilt, Mary's suffering, Laura's grief, Angela's abuse, Eddie's descent, Maria's tragedy, and the real-world pain all those things represent, all of those things are made subservient to mere market forces, replayed infinitely to extract every last bit of profit from their never-ending misery. Honestly, this is actually the most deranged, soulless, and utterly misanthropic view of the town of Silent Hill I think we're ever likely to get. A corporate entity desperately dredging the bottom of the lake for yet more bodies to unearth. No rest, not even in death. Douglas's hat might seem like a nice Easter egg, but in actuality it might even suggest that this game now takes place even after Silent Hill 3. James has even regressed. We have hints that perhaps in previous cycles he has been aware of the fact that he is endlessly looping, but this time he shows no such genuine awareness. When viewed through this lens, this remake honestly presents one of the most cheerless and discouraging possible interpretations of its source material I can possibly imagine. I can understand why you might enjoy this idea, and as a theory posited in the context of the original, it was always something of a slightly fascinating thought experiment, what with the seemingly endless number of James-like corpses littering the town. But presented here as a core part of this game's identity, it really just drove home to me how hollow and vacuous I personally find that idea to be. There can be no growth for James here, not even a final regression into nothingness. There is only a constant, unending stagnation. Like I say, somehow perfectly apt for this modern moment, I guess. Just as with the boom of post-apocalyptic zombie movies and TV shows as a preface to ecological collapse, virulent disease, and a global resurgence of violent political extremism, this feels like an expression of the fact that people now have no vision of a future and can only see a path of endless stagnation laid out before them. We cannot imagine anything new. We can only flee to the shelter of yesterday's glories in an attempt to simply drown out the sound the bombs are making as they drop closer and closer to us every day. In other words, Bloober have made the perfect remake, and I give it a 10 out of 10. Ultimately, these remakes and remasters are less a recreation or offshoot of the originals, and more a severed limb indelicately hacked off of the original, and presented as some sort of tribute to a god that simply isn't listening anymore. And just as a severed limb cannot be regrown from the stump it leaves, neither can a whole new body sprout from the discarded limb itself. It is incredibly sad in a way to see viral posts proclaiming now as the time that survival horror has supposedly returned, and then use the Silent Hill 2 remake, the Resident Evil 4 remake, and the Dead Space remake to somehow try and make that point. It's just a little bit silly, let's be honest. Especially when right now absolutely is a banging time for survival horror games that aren't having to directly copy 2003's homework. Playing this game inevitably got me thinking about just how we preserve art. Video games have a pretty terrible track record of this, and are essentially still in that careless infancy that plagued early television and cinema too. Sadly, despite having those mediums as a guide, this hasn't made much of a difference, and instead it seems that rather than make any real attempt to preserve the past, these kinds of regurgitations of yesterday's hits as today's low-risk, overpriced safe bets are all the industry is willing to offer. And yes, some of these remakes are fun and have incredible amounts of work put into making wonderful recreations of those worlds, but I fear this obsession stands a serious chance of running out of control, and when overseen by an already risk-averse diverse executive class that only sees dollar signs, I don't think it's very surprising that we're experiencing this large-scale cultural retreat across every avenue of life as we know it. Couple this with fixations on photorealism and prestige television and ever-increasing retail prices, and honestly for me it's just hard to look at a thing like this and not immediately imagine what it would be like simply having that £69.99 in my pocket instead. And these trends will only continue until someone steps in to curtail them. And why on earth would anyone with wealth and power want to do that? As I said all that time ago when I was writing the original Silent Hill 2 script, it honestly just feels so hilariously appropriate that someone would come along and continue this trend with this specific game. One that is already about chasing dreams of yesterday, creating imperfect, soulless doppelgangers of our heart's desires, and coming to terms with the fact that it was our fault they were lost to us in the first place. The real-life themes conjured by the act of remaking this game are honestly so in keeping with the in-game themes of Silent Hill 2, you would almost think that Team Silent were making a game about how their own game would be remade in 20 years' time. It's genuinely that hilarious. Silent Hill 2, a game that came out 20 years ago, honestly has more to say about this remake than the remake has to say about the original or itself, despite coming out all these years afterwards. Ultimately, art is art, and we must resist this attempt to render it into nothing but a product. I think the video games industry is such a canary in the coal mine for a lot of the predatory moves that have become completely accepted over the last few years. I'm old enough to remember when Horse Armor DLC was a major scandal in video games, and now we live in the time of $100 releases, season passes, pre-order early access, digital-only copies of games costing as much, if not considerably more than physical releases, the almost complete elimination of backwards compatibility, the complete saturation of the free-to-play but monetized business model, the specific targeting of children with gambling mechanics, not to mention the wholesale laying off of huge sections of the workforce and the widespread physical, emotional and sexual abuse of those lucky enough to have retained their jobs. Make a 5 out of 10 game? You're fired. Make a 7 out of 10 game better than it had any right to be that didn't sell more copies than there are people alive on this planet? You're fired. Make record profits and garner critical plaudits from every corner of the industry? Fuck it. You're fired too. Oh, and let's not forget that the same self-destructive stupidity is also cutting a swath through video game criticism too. No one is safe. Everyone is expendable. We will all be replaced with AI slop farms and too racist even for Twitch live streamers taking backhanders to sell crack to children. All while the incompetent vampires at the top of the business ladder shield themselves from their own poor decisions and continue to bestow more and more lavish lifestyles upon themselves. I just don't see how the AAA games industry can possibly continue in this vein. And I'm sorry if this might feel a little off topic for a video about the Silent Hill 2 remake, but for me I just cannot see all these things as anything other than part of the same painfully tethered, humorous mass. And please, don't get me wrong, I know I've been pissing and whining about the state of the industry all video long, but wonderful, imaginative and thoughtful games are absolutely still being made in their mountainous droves right now. My real worry is that as success becomes more dependent on a shrinking number of platforms and avenues, and as more and more destructive practices become commonplace across the board, we might start to see even that silver lining blotted out. The end result of all of this can only be a chilling of artists' abilities to make the art they wish to make. I can't help but think of the history of the Coke bottle. Look at how it has changed over time, and you will see the effect that market forces have on a beautifully crafted object, and how it becomes a disposable afterthought. Why pretty up something if it's just going to be thrown away? The act of consumption is all that matters here, and so making this wonderful glass bottle as disposable as possible is actually a positive from that perspective. All the more easy to just discard when it's no longer needed. The plastic bottle or thin aluminium can is far preferable from the seller's point of view, even if we might prefer the opposite approach. Look at what this bottle has become and see Netflix's approach to making movies people aren't even looking at anymore. But hey, I hear you. What harm has a fuckload of cheap plastic shit ever done to anyone? It all reminds me of the time that notorious boxing legend and first black heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Johnson, was apparently heckled by a spectator. After grappling with his opponent for a full round, a bored racist in the crowd who had come to see the black man laid low called out, "Is this it? Ain't you gonna do anything? Johnson slowly turned his opponent round to face the man in the crowd and replied, "Why should I? I've already got your $5. And along these lines, aside from some people just being abrasive arseholes and others being completely fucking ensnared in online fascist radicalization, I think this was a big part of the discord that rocked the Silent Hill fandom in the run-up to this game's release. It was incredibly disheartening to see this series be the latest victim of the gone woke accusations, and it's never nice to have someone disagree with you in a needlessly standoffish way, but it was also sad to watch people get so defensive about other people not liking a bad trailer that they somehow felt it was necessary to rush to the defense of a AAA video game publisher this notorious for the mistreatment of its employees. The AAA space is an absolute breeding ground for predatory practices both behind the scenes and within the games they develop and ship. A lot of the time, creativity comes to die here, and in many cases, so do the creatives themselves in one form or another. So please, under absolutely no circumstances have you got to hand it to them, okay? They don't need you stanning them on 4chan Lite. It is never necessary. They are already at the top of the pile, and there are a lot more deserving people who would actually benefit from your enthusiastic need to post, okay? You do not need to be personally offended on behalf of a mega corporation. Your media consumption is not your self-worth. I like loads of absolute mid-tier schlock trash just like the rest of you, and it doesn't make any of us monsters. It's people who need looking out for, not corporations. Okay? They have marketing departments for that. You want to fight for these motherfuckers on Blue Sky, you better be getting paid, you hear me? Completely coincidentally, I happened to find and watch a number of videos from the Baumgartner Restoration YouTube channel whilst writing this, and there we can see firsthand the lengths some art restoration professionals go to in order to repair and recreate art pieces that sometimes seem surely damaged beyond all hope. To me, this remake feels less like this kind of restoration and more like this kind, I'm afraid. And there really are people putting in that work out there. For those of you who can, please, the enhanced edition is right here. It all just reminds me of those TikToks or whatever of people taking vintage or even antique furniture and just sanding the shit out of it, covering it in acrylic and making a fucking footstool out of Napoleon's writing desk. Or downloading an episode of Chainsaw Man and finding that the absolute psychopath who uploaded it decided to AI upscale it to 60 frames per second for some ungodly reason. Now, I don't think I'm overreacting when I say these people should be violently murdered inside a brazen bull. Obviously, I'm not saying that you have to agree with me. I just think we still have a lot to learn about how we handle this kind of stuff from the lessons learned by other creative industries in the past. Sadly, I think we are all too willing to only ever learn the wrong lessons and just make things a whole lot worse. Now, I don't say any of this to upset anyone, and I hope that you can tell that I genuinely am not happy that this was my experience with this game. I am sad that I didn't like it, and I am not trying to denigrate anyone or piss on their chips. If you loved this, I am sincerely happy for you. I might have even loved seeing some of this technology and some of these thematic concepts in an original context, made by a team I think actually deserves our time, or even if presented in a way that I didn't feel was disrespectful to the originals. Indeed, many such games already exist, and are absolutely head and shoulders above this remake in every regard, in my opinion. And I really do wish that those games could enjoy the marketing budget and audience share that this game had. Money talks. So please do try to support smaller creators in whatever ways you can. Like I said back when I made my original Silent Hill video, I was worried that the doomed hope of developing this game would itself be the only thematically resonant thing Bloober Team did with this project, and I honestly feel I was entirely right to have held that fear. I also mentioned in the comment section of that video that I did not like the fact that this remake, and no doubt many that will now follow it, are clearly meant to be replacing the originals, at least from a market standpoint, although it has been heartening to see GOG making some early strides in that direction. But honestly, even if tomorrow Konami released respectfully packaged, reasonably priced, readily accessible versions of all of the original Team Silent games, I would absolutely advise you not to purchase them. Simply put, as with many other companies, Konami do not deserve your money, and you ought not give it to them. Go and download these old games and play them on your PC if you can. It really isn't a huge task to get them working properly, and you'll be able to play them with this nice smug look on your face the whole time, knowing you didn't give any money to people who didn't deserve it. When you're not shitting in your trousers, that is.
Did I just shit my fucking pants?
And ultimately, at the end of the day, the simple fact is this. If you want to play a brand new version of a Silent Hill game, why not just play Signalis instead?
It's sprawling, it's big, it's fun, it's fucked up. Granted, it's fucked up, but I see it as a meditation on cults, hero worship, mass murder, suicide, everything. It's life.
I think it also bears mentioning that ultimately no one is obliged to support in any way a team whose previous output includes things as frankly repulsive as some of the things that lie in Bloober's back catalogue. Some might argue in fact that we have a moral obligation to do precisely the opposite. And for me personally, this game not being as much of a disaster as it could have been simply isn't anywhere near enough to make up for what Bloober's games represent to me. And yeah, honestly, I do find some of the almost gloating praise that has been heaped upon them to be a little bit distasteful in light of their history of plagiarism and narrative dereliction, to put it very politely. The attitudes being promoted in these narratives honestly cross a line for me, and the answer is not to check out early to spare the world from your obnoxious, burdensome existence. It is for us all to learn the ways of a humble Italian plumber.
Oh, here we go! Bingo! Wow, 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 wow! Yahoo! Mamma mia! Oh, ho, ho, ho. I'm Luigi, #1. Yes!
And while we're talking about dogshit attitudes, now we've reached the end, I might as well just briefly address some of the more unhinged controversy that emerged ahead of this game's release, as is essentially mandatory for all media releases now. In my original Silent Hill 2 video, I spoke about how easy it is for us to anonymise and dehumanize other people, and how the internet has given us yet more emotional distance with which to insulate us from our own repulsive behaviour. This is particularly true against prominent women and marginalised people more generally, of course. So naturally, as I say, it really came as no surprise then that this remake became the epicentre for just that sort of behaviour, when certain self-appointed fans, or fascist hate tourists to more accurately describe them, decided to begin attacking this game as DEI woke nonsense because they felt it wasn't catering directly towards their pitiful erections enough. The face models for both Maria and Angela were attacked personally, being regularly described as freakish and ugly in some way, often coupled with diagrams illustrating their various aesthetic failings and correcting their allegedly flawed features in ways that can frankly only be compared to insane idiot phrenologists of the 1800s measuring people's skulls and then declaring them incurably degenerate and racially inferior. Again, just as I spoke about in my previous video covering this topic, these undoubtedly fake fans are entirely unaware that the plot of Silent Hill 2 is in no small part about people just like them, and the various dangers they pose to society. And we can and must do more to absolutely purge these people from any space they seek to make their own. Honestly, I think Silent Hill 2 gives us a pretty good guide map on how to handle these petulant little freaks. But allowing all that bullshit to fall to the wayside and accepting the world as it is and the immense amount of work it's going to take for us to get it to a place it deserves to be, I think that leads us neatly into my final thoughts. The creative industry is a misleading entity, I feel, as it creates the sense that there is a specific place where creativity dwells and that it exists to serve a profit motive. And I think that self-evidently just is not true in any way. Every day we live is a creative act of one kind or another, and together we engage in perhaps the greatest act of collective creation ever seen, the ever-shifting and evolving creation of all this insane and unpredictable beauty that is our life on this planet. And so we too face a similar dilemma that many creatives are facing right now, and we must resolve not to fall prey to the same impulses that can hinder and lead astray even the most accomplished creative minds. We must all strive together to create something new, and not simply fall blindly backwards into clinging to a dream of the past, which ultimately gives us nothing and can only drag us down into a mire of suffering and spiritual death. Now, I know this all sounds a little overblown for this video, and please don't get me wrong, I am not saying this remake is an existential threat to humanity, and I'm not saying that if you like this game, this is all your fault. It's just that for me, all of these things come bundled together as part of the same conversation. Profit first puts everything else last. And sadly, this issue is not limited to relatively unimportant things like some silly video game. Our shared humanity, our shared culture, even our ability to literally just exist is under attack perhaps like never before. And that's why I'm asking us now more than ever to be brave. Art is an incredible salve, especially at times such as these. It has the power to be completely transformative. And so now, more than ever, we need to do what we can to protect our own voices, to express everything that is in our hearts without fear, to fully, lovingly dream of something better that will come, to bolster our neighbours and stay true to ourselves, because that's really all we've got in this life, and you must not put a price on that. We cannot afford to become trapped in fog-choked dreams of yesterday. We don't have the luxury of endless do-overs. Outside the realm of fiction, time is desperately short for each and every one of us. Sure, we can lose ourselves in a fantasy version of something that never truly was. We can blind ourselves with dreams of power. We can avoid responsibility and refuse to learn from our mistakes. We can even give up entirely and just walk blankly into the hell that seemingly awaits us all. But there is no reset button at the end of those choices. Those are mistakes we only get to make once. The only way we get to wake up tomorrow and do it all again is if we build on what was gifted to us by those that came before. And no matter how impossible it might feel, try and knit these broken pieces back together into something radical and something new. For the people who got us here, for ourselves, and for those who deserve to grow up in a world that is free from all this fog and horror. Ah, sweet Jesus. We finally finished that fucking game. Well, that's more like it. Thank you all so much for watching this video. I really hope you enjoyed it, or got something out of it, or at least enjoyed a very pleasant nap during it, especially if you are someone who did actually really like this remake and you made it all the way to the end here. I really, really do appreciate that. That probably wasn't the most fun you've ever had, but thanks for sticking with it. I will try not to make really any videos like this again, to be honest, because honestly, there are just far too many games and series that I absolutely love that I would much rather be talking about instead of complaining about something that I didn't really like all that much. But I guess never say never, right? I hope it wasn't too dour, and I really do hope that the creative industries and the world at large move in more positive and healthy directions. But regardless, I promise my next video of this kind will be about something truly special. So do stay tuned for that. But until then, thank you all so much for all of your kind words, your incredible support, and most of all, I'd like to thank this video's sponsor, Tesla.
I'm wearing dark glasses today because I'm seeing the future and it's looking very bright. Everyone, have a great day.